there.
Right. So imagine you're getting dressed in the morning and you have to limit it to only these 5 colors.
Well, listen, a friend of mine did that thing. Remember when ladies would get their colors done?
Oh, yes, and you find out if
Yes.
you're like
A
fall
summer or a
spring.
winter or something. My mom
Yeah.
did this. My mom was a summer.
Okay.
So a friend of mine recently did this. It sort of
Wait, they're still doing this?
they're still doing it. It sort of went out of fashion, but whatever. She did it, and she found out that she is like shades of blue and coral and white, and she just filled her closet with those colors. She's always in those 3 colors.
So do you know what she is? Is that summer?
I don't know.
Blue and
I don't
white?
know. I don't know what it is. Maybe spring, but listen, it's a commitment to stay in those 3 colors. I'd have a hard time.
Oh my gosh, this is literally what I was saying. I said I could only wear 5 colors, and you're like, oh, it's a lot of colors. I don't see what the issue is. And now you're like, I would have a hard time only wearing a few colors.
My point was, if you're going to have a school that has uniforms, you can't have a lot of options.
Why?
Because
You can't have personal expression within uniform?
no.
Oh my gosh,
What's
you're
the
taking a stand. You've clearly not thought about this at all because you are taking multiple positions on this one subject.
What's the point of having a uniform if you can have multiple colors and freedom of expression? There's no point. Either have a uniform or don't.
All right, well, we had to all wear the same skirt. It was the same. There was no choice. Or navy pants.
Or a yellow shirt, or a green shirt, or a white shirt. We have to be done talking
All right.
about this.
On top, you could wear the different colors. But
Yeah.
they had to be a collared shirt, and you couldn't have any like
Logos.
No logos. Not even like, some people, they would try to sneak in like a little polo on their lapel. And that would be a no.
Lock it
Because
up.
that, yeah.
Lock it up, uniform. Lock it up. Lady, where are we?
Well, we're ready to take a break, and then we're going to come back and break down this episode.
Well, before we take a break, I want to just share one thing about this episode. Well, I'll just get to it.
What is it?
I had the hugest zit on my cheek, and I remember being really bummed out because I had a nice big storyline, and I woke up with an enormous zit on my cheek, and they tried to cover it with makeup. Jenna, they didn't splurge for CGI and scoochy it out. It's in the whole episode. There's so much makeup on it. It's like an orange patch on my cheek.
I did not notice it one time.
It's on my left cheek.
This. Do you have time codes for it? Is that something we can look forward to after the break?
Yes.
Well, there you go,
If you want a
guys.
close up. Well, listen, I'm sure you're riveted now. You can't wait to come back. We're going to take a break and come back with this episode.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then
Yes.
thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com for free breakfast for life.
While subscription is active, that's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
Okay, so we start off this episode with a very funny cold open. I think it is one of the classics of all the cold opens on the whole series.
100%.
It is Jim, dressed as Dwight, acting like Dwight, and it makes Dwight crazy. And some of the best lines right here in this cold open.
Lady, I remember filming this episode, and John Krasinski was so funny. We could not hold it together.
Well, we all knew how great he was at impressions, and so when he got to actually flex that a little, we were just like, I can't wait to watch.
Well, Angela, I think this cold open has two of our most quoted moments.
For sure.
Number one, Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
I mean, how many t-shirts is that on? It's on everything.
And also, identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of families suffer every year.
That's right.
I see that all the time. Identity theft is not a joke. Don't we sell pencils that say identity theft is not a joke? Don't we have a pencil pack on officeladies.com?
Yes.
And we have that quote, right?
We have
And
that
we
quote.
also have Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
It's just one of my favorite quotes. It is not my favorite quote of the whole episode, though. We'll get to that. But this couplet is so fun. And I have seen people, like at conventions and stuff, say this. False, black bear, like the whole thing.
Oh yeah, we should play it. Sam,
Yeah,
will
let's
you
play it.
Play this clip.
Question: what kind of bear is best? It's a ridiculous question. False. Black bear. That's debatable. There are basically two schools of thought. Fact: bears eat beets. Bears beets. Battlestar Galactica. Bears do not. What is going on? What are you doing?
I love it so much.
I want to know, what are the two schools of thoughts about bears? I mean, we never find out.
We don't. Listen, we had a fan question from Ashley Trick, Emily Dennis, Faith L, Rianne Holub, and Tara Laporte. Basically, they all said the same version of this. Please, please, please tell us everything about the cold open. It is one of the best sequences on television ever. How long did it take John and Rain to get through it? Here's what I found out, Angela.
Okay.
Kentopedia thinks we only did about 8 takes of this. He said it went a lot faster than we may realize.
Well, it was a quick beat, you know, it was a quick scene.
And then I asked Justin, and he said that he and Brent did not write this cold open. They wrote a cold open where Michael is getting scammed by a telemarketer. But during the rewriting process, Gene and Lee are the ones who came up with the idea for Jim to come in as Dwight, and they wrote the cold open. And it was Mike Shore who pitched the line, Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
Applause, applause.
This is why you need a whole writing team. Look at that. That's how the magic happens.
It's a collaboration, people. I have two other observations about this cold open. Not as popular as the obvious ones, Bears beats Battlestar Galactica, all that. But I have you know, there is a new plant at reception.
No, get
Yeah.
out of here. What is going on?
I am telling you, I don't know when I'll have time to do this, but I am going to screen grab every plant on reception for the whole series.
What is it this week?
It's a real sad looking plant. It's only got a few leaves on it. It's in a purple pot with, it looks like some polka dots. And it is through the whole episode. I noticed it's in the cold open, the tag, and the whole episode. And in Jim's talking head, where he says he created that whole look for $11,
Yeah.
we have an old tech alert. Old tech alert, we have the old calculator watch.
Oh, yeah.
Now I know that Dwight always wears one, but just to see Jim actually use it, like you hear the beeping as he's adding on it. I just thought it was really fun.
How often do you use the calculator on your phone?
Surprisingly a lot.
Same. I see why they made a calculator watch.
Yeah.
Because you know, I use it.
I mean, I remember like, because I'm 100 years old, that, you know, boys would have it at school and they would be told in math class they could not use it.
You know, I spent a year where I refused to let myself use a calculator and I had to do all of my math problems by hand. It was just a weird commitment I made to not, you know, I don't know. It was a weird commitment I made because I felt sort of like I should be able to add 26 and 97 without a calculator. Like just, you know, carry the one or whatever.
And how old were you when you made this commitment?
I was in my 30s.
Really?
Yeah.
I was really expecting you to say I was 24.
No, I just got disappointed in myself for relying on my calculator for simple math problems.
So Did I know you when you made this commitment? Because I knew you in your 30s.
Yeah, I guess you did.
My
I guess I
best,
never added anything or subtracted anything around you.
my best friend in her 30s took a year off from calculators and didn't tell me.
I do weird stuff like that sometimes. What is that about me?
I think you like to make hurdles for yourself.
What is this? Is horrible. I should speak to a therapist about this. What am I doing? Why am I
You know
making
what?
my life harder?
You get into a real cushy stride. You're like, hey, things are clipping along. I'm having a great run here. I'm gonna give myself a hurdle.
Yeah.
I don't
Life
deserve.
feels too easy. I'm gonna stop using a calculator.
I don't deserve this cushy stride right now. I'm not allowed to use a calculator.
Oh my god.
Lady,
All right.
it's okay to use a calculator.
Well, I use one now. I mean, that was one of the dumbest things I've ever done. That was one of my dumber goals.
I'm sure there's a mathematician out there somewhere that's like really into that. You know, it's like, yeah, way to go.
You know what I'll say? At the end of the year, I was no better at adding, subtracting, or multiplying than I was when I started.
You can't say that. That can't be your button. You have to say
There was no skill gained. There was
my
no
God.
speed. Nothing. I was still, counting on my fingers to carry the numbers. I mean, it was for nothing.
you just had a year where you were slightly more irritable. Okay, let's get into this episode. Speaking of people being irritable, everyone is on the phone with very upset customers. I want to share with you that there are a lot of delicious deleted scenes, and one of them starts off in customer service with this speech, and Kelly repeats it over and over, and Ryan is like dying inside because he's right behind her. And then it cuts to a talking head of Ryan, and he's got it fully memorized. But this is what Kelly says right at the top of the episode, had it stayed in. Customer service, this is Kelly. Oh my God, I am so sorry. That is so messed up. Everyone here is so upset. You have no idea. And rest assured, your voice has been heard. Okay, I'll be thinking about you all day. Customer service, this is Kelly. Oh my God, I am so sorry. That is so messed up. Everyone here is so upset. You have no idea. And rest assured, your voice has been heard. Okay, I'll be thinking about you all day. Wow, she says it on a loop. And Ryan looks like he wants to just explode.
Well, Michael has a talking head where he explains what happened, why everyone is so upset, why everyone's on the phone. I guess a disgruntled employee sent out 500 boxes of their standard paper with a pornographic watermark of two cartoon characters engaging in a sex act.
Yes, he said it's a beloved duck doing something to a mouse.
Yeah.
Now, was he talking about Daffy Duck and Mickey Mouse? Because he says, never been a fan, not a fan.
Well, I think he would be talking about Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse.
Oh, yes.
Because Daffy is part of the Bugs Bunny.
I can't keep my duck straight. I just like the idea.
That is the quote of the day. Just can't keep my ducks straight. There's so many.
There's so many
Cartoon ducks. You can Scrooge McDuck. There's so many
ducks. But I love the idea. It just makes me laugh that Michael has never liked Mickey Mouse.
I know. Not funny enough for him? I don't know.
I guess not.
Not edgy enough?
Not enough jokes. Well, Michael holds up the piece of paper to the light and shows the watermark.
One of my favorite scenes of all time.
Gives him a little bit of a deep dip watermarks.
You? Because it wasn't me. And we're the only
Sam,
people on this
Cody?
podcast.
Sam, Cody? Anyone? No one? No, it was me, folks. It was me. And listen, I don't know if this is going to be interesting. I found it fascinating. I'll do a quick overview, okay? So we all know what a watermark is, right? A watermark is basically this image that's applied to a piece of paper, right? And you hold it up to the light and that's how you see it. The term watermark comes from the way these designs are created. It's during the wet paper stage of making paper, right? It's almost like a damp, that's really fascinating, a damp water spot. Here's where it gets interesting. Ready?
Yes.
Did you know that watermarks were first introduced in Fabriano, Italy in 1282?
Yes, I did.
You did not.
Of course, I did not know that.
Why did I believe you? I wholeheartedly believed you. Like
I think my
somehow
delivery was very good.
you were a very good actress. I should have won that Emmy that year. I was really mad you didn't. I cursed on national television. Okay. And they're not really sure why exactly watermarks started in Italy then. It could have been, to show, like, maybe it was the service of the king or to convey a secret message or prove authenticity of a message, right?
But now, wait, they were deliberately invented. So, one thing I'm curious about is that the watermark was not an accident that happened one day in the wet paper making stage of paper making. And then people were like, oh my gosh, what if we did this on purpose? Someone purposely watermarked.
Well, Jenna, I don't have, the fella's journal from 1282. It might have been a thing where he was like, hey, that's my thumb. Hey, that's cool. We should do that. Oh, I bet the king would like this because then everyone would know it's his paper.
I love how this paper maker in Italy in the 1200s journals exactly like you.
Exactly.
Oh my God, my thumb. Oh, hey, I should tell the king about this.
He might like to have this official paper. Oh man, gonna have a glass of wine. Okay.
Oh, look at the hummingbirds.
XOXO.
Paper maker guy.
Smiley face. So, Cartier, Miliani, Fabriano claims to have innovated 3 techniques which are still a part of paper making today. But here's the fun part, Jenna. Put this on our bucket list. You and I can go and visit the Paper and Watermark Museum of Fabriano in Italy.
Oh, that is 100% happening now.
How much fun would we have walking through that, getting a tour? How perfect would it be? These 2 people who are on a show about paper going to one of the oldest paper mills in the world.
I can't wait. That is bucket list for sure.
Let's get back.
Well, let me tell you what Brent told me about this obscene watermark.
Oh, yes, let's hear it.
Brent, our writer, told me that this watermark for our show was faithfully created by our prop department and that it really did look like a blank sheet of paper, but when you get up close, you can see this little caricature. And he said after the episode, he asked the prop department to have one of the sheets of paper and he framed it and it hangs on the wall of his office. And he says people come in all the time and they say, why do you have a blank piece of paper framed on your wall? And he says it's a keepsake from the office. Look closely. And then they lean forward and they inevitably say, oh my God. Because, on the show, we put the little black bar up to hide the real obscene part. But on the actual piece of paper, I think
It's there.
it's all there.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that was Phil Shea's job that week. That's his job. How was your day? Well, had to have a duck and a mouse, do some stuff. Anyway, how was your day?
Exactly. I want to point out something before we get too far. Remember we said at the very beginning of this episode, everybody's on the phone and they're talking to customers and they're like really trying to do damage control. I wanted to point out that at 1 minute 55 seconds, Creed is holding the phone up to his ear, but he isn't saying anything. It's a little bit of foreshadowing, I think, for the fact that Creed knows he's responsible. He's pretending to be on the phone with a customer, I think, but not really.
He could also just be Creed being Creed.
Yeah. Not doing his job again.
Exactly. So Michael gets everyone in the conference room. This is like crunch time, and he says, Creed, you really messed up. Yeah, quality assurance. So I feel like we officially hear Creed's job title.
Quality assurance.
Creed says every week he's supposed to stop by the paper mill, give it a check, The 1 year he blew this off.
So good.
So he hasn't gone for a whole year.
Well, I know I said at the beginning of the podcast that Michael is in rare form in this episode, and he truly is in this conference room scene, but also Creed absolutely crushes it in this episode as well.
He does.
So we get back into the conference room. Michael has just great stuff. He's, he was speaking in acronyms,
Truman, Squaw, FNC.
not saving any time, as everyone points out.
And he's really, Michael's really freaking out. He tells everyone, this is threat level midnight.
Yeah.
Midnight, Oscar.
Yeah.
Threat level midnight. This is such a fun callback to the client.
Yes, and everybody gives little looks to each other because of it, too.
Yeah.
Well, then Michael says, today, Kelly will be training everyone on how to do customer relations. And Angela, you have a talking head where you just take a pill and you say you don't have a headache, you're just preparing.
Yeah. I loved this back-to-back talking heads because Mindy as Kelly is like, this date, it's bananas. B-A-N-A-S. And she's so perky and happy. And then it cuts to me just taking an aspirin.
Yeah.
And my kids were really hung up on this. They really wanted to know, was that a real pill? Did I have to take it? They were like, it looks like you take it. You swallow water.
Oh, Angela, we got so much mail about this. Okay, Carlos L., Taya C., Emily W., Angela B., and Lily N. all said, what did you take instead of a real pill?
Well, I will tell you, I did a few takes of that talking head, and I had to take sugar pills.
Wow, so I guess that's a props thing. I've never had to take fake medicine on a show before, so that's weird.
Yeah, Phil Shea brought it to me. He said, listen, it's just sugar. It's like a sugar pill. So you'll be totally fine. So I guess I just had a little spike in sugar that day.
So also during this conference room scene, Angela, we find out that Jim's client is a high school and they printed their prom invitations on this paper.
Yeah.
So Michael tells Jim he has to physically go to the high school to rectify the situation. He says you have to bring someone. Ryan volunteers. Michael says, no, you have to bring Andy.
William Doolittle at your service, aka Will Do.
And there we go. We said we were going to bring you accents. We didn't lie.
And Jim is like, yeah, I'm definitely going alone. And Michael's like, no, I need 2 men on this. That's what she said. No time. But she did. No time. That is like such fantastic dialogue.
Is that your favorite quote? Is that the one?
No.
Still not yet.
Still not yet.
Well, I remember John could not keep it together in this conference room scene. And anytime John starts to laugh, it is a very bad sign for the rest of us because you just know that we're never going to make it through. But Steve does something in this conference room scene that makes John lose it.
I'm going to guess. I have no idea what you're about to say.
Okay.
I know people can't see me, Jenna. But,
Okay.
oh my God, Sam's filming. This is what Steve does at 4 minutes, 2 seconds, just to mess with all of us.
Yep. There it is. Angela just put her foot up on the table and then leaned into her crotch.
Do you know how hard it is to lift your head like this high when you're short? Like, that table's kind of high.
Yeah. Steve took his foot and he put it up on the conference table. And I remember the first take he decided to do that, John lost it.
Yeah, because we had no idea.
Anytime Steve did that, Steve used to do that to John's desk all the time.
Yes, he would. And you know what, Jenna? I remember in this scene when I lost it, I completely lost it when Michael goes, here is your headline. Scranton Area Paper Company, Dunder Mifflin, apologizes to valued client. Some companies still know how business is done.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the greatest hits of Michael in this one conference room scene. In this episode, it's so good. Well, now Michael reveals that he has invited Barbara Allen, one of Dunder Mifflin's oldest customers, into the office. He's going to offer her a personal apology. He says if the press wants a story, we'll give them a story.
Yeah, there's a great deleted scene of Dwight calling CNN. And like no one will take his call. It's like it's really funny.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I love that Jim is like, did the press ask for a story?
Nope.
No. No. Michael explains in his talking head, when a company screws up, the best course of action is to hold a press conference.
You got to control the spin.
You got to control the story. Well, this had me look up crisis management, Angela, because that's a whole thing now. Now, I did a very shallow dive on it. All I found out was that this really became popular in like the 1980s. And this idea of getting ahead of a story is all part of the crisis management public relations handbook. So Michael has it a little bit right here, but he has it wrong in the sense that literally no one knows about this right now.
Yeah, if Michael had not made a big to-do, it would have just gone away. But no, he's going to blast it and it's going to blow up in his face.
Yeah. So now we see Creed is trying to do his own kind of damage control.
I mean, Creed says that this job is the only thing separating him from being a homeless man because
He's it right now.
he was a homeless
Oh
guy.
no.
Yeah. I have to say, Creed calling up this paper mill and asking who wasn't there last week so that he can then pin it on this employee is kind of genius.
Oh, Creed's a survivor. I mean, he's
Yeah.
smart. He's very smart. He's cunning.
Yeah. I was actually impressed.
Yeah.
I was like, wow,
Wowzers.
who thought of that?
It's exactly how I got my internship on Conan O'Brien, by the way.
How did, wait, what?
You know this story.
Oh, yeah, you called up and
I would call and I would get like an answering machine, you know, because I wanted to do an internship at 30 Rock and in New York. And back in the day before like big internet message boards and things like that, because I'm 100, you would have a phone number you would call and I would say, hi, it'd be like, 30 Rockefeller Center. And I'm like, hi, I would love to apply for an internship. Hold one moment, please. Transfer you to a machine. If you would like to apply for an internship at 30 Rockefeller Center, please leave your name and phone number and someone will call you. I got that message every day for 3 months. And so one day I called up, I got the woman in BC, 30 Rockefeller Center. I said, yes, I was just speaking to a woman about my internship and we got disconnected. She said, oh, Barbara? I said, yes, Barbara. She said, let me transfer you. I said, thank you. Got to Barbara. Barbara's like, hi, Barbara. I was like, Barbara, I was just talking to someone about my internship and got disconnected. She was like, oh, were you talking to Nancy? I was like, yes, I was talking to Nancy. Transfer me through to Nancy.
Actually, because he's genius.
Nancy answers below. I'm like, hi, I was talking to someone about my internship. She goes, how did you get my number? Did you tell her? I told her. I said, well, for 3 months I called and I got your voicemail and no one called me back. So today I called and I lied and I said that I was talking to someone and that person transferred me to Barbara and then I told Barbara a version of that lie and she transferred me to you.
And did Nancy say you're hired?
Nancy said, can you be here Monday? And I was in Texas. It was a Friday. I was in Archer City, Texas, very rural area, 3 hours from a big airport. I said, sure thing. What time? She said, I'll see you Monday at 9. I said, great. I got off the phone. I said, Mom, Dad, I got to go to New York.
Lady, that is what it takes.
That's a fucking movie.
That's what it takes.
I think you just like, when you're starting out, especially when you're like the lowest person on the totem pole, you got to have a little hustle.
Gotta have a little hustle. Guys, you heard it from us.
Get that hustle. Okay, so there is a whole bunch of deleted scenes with Kelly in accounting. There's like a whole runner. It's really fun. I mean, at one point, Kelly and Angela get into this huge fight, and Kelly says, you look old enough to be my mother, and Angela then calls her a slut.
Oh my gosh.
I know. And then they make up. Kelly apologizes, and then she's like, oh my God, we're best friends. And Angela's like, I don't know about that. It's like, but there's a whole other journey that Kelly and Angela have that you don't see.
Well, now should we go into the car with Andy and Jim driving
Yes.
to the high school?
Yes,
Is this it, Angela?
this is leading up to it. Here are some things we learned on this road trip with Jim and Andy. Number one, we learned that Andy says "beer me" when he wants something. Beer is
Yeah.
like a verb, like get me
Fear
that,
me that.
beer me
baby.
that water, right?
Yes.
We also
Fear me that
learned that
monkey.
Karen is one of Andy's oldest friends. What?
I think
I
that's
don't
just
think so.
because they worked together at Stanford.
Yeah. And we learned that do not ask Andy to play music
Because he just sings.
like some a cappella version of Drift Away.
Well, this beer me line is another one of our most quoted. And Jim even says, Lord, beer me with strength.
That's my favorite line.
That's yours?
Of almost like I think about lines from the whole entire show, and one of my favorite lines from the whole entire series happens at 7 minutes 51 seconds, and it's Lord, bear me strength. I love it so much. I don't know if it's because growing up, there's been so many times where I've been like, Lord, give me strength.
Yeah.
And just to have Lord bear me strength, it just tickles me. I just love it.
Well, I reached out to Justin and Brent because I was very curious who wrote this beer me joke.
Oh, I would love to know.
All right, they told me that their memory is that Ed Helms had a friend in college who used to say beer me. And it was Brent who expanded it and wrote the joke, beer me a water. But this was based on a story from Ed Helms. They said he also had this friend that would do the rit-do. And Ed confirmed that, right? Ed said he had a friend who would do like a gibberish thing to cut people off.
Yeah.
All right, well, I texted Ed, and Ed is like, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't
What?
have any memory of a friend. He was like, yeah, they're ready to do, but I have no memory of a friend saying beer me. I don't know.
Oh my gosh. This is like that moment where, you know, something happens and you ask 5 people what happened and they all have a different story.
Yeah.
Oh
The one thing
man.
we know is that Brent did write the joke, beer me a water.
So Jim has sort of suffered through this car ride with Andy. Now they're in the high school and they're walking through and Andy's like, oh my God, what's my girlfriend doing here? And Jim's like, oh, is she like the counselor or something? And he's like, no, she works part-time at the frozen yogurt place.
Yeah. She's that girl standing by her locker.
Her locker.
Yeah. And Jim's like, oh, Andy.
Oh Lord.
So Andy goes up to confront her, and she's like, I have to go to Spanish class. Andy's mind is blown. He had no idea that she was a high school student. Andy does let us know that they did not do anything illegal except knock over a few mailboxes with her friends.
There's also a deleted scene where Andy talks about how they met in a talking head and he was at like a convenience store and she asked him to buy wine coolers for her and her friends.
Well, the actress who played Jamie was Shira Scott Astroff, and Lady, she was a contestant on The Bachelor season 16. The one with Ben, Bachelor Ben.
I've never watched The Bachelor.
Okay, well, she's a part of Bachelor
Dude,
Nation.
it sounds like somebody's knocking.
So I looked her up on Insta and I slid into her DMs.
Oh my gosh, what'd she say?
Okay, well, first of all, Shira and I have a mutual friend in common, and it's actor Michael Rosenbaum. So I think it was slightly less creepy when I slid into her DMs because I saw on her Insta that she was friends with Michael, so I was able to lead with that.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm always trying to find the least creepy way to slide into someone's
Hey,
DMs.
what's up?
Hey, remember when you were on The Office? You want to talk about it?
I haven't talked to you in a while, but why not? Okay.
Okay, so we emailed her, she emailed back, and she told me all about her time on the show because, Ange, whenever there are these scenes that happen on a location and we weren't there, I like to get details. I want to know a little bit about it.
No, I love it. Every time we reach out to someone in scenes like this, it's always so fun and it just kind of fills in the picture for us.
All right, so here is what she told me. She said that when she got the audition for this, she had never watched the show before.
Really?
Yeah. So she said she watched one episode and then went to her audition. It was a cold read, meaning they would not give her the material ahead of time because they didn't want the storyline to leak.
Oh, that's so hard. So she had no idea.
But then she got the job. And also, she told me because she had never really watched the show, she thought that she was going to be playing Michael's girlfriend. So when she got to set, she was expecting to see Steve Carell, and that's when she met Ed and John. Now, here's the thing that I found absolutely fascinating. In this episode, when she shot this, she was 3 months shy from turning 28.
Oh my gosh.
She was 27 years old. She said she was older than John Krasinski and only 5 years younger than Ed Helms.
Baby face. Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
She said she had the absolute best time filming this episode. It is still one of the best experiences she's ever had. And after she filmed it, she went home and watched every single Office episode from season 1. She totally binged it. And so she was super excited by the time her episode finally aired. She was like a super fan.
That is so fun.
But she said to this day, people still write her about being on the show, and she's so proud to say that she was part of the Office. Well, listen, guys, Shira was so lovely to tell us about her time on the Office. She has a new film coming out called Half Brothers. She's also going to be in a pilot on Amazon called On the Spectrum. Her Instagram is at Shira Scott Astroff. But here's the plug I can't wait to give. She is the founder of an animal rescue organization called the Animal Rescue Mission. They rescue abused and neglected dogs and cats in Los Angeles and all over the world. She just rescued like 70 dogs from death row in Tijuana
Oh my gosh.
and placed them in homes.
Aw.
So she said if anyone wants to adopt an animal or donate, you can go to the Animal Rescue Mission and check them out.
I love that. We have 4 rescues. I love little rescue animals. That makes me so happy.
I know. Should we talk about Dwight preparing for the big press conference back in the office?
Oh yeah. Well, you know, he equates this to beat sales. You got to put the money beats. Those are the attractive beats. You got to put them up front.
That's right. He has set up the conference room for a giant press conference, all for one man. This is Chad Light from the Scranton Times.
He does the lighter side of life
Yeah,
and the obits.
right.
And there's a great deleted scene with him and Creed where he recognizes Creed. He's like, wait, Creed Bratton from the Grassroots. Jenna, he basically calls Creed out as himself.
Oh my gosh, and it got deleted again. The
Yes.
origin of Creed keeps getting deleted. It got deleted out of Booze Cruise. It got deleted out of, what was the other episode where we found out that he stole his name from someone in prison? The Convict. And now again.
So Chad Light goes, Creed Bratton from the Grassroots? And Creed's like, yeah. And he goes, I wrote your obituary. He was like, oh yeah. Creed has this great talking head that he faked his death so he could get like an insurance claim or something. He gets money. And so yeah,
Amazing.
amazing.
Well, Chad Light was played by Anthony Russell. And I found this in Anthony's bio, which I thought was absolutely so charming. It said, as a child, he played harmonica, ukulele, guitar, trombone, and piano. He worked his way through college singing in a show band. And after he graduated Montclair State College with a major in trombone and a minor in piano, his band was booked as a Las Vegas lounge act for many major hotels.
Well, I played the trombone.
What? No, you didn't.
Oh yeah.
Stop it.
When we-
What are you talking about?
Yeah, when we moved to Archer City, very small town, like in football, it was class 2A, super small town. So to have a marching band, pretty much everyone had to participate. And so all my friends in the town was, you know, I graduated with like 34 people. So my friend Shannon was like, are you going to play in the band? And I was like, I don't know how to play an instrument. She goes, it doesn't really matter. We just need people. And so I was like, well, what do you play? Now, my best friend was 6'3", guys. She was like a star basketball player. I said, what do you play? She said, I play trombone. I was like 4'10". I was like, yeah, okay, sounds good. I'll do what you're doing. Because I wanted to be able to sit next to her. There was only 3 people in the trombone section, Shannon, Bill Crutcher, and me. And I said, the first day I sat next to Bill, and I said, Bill, what are you playing? Because all I could hear was like, "Brr," and he goes, I just play letter F the whole time. I said, okay. So Shannon was the only one that could really play, but I did learn how to play tequila.
What's that?
Yeah, I learned how to play that. It's really fun on the trombone because you do this big slide, and then I could never reach the last position. You know,
Yeah.
seventh position, because I was too short. My arms didn't extend. Jenna, you wouldn't use a calculator for the year. I was in a band playing a trombone for a few months of my life. Very poorly, by the way. Very poorly playing the trombone.
I'm speechless.
I don't know.
Where are we?
Oh God, I don't know if anyone even is listening anymore. Well, listen, I'll tell you where we are. Chad Light has gotten level 3 security clearance. Don't get excited. It's level 3 out of 20. And they're getting ready for this big press conference. Meanwhile, Kevin, Oscar, and Angela are busy apologizing to customers, and it is not going well.
Well, because Angela refuses to say the words, I'm sorry. She will not apologize. She keeps saying things like, our official position is one of apology. Like, she's like, will not just say, we are so sorry.
I love it when, like, Kelly is just patiently trying to coach her to say, like, just to make conversation. And she's like, where are you from? Ohio? That's nice. She just does not want to be talking to these people.
No. And also, by the way, in the meantime, Creed has found out that Debbie Brown did not show up to work last week. And he spins a whole tale for Dwight. He says, well, now she told me that she had an emergency dentist appointment. And Dwight gives a look to camera, which I think is a little bit of a callback to his lie to Michael about his dentist appointment. Remember?
Yes.
Prentice the dentist.
Yes.
But then he says, well, then Debbie told the people at her work that she had the stomach flu. So she's clearly just making things up to avoid taking responsibility for this watermark. He's really laying it on thick.
Creed is vicious.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Allen arrives, and before we get into this really embarrassing press conference, why don't we take a break?
Yeah, we need a moment before we get to this.
We promise we're going to just talk about The Office for the rest of the show.
Why would you promise that when we know it's not true?
Oh,
We'll try.
we'll try.
All right, so we are back. We are laser focused. And we are in a press conference.
Oh, it is not going well.
No, Michael apologizes to Mrs. Allen and he offers her a giant certificate, which you know he loves. Remember in casino night, he was like, Toby, are we going to have one of those giant checks? He's so...
Yes. It's a novelty check is what he calls it. It's a novelty check. It's big, huge. It says 6 free months of paper or 25 reams, whichever comes first. And Mrs. Allen does not accept the apology. Mrs. Allen gives 0 Fs, as the kids say.
Oh, yeah, she literally says, I do not accept your apology. It's so good. Michael doesn't know what to do with it. And, you know, Chad is back there taking up all the notes on this press conference. He's ready to write his article.
Oh, his hand is flying across that notepad. He's jotting everything down. So this back and forth between Mrs. Allen and Michael, it just starts to escalate. And then he just asks her to leave, and she just storms out and says she's going to call the Better Business Bureau. And Michael's like, oh, yeah, well, I'm going to call the Ungrateful Biatch hotline.
It really did not go as planned. I mean, I don't think there's any other way to say it.
I don't know. It could have gone worse. I really don't.
Well, lady, Mrs. Allen, the woman who played Mrs. Allen so very well, was Lisa Darr. And she has done a ton of stuff like Curb Your Enthusiasm. She was a regular on Life as We Know It and Popular. She also had a recurring on Strong Medicine, which is the show that I had a one-day guest role on where my brain melted. But I found this very fascinating because I ended up doing a deep dive on her IMDb page. This is crazy. Are you ready?
Yes.
She appeared in 3 episodes of Murder, She Wrote, but each episode was in a different season and she played a different character. And then she was in 2 different seasons playing 2 different characters of CSI. So she is such a good actress that she can appear multiple times in the same television show playing a different character each time. I felt like that was very telling of her talent.
It is, but also would she change her look?
I don't know because I didn't do that deep of a dive. I didn't like YouTube all of her appearances, but I mean, I found that significant.
Yeah.
And unusual.
Yeah, unless I feel like that happened more back in the day, like on Bewitched. Weren't there 2 Darrens and like it was never explained or something?
Well, that's like a major character change. This is like a guest role, right? But they hired the same actress in 3 different guest roles.
They loved her.
Clearly. Well, I loved her. I thought she was great on our show.
She was so good, and she really just, I mean, pushed Michael over the edge.
Oh my gosh.
You know, Jen, I did say what could have made this press conference worse, and Dwight once again does not help. He says he thought both animals were smiling. There is a fantastic Dwight talking head where he talks about growing up on a farm, and he's seen a lot of animal action, and he says really matter-of-factly, whoever drew this got it exactly right.
Yeah, he tries to tell Mrs. Ellen that the cartoon did seem to depict a consensual sex act because they were smiling.
And then Dwight would know,
Right.
of his farm life.
Right.
Well, Michael is really upset. He starts to vent to Pam. I mean, the thing's got out of control. It's going to be a national story. She's like, Michael, this is the Scranton Times. And he's like, no, we need to do an apology video. Well, then Michael pulls out the video camera, and Jenna, the look on your face is Pam. It's so brilliant. It's so brilliant, Jenna. It said so much. History. How many videos has Pam had to film of Michael apologizing for things? I will tell you, in the deleted scenes, there's a runner of videos, and they're fantastic.
I was going to say that we shot a whole bunch of former apology videos and they didn't make it in the episode. I will tell you that shooting this scene with Steve and Rain and then also these old apology videos is some of the most fun I ever had on the show. It was so hard to get through these. It was so difficult.
I don't know how you did it. And everything about your expressions, Jenna, are perfection. You don't give away much, but it says so much about what Pam is thinking. I just thought you did a phenomenal job. And I loved these scenes. I love seeing the deleted ones. I want to see more. I could just see a clip show of all these videos that you guys had to do. And I love the small touches. I love the American flag behind him, clearly made out of 4 pieces of paper taped together.
Yep.
And I loved that from 15 minutes, 55 seconds to 16 minutes, 5 seconds. Dwight is just spraying Michael's hair.
Yeah.
11 seconds of silence, except for while he sprays the hair.
I couldn't get through that. I laughed so hard. I broke constantly. It was very, very difficult to get through that.
When you think about the real estate of a show, like every little moment counts. You're trying to just jam it with as much as possible. And I loved that our show would take these beats like this. 11 seconds, no one saying a word, just an aerosol can.
Longer than you have to stay on a bull.
That's true. Thank you for bringing my measurement of time back to bull riding.
Well, also, I don't know if you noticed in this scene, I kept my gaze on the camera. I never looked up to Steve. And I did this for 2 reasons. One, because it just felt like I'm in charge of operating the camera. And so I was going to make sure he stayed in frame. And that just seemed like sort of my job. But the other reason was because I could look at the little plastic corner and then I wouldn't have to actually see Steve, and it was easier for me not to laugh.
I wondered about that. I was like, A, it looks like you're really operating a video camera, but how lucky were you that you
Yes.
didn't have to make eye contact because you would have burst into laughter.
Also, when Rain drops one of the cue cards and it makes a thud on the ground, that made me laugh. It was like when I was rewatching the scene, I was breaking constantly. Those poor guys. I mean, they must have been like, Jenna, you need to leave the room.
Well, there's a deleted scene of, Michael does the first video and he's not happy with it, right? Well, in the deleted scenes, Jenna, there is his second take of the video. You guys shoot the first one.
Yeah, and he doesn't like it.
He doesn't like it. And there's a deleted scene, and Jenna, it made me laugh so hard. Michael goes on to say, I need this job. My mortgage is hundreds of dollars a month. With this job, I can barely cover that. I have a company car, but I still have to pay for the gas. Gas prices are high, and I have no savings whatsoever. Oh, Michael. What's kind of fun for those folks who like to catch things in the background, is that deleted scene dialogue is on the cue card in their second attempt. It's right there. You can zoom in and see it.
Yeah, a lot of people wrote in to ask how come what Michael is saying isn't what is printed on the cue cards when they go back and forth. It was just because we cut some stuff out. We trimmed out some stuff.
Yeah, he actually said everything that was on the cards. We just had to lose some of it for time.
Yeah. Well, over in accounting, we had someone write in. Megan Allman said, 17 minutes, 6 seconds, Kevin Sass.
Yeah, serious Kevin Sass. Like he's been holding it in for so long. He just couldn't wait. And now he's got something on her.
Yeah. Angela is critiquing Kevin's math skills, and he then gives some sass by insulting your customer relation skills.
Yeah, and then I call them apes, and then Oscar's like, apologize for that. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. You're both morons. And they're like, but you said sorry. It's like I'm sitting with my two junior high brothers.
Yeah.
That's what they're like. And I want you to know that Brian and Oscar improvise their sort of little high five at the end, and that they don't quite get it right. They were so tickled by that moment. They kept cracking up. Brian kept cracking up.
I love
And
that.
they did a few different tries at it, and it just was like their favorite thing.
Okay, well, I loved that moment. It made me laugh.
Me too.
Because why couldn't they have just high five? They were kind of doing like a coronavirus high five where you don't actually touch.
Well,
And they were trying to do like a fist bump in air, but they're right there. They could have easily touched one another, but that's what it made me think of.
I think they love the Jim Ham air high five. This is their dude version.
That's
Also,
very funny.
it would have meant that one of them would had to get up or lean over awkwardly, and so they were like, eh.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it was an optical illusion because it seemed like maybe they could have just made a connection.
It would have required one of them getting up, and
I
neither
see.
of them.
Okay,
Neither
well,
of
there
them
you
were
go.
up for it.
Well, maybe we should go back to the high school for a second because we forgot to mention that Andy and Jim do meet with the principal. And it doesn't really go well because Andy is so preoccupied by learning that his girlfriend is at the high school.
Yeah, I don't really know. Did they get this account back? We don't know. It just seems like Andy's about to have a breakdown, and Jim is just trying to get them out of there.
Well, the principal was played by Jim Jansen, who also played Reverend Skinner on Gilmore Girls. A little bit of trivia.
Ooh, that is good trivia.
I know. And yeah, we don't really find out how that went, but as they're driving home in the car, Andy is still clearly bummed out, and Jim wants to cheer him up.
I mean, Jim really, really goes for it here. He just starts going, away, 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 away.
Yeah.
And Andy's fighting it. He's fighting it, and he can't resist. He's like, he can't not jump in.
Do you remember that time on the show when we all sang that in the bullpen? Was that for an episode, or were we just doing that one day?
We just started doing it.
Yeah, because it is kind of infectious when someone starts it.
Yeah, we were just a little loopy.
I think so too. In the jungle, the quiet. Yeah. Oh, one last thing now before we end this episode and get to this amazing tag is Creed. Yeah. Creed got this woman fired, and he's going around the office collecting money for her. He's going to put it in a card. You know, why do bad things always happen to good people, he asks.
And then he tosses the card, he puts the money in his pocket. Creed is diabolical.
Yeah.
And we also find out that, in Pam's opinion, Michael made the best apology video ever.
Yeah.
That ended with an ultimatum. You have one day. What?
Yeah.
And where are these videos going to?
Oh, they go nowhere. I'm pretty convinced that Pam never sends them anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, now we have such a fun tag. And Rain had so much fun doing this.
Yes. Dwight arrives for work the next day dressed as Jim. But it backfires a little bit because everybody just compliments him on how great he looks. And he gets a little frustrated.
And he tries to do like the Jim look to camera.
Yes.
But it's like so awkward.
Yes. Well, I want to tell you that this was originally in the script as the alternate ending to the cold open. Dwight had a little talking head where he said, to defeat your enemy, you have to become your enemy. And then he showed up to work dressed as Jim, but in the editing process, we split it up, which I think was genius.
I love that. I love that we end with it.
I remember how much fun Rain had doing this scene, but I also remember him talking with Randall, the director, about how Dwight couldn't be as good of a mimic as Jim. So whereas Jim could come in and just do this spot-on impression, they sort of felt like Dwight's version of Jim had to be a little messier, but like, how do you thread that needle, right? Like, how do you do an impression, but it's Dwight doing the impression? Because Rain could do an amazing impression of Jim Halpert, but he had to do it as Dwight. So I remember them playing with that a lot on the set when they were shooting this.
Yeah, I feel like those moments would come up for us where it was like your character steps out of its comfort zone a little bit to do something, but you still have to do it as your character and through that filter.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It was fun for us to
Yeah.
watch those fellas do that. Well, you guys, that was Product Recall. Thanks for taking that journey with us. We got off topic a few times, but, you know, there's some real nuggets in this. Lord, bear me strength.
Oh, yes. And listen, identity theft is not a joke. Millions of families suffer every year.
All right, guys. See you next week.
We'll see you next week.
Someone fear me a snack. I'm hungry. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bubko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello!
Hi there!
Today is Women's Appreciation. Everyone start right now. Think of a woman you appreciate.
Appreciate that lady.
Appreciate her, maybe pause, give her a text message, but appreciate a woman. Because Michael is going to appreciate women today.
He knows the crap out of women. And he's going to appreciate them. And I'm excited. I loved this episode. I loved filming this episode. I wrote about it in my journal.
Oh, lady, I can't wait. This is season 3, episode 21, written by Gene Stupnitsky and Lee Eisenberg, directed by Tucker Gates.
let's get right to it.
After Phyllis is flashed in the parking lot, Michael decides to take the women to the mall to bond and unwind.
The workplace was too masculine. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, Michael.
Well, while at the mall, Michael reveals how distressing his relationship with Jan is.
Oh, distressing is a word.
Yeah, I had to come up with a word for the summary. I picked distressing. With the support of the women, he decides to break up with her. Meanwhile, Andy and Dwight try to hang up sketches of the flasher. They're trying to find this guy.
Right, the pervert. Yeah.
Yep. The sketch was drawn by Pam, and it heavily resembles Dwight.
It's exactly Dwight. It's Dwight with the mustache.
And no glasses.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, Kevin and the rest of the men in the office enjoy hanging out in the ladies' bathroom.
Yeah.
That is a crazy episode description.
And that really is just barely touching the surface.
It really is. It
I
really
mean,
is.
Meredith's van isn't in that summary, and that's that Meredith's van could be a whole episode itself.
Oh, I wish we'd done an episode called Meredith's Van. Wouldn't you like to see that?
Yeah, exactly.
Or that's a spin-off right there. Meredith's Van.
Just Meredith living out of her van.
Yeah.
What are your fast facts, lady?
Well, Ange, my first fast fact is about you.
What is it?
Is it true that you once had a flasher at one of your jobs?
Okay, this is true. And I told this story in the writer's room. So I was talking to Greg on set one day about just different things that happened when I worked at 1-800-DENTIST as an operator. And he was like, oh, you got to go up to the writer's room. You got to tell everybody these stories. So I did. And I'm not sure that this episode is 100% from the story, but I like to think it was a little bit inspired. So I was working at 1-800-DENTIST in my early 20s, which was just yesterday, Jenna, really, right?
Yeah, it really was.
Just yesterday.
Yeah.
And we had a man, he went into the women's restroom, kind of hid out in the women's restroom, and then when women would go in there, he would flash them. And
Who was he?
we don't know. He was like some guy from the street. He was like, went in the women's
But I
restroom.
don't. Okay, wait. Wait. How did he? Where were your? Did 1-800-DENTIST not have their own dedicated bathroom? Was it like a whole building
It was a
bathroom?
whole building. Yes, it was a whole building and several businesses. You know, the bathrooms are in the hallway. You know what I
Shared
mean?
bathroom. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like when I go to a doctor's office.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, this guy, he came in off the street and he flashed one of the ladies when she went into the bathroom, and she came running out and came in the office and was like, I just got flashed. And oh my gosh, 1-800-DENTIST obviously took this very seriously, and they implemented a whole new security system for our office. Okay, we are talking to people about their teeth. That's all we are doing. We're talking to people about their teeth, but guess what our security system was? Guess what the upgrade was?
What?
They scanned all of our fingerprints. And when we got to work, there was a scanner that you put your hand on that opened up to our hallway.
Oh.
I put my hand there and it would go blink, blink. Angela Kinsey admitted.
Wow.
Yeah.
All because of the flasher.
Yeah. But anyway, I told the writers that we had a flasher at work and it caused all this big hullabaloo. And you know, I just like to think that went on a note card on the wall somewhere.
I want to give you credit for that.
Oh, well, thanks.
I like it. All right. Well, are you ready for fast fact number 2?
Yeah.
Fast fact number 2. This episode originally aired in May of 2007, and it is a supersized episode.
Yes.
However, when it reran in August, they cut it down.
I know. They trimmed out a bunch of stuff. Why was that?
The reason this was originally a supersized episode is because this was our 50th episode of The Office.
Oh, wow. So it was like a little celebration.
But you know, then when shows rerun, they have to be regular size.
Oh, I see.
Well, to celebrate our 50th anniversary, we invited 2 super fan office bloggers to the set for a full day of filming so they could have a sneak peek. And do you remember who they were?
Was it definitely Jenny Tan from Office Tally?
Yes, and Kath Scary from Give Me My Remote.
Oh, nice. Oh, they were so supportive of the show. I feel like they really were some of the first people organizing an online fan site where fans could go and share.
Yeah, and the writers would read their sites and gather feedback. Like they were a big part of formulating the show.
I still go to officetally.com, Jenna. Like when I'm looking up quotes when we're doing our podcast document and I'm like, oh, I want to get that exactly right. I will go to Office Tally because they usually have quotes up there.
Yeah. Well, I went and looked at both of their blogs that they did after visiting the set, and I'm going to sprinkle in some of their observations as we go along in this episode.
Oh, that's so fun. This is like a little time capsule.
Yes, it was so cool. And by the way, okay, wait, here's one of the things that Jenny Tan wrote about her visit. This was just sort of an overview, okay? She wrote, everybody works together really well. The actors are just incredible and they are so well prepared, knew their lines, and I didn't hear any of them once ask for a line.
That's true though. That's true. We were pros. We came up ready to play. But you know what? Steve set the bar for that. We've said that many times.
She also probably couldn't see that we had our scripts hidden in our desks and we would sometimes have to sneak a look.
Oh,
We had
yes.
to sneak a look between takes.
We did do that. We did sort of like just look over them really quickly. But that's all right.
That's all right. We were never like, line, can I get my line? What's my line?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And then, Angela, another thing I thought was really interesting, she noted that you had a 4:30 a.m. call time that day.
Those first few seasons, I was almost always at 4:30 because we didn't have, the budget that we then ultimately gained, and we hired more hair and makeup people. So they would stack us super early in the morning. Kate Flannery and I always were there at 4:30.
I remember that. And then this also I thought was kind of funny. She wrote this. Jenna mentioned more than once on her MySpace blog that she sometimes wears sweatpants and her Uggs when she knows she's only being shot from the waist up, and it's true. She confirmed
Yes,
that I only got half dressed.
our set was so cold.
I know. So anyway, I am really excited because I'm going to sprinkle some of their observations in throughout the episode.
All right. So what's fast fact number 3?
Fast fact number 3 is a location breakdown based on this fan question from Deba Crane, Sophia Behenna, Cassandra Irachetta, Mary Ruff, and Jocelyn Isaguirre. They all asked, did you film in a real mall? Where was it? Did you have to close it down, or did you film with real patrons? Now, Ange, I usually go to Kentopedia.
But you didn't need to this time, lady. You
I
didn't
sure did
need
not.
to because this was our mall.
This was our mall, you guys. Literally, this is the mall in our neighborhood where we lived. Angela and I have been to this mall in real life 90 gazillion times.
Many, many times together, separately. Sometimes we'd have a BFF date.
Yes, this was Fashion Square Mall in Studio City. It was like 3 miles from my house.
Oh yeah, we went all the time. We knew the layout. We knew when they said, "Okay, ladies, we're going to start the morning in the food court." You and I were like, "I wonder where they're going to seat us. Maybe over by Panda Express, or are they going to put us over in the corner?" I bet they put us in the corner.
Yeah,
We knew the layout.
we knew the layout, of course. And guys, we did not close down the whole mall for filming.
No, people were there. We started crazy early though.
In the food court, and we started upstairs. There was like an upper level of the food court, and we had that whole upper level to ourselves, and it didn't open until like 11 a.m., but we had to be done so they could open the food court on time. I remember that.
Yeah, I wrote that we were seated in the food court filming at 7 a.m.
Yeah. Yes, and all the people in that food court were hired background performers. But later, when we went into the mall, all the people sort of passing behind us, like behind your talking head, behind Steve's talking head, those were just people in the mall.
Yeah, they couldn't close that main part of the mall, right? So we were just navigating around them, and we were filming. And this is a thing I wrote in my journal, Jenna, is that we really realized what a big star Steve was. Like we knew he had become a big star. You know, he had these movies coming out and they were big hits. But being at that shopping mall to him, we really got a window into what his life was like now because no one yelled our names. No one, Jenna, no, people were walking right past us. But they would see Steve and they would start to yell at him, Steve, Steve. I wrote that someone yelled, I love lamp.
Oh yeah, that line from Anchorman.
Yes. And we were like, oh my God, Steve, that guy's yelling at you about the lamp. And he goes, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I do remember though that they shut down the Victoria's Secret for us. We had the whole store.
Yeah, we felt very fancy about that. That was very exciting to have a whole store to yourself. That was so cool.
And then we also had one level of the parking garage, and they put all our trailers there. We ate lunch there. They set up the catering, and then we also were able to bring in our own cars to do that scene with Meredith.
Yeah.
Parking.
Yeah, but we really just spent the whole day at the mall. We really did.
We really did. And lady, by the way, I'm gonna point it out, but there oftentimes you can see you and I walking in the background together.
Yeah.
Of different shots, and our characters should not be walking together
No,
in the background shopping.
No, we were just hanging out. We were probably saying this. Listen, we should come back tomorrow because did you see the sale?
We were 100% doing that. We were Kelly at the mall.
Yeah. If we have a break, maybe we can sneak in there.
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like we did some shopping that day.
I was gonna say, I
feel
swear
like
I
we did.
came home with something from Macy's.
I know. I'm pretty sure.
All right, well, ladies, should we take a break and then we come back? We will really, really break down this episode.
I might have tracked something. We might need to discuss it.
That is the best news I've heard all day. I can't
Well,
wait to track something
You might
with
change your mind.
Oh no! All right, we'll be back. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and the
Yes.
thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
And we are back. We start with a cold open. Jenna, that was originally written for the business school episode.
What?
Yes, the cold open where Jim comes in and he's tardy and Dwight is going to write him up. That was originally for the business school episode. And the Dwight and Jim dressing like each other was supposed to be for this episode. But they switched them for time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they would do these cold opens and they were meant to be standalone. They were meant to be their own encapsulated joke that really didn't interfere with the main plot of an episode. So I guess they were kind of interchangeable in a way. Now, sometimes the cold open did affect the plot, but you know, two standalone cold opens, I guess you can put them wherever you want.
And I feel like the tag in this episode is plot related, so I think it was for the best.
Yes,
So-
I agree.
All right, so Jenna, here's the thing. Do you know that if you're tardy, you will get 3 demerits?
Yeah,
And then you'll receive a citation?
yeah,
Yeah, and then 5 citations, and you're going to get a violation?
which is bad because tell us what happens after that.
4 violations, and you're going to get a verbal warning.
Oh no.
Yeah, keep it up, you're going to get a written warning.
Yeah.
2 written warnings, and you're going to be in a world of hurt in the form of a disciplinary review.
And that disciplinary review is going to be written by Dwight and placed on the desk of his immediate superior, who, by the way, is Jim.
Who is tardy?
Right.
It's going to take a week worth of like paperwork. I mean, this just made me laugh so hard. I just feel like I know these people. I feel like I know a Dwight. I feel like I worked with a Dwight. Like someone who has such a small amount of control and takes it so seriously. It's just so ridiculously perfect.
I love it. This episode opens with Phyllis arriving to work, and she is clearly upset. And by the way, I really like how all of us are genuinely kind to Phyllis and concerned for her.
Yeah. Yeah, she's shooken up and we're worried about her. And Jenna, before we get into the scene, I have to share something with you that has become part of our family. It's like a family story. You know those stories in your family that you retell over and over? You know? Well, this episode inspired one of those family stories for me that we get together and retell at family reunions and everyone just cracks up.
What is it?
All right, Jenna, you know my grandmother, Lena Mae Kinsey. She was very, very proper, classy Southern lady.
Yes.
And, you know, she was not a fan of The Office. She thought that Michael Scott was vulgar, and she would say to me, Angela, we are so proud of you, but I don't care for it and I do not watch it. But we are so proud of you. I remember. So my parents were really getting into the show, and they were like, Lena Mae, you got to give it another shot. We gave it another shot, and now we like it. You got to watch this week's episode.
Oh no.
I call home. I'm like, hey, Mom. Are you going to watch this week? We are, and we told your grandmother to watch. We got it on right now. I said, oh, no, Mom, not this week. Not this week for grandmother. Oh, no. She was like, why not? And I said, because Phyllis gets flashed, and it's all we talk about.
What did your grandma say when she watched this
Well,
episode? She never watched another episode, did she?
I called home the next day, and I said, hey, Mom, did you talk to grandmother? Did she watch it? She said, I did, and this is what she said. And I wrote it down, and I have it in my journal. This is what my grandmother said. I watched it right up until they started talking about penises, and then I turned it off.
That was probably good she turned it off because, I mean, we didn't want her to be subjected to that scene in the mall when Michael describes his sex life with Jan.
Oh my God, when he's like, what is a pap smear? I'm glad my grandmother didn't make it that far. Do you want to know when she turned it off?
Yes.
4 minutes, 25 seconds is the first time we say the word penis. Click. Bye-bye.
She checked out. She was done.
And I mean, up until that point, you know, we're talking about how Phyllis has been flashed and where he put it on the map. Oh my God, Jenna, do you remember that Phyllis could not get through that? Do you remember that? No. Which part? She broke every time she said he had it out on the map. She could not get through it.
This
She
reply
was
was
laughing
incredible.
so hard.
Kogi cream pies is how
Well,
I can
I
see
remember it was very difficult to get through Creed saying, what's the big deal? He's hanging brain. That phrase, hanging brain.
It's so
is really tough.
gross. It's so gross.
But then Michael comes in and he finds out what happens, and he is like completely not sympathetic at all. And Phyllis isn't even there anymore. Phyllis has gone off with Bob Vance. He's taking her for a walk to calm her down. But Michael comes in and he is just making a joke of it. And he puts his finger in his pants, through the zipper of his pants, to look like a penis. And I remember we all thought, there's no way this is making this on TV.
Well, Jenna, I was super curious about how we were able to get this on the air. So I went to the DVD commentary to see if they said anything. And they did say there was one specific thing we had to do by standards and practices rules.
Oh, really? This went all the way to standards and practices.
Should we tell them what standards and practices is?
Yeah, well, there's certain rules about what you can and cannot broadcast on network television.
Well, according to the DVD commentary, this was the one thing we had to do by standards and practices. before Michael turns around with his finger in the fly of his pants,
Yeah.
camera has to see him fully extend his hand outside of his pants and then watch his hand go in his pants through his fly. So you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that is Michael's hand. You'll see Michael turns around and you have a close up of his hand and he's kind of fidgeting so that we all know it's his hand. And that was because standards and practices said that's the only way we'll let the scene play. Wow. I know. I still can't believe that we got away with it. And then what I really can't believe is that when Toby walks in, the finger goes down.
Yes. Well, fan catch from Brianne, Catherine, Julie, Elizabeth, and Christina. Everyone noticed that in the background of this exchange between Michael and Toby, it's sort of near the end after Toby's walked away and Michael is apologizing. John Krasinski is visibly red in the face and laughing into his hand.
He is flat out breaking. And not only that, I love this fan catch because I wrote a time code down between 4 minutes and 36 seconds and 4 minutes 40 seconds. I see John, not Jim, look right to Randall, our camera operator.
Yes, I thought the same thing. I thought that is not Jim glancing to camera. That is John glancing at Randall.
Yes, because it's just above camera. You know, it's not right down the barrel, which is where he would normally glance. He's looking at Randall, trying not to break. And Randall was probably breaking too, but they're having a moment. And the line that really made him go is when Michael says, as that was coming out of my mouth, I knew that it was wrong.
Well, now Michael has a talking head where he explains that in all of the excitement, he forgot that his primary concern is keeping the people in his office safe and that women just can't have fun if they don't feel safe. And he knows this because, you know, he and Jan have a safe word, which is foliage.
What is happening in that bedroom?
I don't know.
What is happening that he has a safe word that she doesn't pay attention to? What is happening? I don't know. Oh, Lord. And then Jan's phone call. She wants his body. She's going to leave him $200, $300. She'll get more vodka. Hunter, are you on the call? Everything about this is horrifying.
Lady, I have to say that thing of Hunter, are you on the call? That has happened to me in business calls where I'll be talking to my agent or to my manager and I'm having what I think is a private, candid conversation. And all of a sudden, 20 minutes in, they'll ask their assistant, did you get that? Can you go ahead and set that meeting? And the assistant's like, no problem. I'll put it in the calendar. And I'm like, wait, what?
How long did
What is that a thing? Your assistant just listens to our phone calls? That's a thing?
Man, oh man, I couldn't be an assistant. I couldn't handle that information. It would be so hard for me not to interject. If I had to listen in and my boss was having a conversation with someone and it got sort of personal or heated, it'd be so hard for me, to not be we might try. Just take a minute, take a breath before you don't say something you're going to regret. They'd be like, who is that? Well, we have a nice call back at 5 minutes, 47 seconds.
Yes, we had some fans catch this as well, Angela. Dwight is down in the parking lot and he is stabbing the shrubbery with that pointed, carved out broom handle that he made for business school when he was worried that Jim was becoming a vampire.
Yeah, he kept it. Of course he kept it. He probably duct taped it under his desk.
Well, that was caught also by Renee Brown, Ann Stevens, Bethany A., Phoebe Tomac, and Jacob Hirsch, among others.
All right. So, Jenna, now it's 6 minutes, 29 seconds. Michael and Dwight have decided they are going to form a new anti-flashing task force. They come out and announce this, and I want you to know, Rainn Wilson broke so hard throughout this scene. Jenna, I think we did 15 or 16 takes.
Do you remember what line he could not get through? Because I will never forget it.
I'll never forget it. And it's on the bloopers. Oh, it's so good. Say it, Jenna.
So he says that we should install floodlights in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And then
And
he says,
I know
what you're thinking. Won't that just shed more light on the penises? We could not get through that line. When I was rewatching and I heard him say it again,
Yeah.
I was like, that line is so genius and absurd.
I know. Sorry, it just cracks me up. And all of it was so perfect. And then him having to say, Pam, you're getting drunk. It was phallus. You're like, phallus? Phallus. Sorry, I just have penises on the brain. And then Jim's looked at camera. This whole moment is just so beautifully written and performed.
Yes. And the other thing that led to the absurdity of it is that you're expecting Dwight to have horrible ideas, but his ideas start off really good.
Smart.
This idea of floodlights, this idea of extra security cameras, and I remember being directed to give a look to Phyllis, like reassuring, like, hey, they're not going to totally mess this up. And then it just gets weird and so funny.
Yeah. He starts out so well.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, so Pam is going to meet up with Phyllis and she's going to make a sketch. Except that Phyllis can't really remember any details and Pam's like, it's fine. I just don't feel like answering the phone. Yeah. But then Karen enters and now we get Dwight's weird list of ideas. So like what he was announcing originally is what the business park was planning to do to help the situation. And now we're getting Dwight's mandate.
Yeah, Dwight's mandate is basically lock up the women.
And get rid of all the bananas.
Yeah.
What is happening? Yes. He starts saying that, like, the women have to dress a certain way. They have to wear sleeves down to their wrists, muted colors. And Pam is like, no one dresses like that. And then the camera swings over to Angela, which is a very funny moment. That was in the script.
I remember this was one of those moments, Jenna, that it looked simple, but it was very choreographed because the B camera had to find me and zoom in, right? And it's a very quick whip over, and it had to, be in focus. So that's a really tiny moment, but it was very thought out, exactly where I would stand, and it was all timed off of your line. And I want you to know, since we're talking about what I have on, that at 8 minutes 28 seconds is when you see my outfit, that our wardrobe designer, Carrie Bennett, and I had so much fun. We were giddy. When she got the script and it said I would be wearing this like cat sweater and this outfit, we just couldn't wait. And I tried on all these different sweaters. This is the one we picked. And you can't really tell, but each of the cat is very different and distinct. And one of the cats on the sweater had a beaded purse that it was carrying. Wow. One of the other cats had like earmuffs, but the earmuffs were like poofy, Wow. Yeah. I wish I still had that sweater.
I talked to Carrie about where did she shop for you? Where did she find this stuff? And you know what she told me?
What?
She said that a lot of your sweaters and your floofy blouses were vintage.
That's true. That is true.
And there was no double for them. There was just one.
Yeah.
And it would make her a little nervous because if you spilled coffee on it or something, she was going to be in trouble. But that was how she found these weird little items. And also she said vintage clothing usually runs smaller. And so it was fewer alterations for her, actually.
Yes, that is true. And she would let me know when whatever sweater or blouse I had didn't have a double. And I always made sure, Jenna, to change at lunch. I never ate in my clothes because we often didn't have a match for it.
I remember that. I also remember you sometimes, Angela, if we were rushing, you would do this really elaborate, like, napkin bib thing on the front of you.
I would
You
take
were so worried.
sometimes we were rushing for whatever reason and I didn't have time to run to my trailer and change. I would get like 8 napkins and tuck them around my collar all the way to my armpit.
Yeah.
I looked insane. So now the women in the office, they're really upset with Dwight, right? These rules are ridiculous. And Michael comes out, he's upset with Dwight. He's like, you know what? Women's appreciating meeting in the conference room. He's qualified to appreciate women.
Because he came from a woman.
Yeah.
He has slept with more than one woman.
Less than 3.
Well, that's not accurate information.
Yeah.
He says.
Yeah.
But also, he just knows the crap out of women, Angela.
I know.
What women need is RESPCT. That's what they need.
Phyllis's face when he says that is so amazing. She gets this little look that washes over her face like, huh?
Fan question from Taylor Seagraves and Jenna Aldridge. When Michael spells out respect, was that improv or scripted? It was scripted that he spelled it out correctly, and then every take he would do it differently. We couldn't get through it. This was another moment.
That's what Steve would do, though. You know, he was like the comedy assassin. He would like take it as it was written, and then he would play around with it. You could never know what he was going to do, and it made it so hard to keep a straight face.
Yes. Also during this scene, Angela, Dwight is eating a banana.
Yeah.
And this is one of the ones he's taken from the kitchen. Kath from GiveMeMyRemote.com noted in her blog that Rain had to eat a new banana every time we started over a new take, and we did a lot of takes of this scene. She asked Rain on set that day how it was to eat all the bananas, and he said it was making him sick and he may never eat another banana again.
It turned on him. That would happen.
Yeah, and he made a big choice early on, which was to devour the banana, which was a very, very funny choice, and he had to repeat it then.
But that is how he made Dwight eat. Rain, you did this to yourself. Let's not forget the pancakes, and then we have a candy bar coming up. Dwight does nothing half-assed. If he's gonna eat something, he eats it.
Yeah. That's true.
Sorry, I'm yelling at you.
I like it. Bring it on.
I'm getting very worked up by how Dwight eats.
Well, now the meeting is underway in the conference room. Michael is perched on his chair like a bird.
9 minutes, 36 seconds. How does Steve sit like this?
I don't know.
How does he do it? He just finds the most awkward ways to sit and stand, and it's so funny.
Well, he apologizes for all of the men who didn't take this seriously. Creed still doesn't understand what the big deal is. But Michael explains no one likes being flashed. It's not just women. When Meredith flashed him during the Christmas party, he was sick. He hated it. But listen, he also wants us to know that a penis in the right context is the most wonderful sight for a woman. But in the wrong context, it's like a monster movie.
I have a question for you. When Dwight goes, alien, blah, and Michael's like, shut it, shut up. Was that improvised?
Oh my God, I don't know. Do you want me to look it up?
I do, because I remember Rain as Dwight messing around, and I just didn't know if that was him being an idiot, and it got to stay in.
Well, let me see. How should I find this in this document? I'm thinking I should put in the word penis
Oh, God.
and see. Oh, there's so many. So many. Oh boy. Okay.
Snacks.
Your grandma would not have liked this word search right now.
No.
Oh, all right. Okay, I found it. So after Michael said that, Dwight was supposed to say Freddy Krueger.
Okay, I remember this. I remember that Rain kept doing these alts that he was kind of making up in the moment. And that alien one was not one that was scripted. I was pretty sure, but I wanted to
Yep.
see.
You were right.
This is a random tangent.
Okay.
Have you ever been flashed?
Well, I've spent a lot of time in New York City, and I've seen a lot of penises on the street, and on the subway,
Oh, my Lord.
but I've never been directly flashed. What about you?
Oh, I mean, listen, women out there listening, they're just creepers. And I have been flashed. One, I was waiting for the tube in London. I was in college, and doing a semester abroad. And my friend and I were standing there, and this old man, I'm talking in his 70s. It was like if you saw it in a movie, you'd be like, oh, it's too on the nose. He literally had on a khaki trench coat. He was 70.
Oh,
And he opened up his trench coat and was totally naked and wiggled around his old man penis. And we were like, oh my God! It was so crazy to me because it looked like something out of a cartoon. I was like, this can't be real. Old dude, khaki coat, flasher in a subway? Come on.
you know, flashing is considered a sexual assault, and statistically, many young and underage women, that is their sort of first experience with sexual assault is flashing, is men flashing their penises. And it's horrible. It's freaking horrible.
I was young, so I just went, ah. And then years later, I was flashed and I literally yelled, knock it off.
But why do we have to deal with that?
I don't know.
Why do women have to deal with that? Like, I don't have enough to do in my day. I also have to tell you not to flash me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm busy.
Penis out of my face.
I'm busy. I don't have time for that shit.
I don't have time for your old man penis.
No, I don't. For reals. You know what I mean?
My grandmother would have turned us off, Jenna.
This podcast. I feel like your grandma would be on my side on this one.
Oh, for sure.
I'd like your grandma and I to go around and talk to some flashers.
So she would let them have it.
Well, let's see.
Sorry, I got us off on a tangent, but I was just like, hey, I've been flashed. I wonder if Jenna has. Most women
have been flashed.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And you know what, by the way, I just want to say the unsolicited dick pic text is the modern day flashing.
Oh,
Guys,
yes.
if a woman doesn't ask to see your dick, don't send a pic.
Yeah.
It's not difficult.
Yeah.
Truly.
Truly.
It's like, why does it need to be said? Oh my God, you got me all amped up.
I'm sorry. I just am realizing I've never gotten a dick pic.
I've never gotten a dick pic either.
We're old. We're old, but
We've been flashed.
we've been flashed, but young ladies get dick pics. Okay. Where were we?
Where we are is that Michael's angry at society. He says that the problem is that the media portrays women as being skinny, tall goddesses, which if you look around the office, they clearly are not in real life.
Yeah.
You know, even the prettiest ones are, what does he say?
Not that thin or something.
Yeah.
Jenna, were you just like, hey, what the heck?
No, people ask us that all the time if we were personally offended by jokes at our expense. And no, I don't know. Is it just because in comedy you're so often asked to be self-deprecating, or you just have a good sense of humor? I don't know. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, I mean, same with me. I'm always like some size joke, you know?
And it also just never really felt personal. I don't know.
It didn't.
The joke is that he's saying something he shouldn't say, right?
Yeah.
Well, Karen tells Michael he's being misogynistic, and Michael is like, thank you. Thank you. Yes. And she's like, no, I'm saying you're being sexist. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm being misogynistic.
And she's like, oh my God. And then the women just start to really call him out. Phyllis is like, Michael, when I got my hair cut short, you said I look like a lesbian. And Angela's like, yeah, and you always think we're on our periods if we get upset.
But that's because he needs to know if he should take you seriously or not.
No, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues.
Well, Karen and Angela want to get back to work, but Michael says he knows what the problem is. The problem is they're in too masculine of an environment to really bond and heal. He needs to take them to the mall.
Yeah, he needs to take the women to a place where they can heal, and that's a shopping mall.
Yes.
We see a series of talking heads. Karen, she still thinks all of this idea of going to the mall is insulting, but she had some items to return. I have a talking head that I say that malls are just awful and humiliating, They're just store after store of these horrible salespeople making a big fuss out of an adult shopping in a junior section. And I improvised the last line of this talking head. You did? I did. I said, there are petite adults who are sort of smaller who need to
Dude,
wear
someone's knocking.
maybe a kid size tip.
Real thing. And as the holidays approach, I am concerned because I am already tipping the scales into my holiday clothes. What is going to happen after the holidays?
I am in what I used to call my baggy jeans, and they're like so tight. Like I had to suck in to button them.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
What are we going to do when the pies and Christmas cookies start?
Thanksgiving is going to push me over.
I don't know what is going to happen.
Okay, so Pam has now finished her sketch of the flasher and hands it over to Dwight.
Yes. And he is thrilled. She's like, listen, Phyllis got a good look. This is accurate. Dwight starts making copies of this flyer, which reads, this man is a pervert. And the picture is very clearly Dwight with no glasses and a mustache.
Lady, I saved one of these flyers from that week, and I have it. I have the original, one of the original ones that Rain is holding up as Dwight, and I love it. It makes me laugh. I have it in my scrapbook bin. Speaking of, I've started scrapbooking.
I saw on your Instagram stories.
Yes.
You put your kids to work on that.
They were very excited. They loved it. Made me
I
happy.
think it's a great idea. Well, listen, if you look on this poster, there is a phone number, a 1-800 number for the Anti-Flashing Task Force. This was a real phone number.
Yes.
And after the episode, you could call it and you would get a message from Dwight. And I have what the message said.
I love this. Read it, Jenna.
You have reached Dwight K. Schrute, commander of the Lackawanna County Anti-Flashing Task Force and regional manager of Dunder Mifflin. If you have information leading to the capture and or castration of this pervert, press 1. If this is the flasher, let's talk. You need a friend right now and I can help you. Just tell me where you want to meet and I promise to help you with whatever it is you need. Thank you and have a nice day. Oh, and if you are inquiring about any of our paper products and would like a catalog, please press 2. Finally, if anyone, not the flasher, is interested in a kick-ass 1985 maroon Firebird, I could be persuaded to sell mine. Please press 1 for that too.
And people called it. A lot of people called that number. Here's an interesting trivia tidbit. That is the same phone number as Vance Refrigeration.
Oh, yes. Yes, when we've seen the Vance Refrigeration phone number.
Yep.
Well, listen, lady, before we head out to the mall, maybe we should take a break.
Let's take a break because then we're getting into Meredith's van and we're gonna need to talk about it. Yeah. Okay, we are back and all the ladies are off to the mall with Michael in Meredith's really fantastic van.
Yeah, she's driving, but also eating potato chips and littering.
I do want you all to know that we had a van following behind us, and their job was to pick up the bag. It would go out the car, and they had to pick up the bag. So we, in fact, did not litter.
That is incredible. Yeah. We had a fan question about the van from Nikki Lawrence. How did they decide the order in which you all sat in Meredith's van? Was it planned out, or did you just sit wherever? Well, I know that I sat in the front seat because I get car sick, and I know that they planned it that way, but I went to the script, and here is what it said about the van.
Okay.
It said, The van is strewn with takeout containers, and the dashboard is lit with every warning light imaginable. Michael sits in the middle seat of the middle row between Kelly and Phyllis. Karen and Angela are in the back row. Michael watches the girls talk as if he's Jane Goodall observing apes. That was the script direction for our van placement, so it was planned. But lady, when I read this, you can't see it in the episode, but do you remember how filthy the inside of that van was?
Jenna, it was so crazy. The props department went all out. You could not see the floorboard. That's how much stuff they threw into that van. It literally looked like someone had lived in there for years. There were takeout containers. There were like food items that had been half-eaten or made to look half-eaten. Sitting next to me in the seat was a half-eaten chocolate chip cookie. on the seat next to me. And when we would get in, we would step and like kind of turn our ankles on all these weird things. Pieces of clothing, like a broken like old phone, like just everything you could imagine. It looked like someone dumped a trash can in the floorboard.
Well, another thing they did, and I don't know if you remember this, Ange, but as a joke, they thought it would be really funny if they put all of these air fresheners in the front of her car. So like Meredith wouldn't clean out her car, she would just add another air freshener, and they were dangling from the rear view mirror. They were all over the dashboard.
Yes, they were all over the front of the car.
Just the front, where Kate and I were sitting, and the fumes from these air fresheners were making us sick.
You were getting a headache, and you kept being like, gosh, guys, I keep getting a headache, while we were filming in the van. I was in the way back with half-eaten food. I couldn't smell the air fresheners. I remember there was all of a sudden this moment where you and Kate were like, oh my God, it's these air fresheners. There's like 15 of them.
And here's the thing, you couldn't even see them. So they were like, oh, we don't even see those in the shot. We can just take those out. So they took them out, and then we were fine.
It's too bad you couldn't see the hard work that the crew did to make that van look so junky inside.
Yeah, it was a work of art.
Jenna, there's one thing in the DVD commentary about the scene where Meredith is eating the potato chips. Like, she just dumps them on her face from the bag and throws the bag out. In the DVD commentary, you said you kept laughing and laughing and laughing. You couldn't keep a straight face. And they actually used a different reaction shot of you from a different moment in the van because they never got a clean one of you.
I was probably jealous too because I really like those sour cream and onion chips.
You do love sour cream and onion. You and my daughter, Isabel, loves them.
I do too. I can't keep them in the house. It'll just be cheddar bunnies all over again.
Oh no.
Quarantine 15.
I know.
So now we're back at Dunder Mifflin, and this is such a quirky little storyline where Kevin comes up to Jim and says, would you like to join me in the women's bathroom?
I thought this was so funny because I just so believe this curiosity of like, what's it like on the other side over there? You know, I mean, I've been in a men's room and like, it's disgusting.
Disgusting.
So gross. Like I've been like somewhere like a Starbucks like a year ago or so, and there's a line for the women's room, and like my daughter really, really had to go, and there was no one in the men's room. So I was like, listen, we'll just go quickly. And you go in the men's room and it's like, ugh, what is going on in there?
Another thing I'd like to say is that, there are a lot of fathers with daughters, and they are actively parenting their children, and they go places and their kids need to use the bathroom. And by the way, their little boys need to sit down too. Can we keep our bathrooms clean, guys? Can we keep them a little cleaner so that dads can take their kids to the bathroom and it's not totally disgusting?
Jenna is just asking two things, guys. No dick pics.
Unsolicited.
Unless
if a lady asks for your dick pic, send
fire away.
Go for it.
Fire away. Fire away. I don't know why that's making me laugh. But yeah, and keep your toilets tidy. So yes, Kevin is curious. He wants to go in the women's room, and he goes in. He's like, oh my God, you got to see this. There's like a sofa There's potpourri, there's candles, there's like a nice lamp, you know, magazines.
Do you blame us? This is our only sanctuary away from Michael. We've had to do this in this office. It's the one place he cannot come speak to us. So we've created, I believe, a sanctuary.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I have to tell you, this bathroom, the women's bathroom set, this is a non-working bathroom. None of the sinks and toilets actually worked when we weren't using them.
I was always bummed about that, by the way.
Because they were so conveniently located to our set, but they weren't real.
The actual bathrooms were much further away, and I always wished our fake toilets and sinks worked.
You know, they used to put signs on the toilets warning visitors that they were fake and not hooked up to any plumbing.
Yes, and I feel like those signs were made because someone didn't know. They had to deal with that moment.
They did.
Ugh, yuck.
That's true. A visitor used our fake toilet.
Can you imagine if you're a big fan of The Office and you get to come to set and get a tour and you're just giddy, you're so happy to see all these characters that you love, and you're the visitor that took a dump in the fake toilet on set. Who is that person? That person knows who they are. And that's why we had to make signs and tape up the toilets. Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, also, I want to say that the bathroom didn't look like this before this episode. We had to build this little set.
They did. I mean, pretty much these fake bathrooms were really small, and when they weren't being used, they were storage. They were like closets.
Yeah, the crew would keep like their stands and lights and things behind those bathroom doors.
Yeah.
Well, this scene that they have in the bathroom, they're kind of just chit-chatting, and Jim says that he's going out to dinner for his 6-month anniversary with Karen. And I have a question. Do we celebrate our 6-month anniversary of dating? Are we doing that?
I think you do if things aren't going well.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
You mark the occasion of your 6-month dating anniversary when you need something to celebrate because it's been difficult.
Yeah, because you're like, we made it 6 months, and this will mean a lot. And it's also awkward. You send Karen this email and Jim's like, yes, she read it to me. So cringy and just so well done. But I couldn't help but watch BJ playing with that potpourri. I agree. Back in the mall, Meredith is parked on the van, and she is. She's just crashing.
DeSantis and Haley were debating on CNN. Trump was on Fox, their town hall meeting after the
No, we all did, but still, they were going to see if they could cheat it, where it looked really tight, but you can't cheat that shot.
And just put in like a sound effect or something.
Yes, they were going to put in a sound effect and see if maybe we could just cheat, but you couldn't. You could see it too clearly, so they just let Kate actually do that. Kate Flannery, there was no stunt driver, wedged that van and scraped up that car.
And then we had to pay for the damages. Yeah, but it was our car. It was like a picture car.
Yeah, it's our sort of prop car. Well, when we get into the mall,
We're up in the food court. And you remember, lady, it was like 7 a.m.
yeah,
And it was so early. And I just watched this scene. You talk about Ryan playing with the potpourri, and I was just watching this being so impressed that Rashida committed to eating those chips at 7 a.m. You go.
I remember really wishing we had soda. Like, I was like, oh, I'd give anything for a Coca-Cola or something because it was so early. But those cups just had water in them, and I was like, oh, dang it, I could use some caffeine.
I remember being very jealous of Mindy's Cinnabon.
Yes. And I'm just reading The Electric City the whole time, which is an actual Scranton newspaper.
Yes. Well, I also want to note that in this scene, Michael says, ladies, let's dish about anything on your mind. And then I counted, there is a 15-second moment of silence.
When our show does that.
I I know. And he breaks the silence by asking what a pap smear is. And then also, is it schmear? Growing up as a young woman, it was a little unclear to me if it was smear or schmear.
I had no idea.
It's smear.
Pap smear.
Pap smear. Yeah. Just if this has been haunting anyone else, it is not schmear like the cream cheese on a bagel. Yeah. They smear it. Okay, after they pap it. That's right. Pam changes the subject to Kelly and Ryan, but that doesn't really go anywhere. And then Michael starts asking them about role play, and this is when he, I guess, it becomes clear that he and Jan do role play where he is the schoolgirl.
But also apparently so does Phyllis. Phyllis is like, yeah, it could be fun.
Phyllis is she's certainly not disapproving of the idea.
No, she said
Angela, however, is like, I'm out of here, I'm going to the doll store.
yeah. She's like, I don't need to sit here and listen to Michael talk about his sex life with Jan. I'm out.
Yeah. Now, Angela, there is a big scene coming up now, and then you're not in it. What were you doing? Were you just back in your trailer?
I kind of remember sitting by the pretzel place, the Auntie Anne's pretzel place.
I thought it was a Wetzel's pretzel.
Yes,
Auntie
yes,
Anne's.
it's one of those.
Well, in this scene, we asked Michael to make a list of pros and cons for why he is with Jan. And one of his cons is, I'm not happy when I'm with her. And we all kind of like help him hear that, right? We're like, Michael, I think you should break up with Jan. And he's not sure. And Phyllis is like, no thinking. What do you want to do? And Michael says, I want to break up with Jan. I want to break up with Jan.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is like a great little moment that Phyllis has, and I've done stuff like this. Jen, haven't you? Haven't you like had a moment where you're like, you have a lot of feelings about something, and you're trying to make sense of them, and you just are like, okay, quiet my mind. How does this make me feel?
If I'm having a hard time making a decision, it could be a big thing or a small thing. I'll get out a coin and let's make it a small thing. Let's be like, I want to buy this new couch,
Okay.
but I can't decide.
Okay.
So heads is buy
Where's
the
the
couch,
milk?
and tails is
Where's the
don't buy the
baby?
couch. I don't let the coin decide, but what I do is I flip it, yeah, and then I note my reaction to the answer. Because usually you kind of do care, yes or no. So if I flip it and it says no, don't buy the couch, and I feel relieved, then I have my answer. If it says no, don't buy the couch, and I'm disappointed, and I'm like, oh, 2 out of 3, that means I want to buy the couch.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I feel like I always know. I always know pretty much how I feel about
What's
something at the moment.
food strap gum?
I don't have to like break down how I feel about it. It's very clear to me. And
It's easy for you to make decisions,
yes,
even with breakups and relationships.
well, here's the thing about relationships. Sometimes you know, but it takes you a while before you can say it out loud because of the ramifications.
Right.
But I think you always know.
Well, I think the women really help Michael know, and he is very excited. And to thank them for helping him, he's going to buy each one of them an item from Victoria's Secret. It's what we all wanted. And then there is a talking head that Lee Eisenberg, the writer of this episode, said is one of his favorite things he got to write for Steve, because Steve's delivery is so great. It's the one where he says, most guys want their women in high heels with cleavage and wearing skimpy little outfits. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but that he thinks a woman looks best absolutely naked. He just said when he heard Steve deliver the end of that talking head, he so nailed it. It was like a gymnast sticking the landing.
Yeah, totally. Well, Jenna, here's one quick thing. There are deleted scenes for this episode, and there's some really great ones, but one that I found sort of curious and fun is that all the women go into the Victoria's Secrets except for Pam and Angela. They hang back outside of the mall. There's a beat where you and I look at each other and we don't really say anything, and we're like, I guess. then we both walk in.
Well, that's very interesting because we had a fan catch from Sophia Lee. And this is one of those moments, Ange, at 20 minutes, 10 seconds, you and I are way back in the background of Steve's talking head, and we're just walking together through Victoria's Secret. I feel like we didn't know we were on camera and we're just shopping.
We were just sort of being chatty in the background.
Totally.
That tracks.
Should we go back to the ladies' lounge at Dunder Mifflin?
Yes, and I have one of my favorite lines from this episode, and it's Toby, and Paul Lieberstein totally crushes it. Yes, Kevin's like, we should do this more often, guys. This is great. And Toby goes, I think we hang out an appropriate amount of time. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
And then at 20 minutes, 35 seconds, we have a major old tech alert when Creed enters the bathroom with a Walkman.
With a yellow waterproof Walkman. Do you remember those?
I owned one.
I owned one. I
They
owned
were
one.
the best.
Do you remember the little green one?
Yeah. And you had to wedge it back in. But it was fun.
It's like a waterproof Walkman.
Well, the idea was that you were going to get so sweaty while you were working out. But I mean, really?
Okay.
Well, I guess also Brian Baumgartner told me that when Creed would enter the bathroom with that Walkman and be completely stunned and horrified that other people were in there, it would make everyone crack up, and they had a really, really hard time just getting Creed in the room. They could not get Creed in.
I loved Creed's talking head too because he's listening to music while he's doing the talking head. So he's sort of like yelling over the music he's listening to. Yes. And I think it's pretty on brand that Creed would go poo in the women's restroom. You know those people, Jenna. You know those people. We had roommates. The roommate that goes and takes a dump in your bathroom instead of theirs. That's Creed.
Well, now, Ange, we go back to the mall. Angela and Michael are sitting, and I love the scene so much. Michael is dying for Angela to pick something out that he can buy her. He has a line where he says, "Can I please buy you some underwear?"
Yeah, so you guys, Steve wanted me to break. He was 100% messing with me, and I've been given a very strict note from Tucker Gates and Lee and Jean that they really did not want Angela to entertain him at all. So I had to sit there very stoic, and Steve as Michael just got to throw these lines at me, and there's a few in the bloopers because it was really hard to keep it together, and Steve was just having a great time.
I watched the bloopers for this, and there is a great line that didn't make it.
Is it because I started laughing?
Yeah, but Steve went on to improvise something along the lines of like, "Pretend it's Christmas and I'm Santa. Santa would like to buy you some panties."
Yes. And I started laughing so hard. Oh, that was very hard for me to get through. And I feel like Steve just started making up things. He's like, "Want a tea bag?" And I was like, "I don't even know what that is."
Well, Pam has a talking head where she explains that she's between boyfriends right now. She doesn't need anything sexy, so she's going to buy a robe and just turn it into some hand towels. I thought that was really industrious of her.
I thought it was ridiculous. I'm like, Pam, just get a pair of curly sweatpants.
Right, that's true.
Right? And you know, just go buy some wash rags.
Wow. We have very different responses to this talking head.
I was offended.
Anyway,
I love a good bathrobe. Come on, Pam. Don't cut it up. All right.
well, now Meredith is driving everyone home from the mall, and her tire blows out.
Probably because she was going too fast. I mean, how many times is my character like, slower, slower, Meredith? Yeah, Meredith doesn't take care of her car. That tire blows out. Michael has no idea what to do. He's like, Pam, maybe we need a crescent, Alan. That's not a thing.
And Pam is like, "I'll do it." And she starts to change the tire. We had a fan question from Megan Peel, Ciara Begley, Bethany A., Victoria Nash, and Jamie Hahn. Does Jenna really know how to change a tire? Yes, I do. So do I.
And I've changed one on the side of the road with a friend of mine.
Same. Yes, my dad taught me how to change a tire. He would make me practice, and he would not let me get a car until I knew how to change a tire, check the oil, and replace the fluid.
I love that our dads taught us how to handle our cars. I just think that's so sweet. Okay, so now we're back in the office, and you guys, Jim goes to grab a yogurt, and he sees Pam's sketch of Dwight, and he knows it's Pam. And I just feel like this is just a little moment between the two of them, even though they're not together. Yeah, I just thought it was really sweet.
Well, they've purposely not had much Jim Pam interaction for the last 3 episodes because, you know, next week is beach games.
Oh,
And we're going to have a big moment.
oh, are
And they
we?
really wanted that to be a surprise.
Man, I rewatch beach games. I know we'll get there, but I was like, whoa, yeah.
Yeah, but even still, they did want some little moment where you were reminded of the affection of these two characters, and this was it. Just him seeing the poster. That's all you got. Yeah, this episode.
And it inspired him for the tag, and we'll get to that.
I think so too. Yeah. Well, something we haven't talked much about is the Andy Dwight storyline in this episode where they're going around and they're hanging up these posters. And Dwight is just being so condescending to Andy the whole time. But it's very clear to Andy that this is a drawing of Dwight, so he's going along with it.
Yeah. And he takes extra flyers, says he's going to put them up all over the town. And there is a great deleted scene, Jenna. It's a quick moment, but as Michael and the ladies are driving back, they come to a red light, and Michael looks out the window and sees one of the flyers on a tree, and he looks at it and then looks to camera and goes,
That's brilliant.
so Andy's having some fun at Dwight's expense because he's going to just plaster these everywhere. And there is a great scene when at 23 minutes 40 seconds, Andy shows Dwight the Three Musketeers and goes, halvesies, and Dwight's like, no, whole seats. And he takes the whole thing in true Dwight fashion, just starts chomping down on it. Well, in one of the takes, as Rain ate his candy bar this way, he choked and
I remember that.
he choked and coughed. And they loved it so much, they were like, will you do it in every take? That's amazing.
Well, when Michael and the women get back to the office, Michael asks Phyllis, Karen, and Pam to come into his office while he calls Jan to break up with her.
Yeah, he's like, I need my girls. I love you guys.
Well, he gets her voicemail, and he leaves a breakup message.
Oh, and Jenna, your performance as Pam is so great. You're like, don't leave a message. Oh. You don't want him to leave a message, but he does.
And then, before he can finish it, Jan walks in. She walks in.
Can you imagine? I can't imagine. And then he's just like, all right, buddy, talk to you later.
Yeah, someone just walked in.
Oh. And and Phyllis and Karen and Pam, they clear the heck out of there. They're like, we're getting out of here.
Yes. And Jan then apologizes. She says, I don't like how that phone call went earlier. So I drove all the way here to say I'm sorry. Can we get some dinner?
They awkwardly hold hands. Such a weird moment. Weird. Steve's performance in the scene is so brilliant. When she starts listening to the message and he's kind of looking off, he has this expression on his face. It's just brilliant. And he's just saying things like, maybe you can
Jan hears the breakup message and she leaves without saying a word. But I went to the blogs of Jenny Tan and Cam.
what they have.
Well, first of all, Cam said that when they started shooting the scene, Melora had on dark colored nail polish, and Greg stopped the scene because he didn't think that it fit her character, and he had them change it.
Oh, wow.
And she noted how impressed she was at his attention to detail, that everything mattered. The smallest details mattered. And I can imagine if that nail polish was distracting to Greg, it might be distracting to an audience member, and it would take you out of the scene. And being in this scene with these two characters was so important.
Yeah. That would have been weird to me to see Jan with dark nail polish. I would have been thrown by that.
Well, Jenny Tan said that while they were shooting this scene, they gave Melora and Steve the option of doing alternate endings. And that in one, Melora threw something, and in another one, she growled at him. She just growled at the end. Growled. And then in another one, she broke down crying. And they were watching the taping with Gene and Lee, the writers, and Gene and Lee asked them their opinion. And that she and Kath said that they both felt that Jan would be more mad than sad. And they were so excited when they saw the final cut because they felt like they had a little part in picking the ending of the scene.
Well, I thought it was the perfect ending. I also think that Jan is not going to spiral out in an office where she is everyone's superior.
Yeah, and in front of the cameras.
Oh yeah, I feel like the part, like once she got in her car, maybe it was a different story, but she wasn't going to let him see too much. So the episode is wrapping up. We have Michael's talking head, and Gene and Lee said this was actually a series of 3 talking heads. They meshed together, and then they had all this B-roll when he's like, he wished for Jan to get over him, and Phyllis to get a plasma TV, for Pam to get courage, and Angela to get a heart, and Kelly to get a brain. Yeah, all of these moments. I just loved it. I thought it was like such a great way to wrap up the episode. And now, Jenna, let's discuss the tag.
This is amazing. Lee Eisenberg told me that it was actually Randall Einhorn who pitched this tag.
Yes. Pitch the idea of the Sharpie mirror, right?
Yes. So in this tag, Jim calls the sex predator hotline. He has information. Dwight answers the phone, and Kath noted in her blog that it took Rain 6 takes to get out the line Dunder Mifflin / sex predator hotline. This is quite true. He had a really hard time saying it, like, because it was making them laugh. And Jim tells Dwight that he saw the perp in the woman's bathroom above the sink.
And this is Jim. This is Jim and Pam having a prank with each other without even knowing it. They're just missing each other.
Because Dwight runs in the bathroom, he looks in the mirror, and this was Randall's pitch, that there would be a little Sharpie mustache, and Dwight would take off his glasses and realize that he is the person on the flyer.
It's so great. It's so great. You know, I think it would have been funny without the Sharpie, but the Sharpie nails it. The Sharpie makes it. So that was a phenomenal idea by Randall Einhorn.
Well, that was Women's Appreciation. Do you guys feel like you appreciate women more?
I hope so. I had 2 things I was tracking, Jenna, and I feel like I should share them with you now.
Please.
First of all, Pam's plant at reception.
There's not.
It's not a new container. I'm sure the plant is new, but we have recycled a container.
Which one is it this week?
It is the indigo purple one with polka dots. Call back a plant container. I know, riveting you guys, but I'm obsessed. The other thing I tracked, sorry to parents with children listening, maybe earmuffs, here is our penis count.
Oh, great.
So this is the actual times we say the word penis, not all of the other ways we talk about it, because we talk about it in a lot of different ways in this episode.
Okay.
Michael says penis twice, and Dwight says penis 4 times. We actually only say the word penis 6 times in the whole episode.
See, so if your grandma hadn't turned this off, she would have only had to hear it 5 more times.
Didn't matter. Didn't want to hear it one time. Click, off, finished.
Well, and now we're finished. But we'll be back next week with Beach Games.
Beach Games is so great, and Jen Salata is going to send in some audio clips. She has some phenomenal stories. I can't wait.
Can't wait. We'll see you then.
See you guys. Have a great one. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bumco.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Somebody can find your dog and use the nutrition that does. Good nutrition is right on.
into my eyes, and it was very painful. Are you? This really happened. I bit into the chocolate and I was like, ah! Why am I laughing? How could you listen to that story and not laugh? I don't know. Okay, we should probably get back on topic. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I remember Leslie leaving set, but I...
How you living, Pimp? What's new in your neck of the woods? How you living, baby? How are you? Good to hear. Ask any questions you have in the chat. I don't know. Cool. Thank you. Bitch game? No. Hey. Very fast.
Don't remember when exactly it happened or how it happened. I just know he got sand in his eye. All right, this is what I think happened. I watched the deleted scenes, and there's a moment, it's not in the episode, where Dwight is wrestling with Stanley and knocks him to the ground. And it's like, take that, old man. And he kind of kicks at the sand, right? And yes, I'm remembering this. And I think then Ray felt really bad because he realized in that moment, that's when he...
What's up?
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
Didn't have like a rainbow applique on the pocket. Yeah. All your clothes.
All my clothes had a butterfly or something on it. I am no longer a kid-sized 10, so...
Well, there you go. Thank you, pandemic, for that.
Yeah, thank you, quarantine 15. But I am a kid-sized 14.
Oh, I see. The quarantine 15 is like a real thing, and as the holidays approach, I am concerned because I am already tipping the scales into my holiday clothes. I don't. What is going to happen after the holidays? I am in what I used to call my baggy jeans, and they're like so tight. Like I had to suck in to button them. What are we going to do? I don't know. What are we going to do when the pies and Christmas cookies start? Thanksgiving is going to push me over. I don't know what is going to happen.
Okay, so Pam has now finished her sketch of the flasher and hands it over to Dwight.
For the West Side.
Yes. And he is thrilled. She's like, listen, Phyllis got a good look. This is accurate. Dwight starts making copies of this flyer, which reads, this man is a pervert. And the picture is very clearly Dwight with window glasses and a mustache.
Lady, I saved one of these flyers from that week, and I have it. I have the original, one of the original ones that Rain is holding up as Dwight, and I love it. It makes me laugh. I have it in my scrapbook bin. Speaking of, I've started scrapbooking.
I saw on your Instagram stories.
Really think you're athletic? Yeah.
They were very excited. They loved it. Made me happy.
It's a great idea. Well, listen, if you look on this poster, there is a phone number, a 1-800 number for the Anti-Flashing Task Force. This was a real phone number.
Yes.
And after the episode, you could call it and you would get a message from Dwight. And I have what the message said.
I love this. Read it, Jenna.
You have reached Dwight K. Schrute, commander of the Lackawanna County Anti-Flashing Task Force and regional manager of Dunder-Mifflin. If you have information leading to the capture and or castration of this pervert, press 1. If this is the flasher, let's talk. You need a friend right now and I can help you. Just tell me where you want to meet and I promise to help you with whatever it is you need. Thank you and have a nice day. Oh, and if you are inquiring about any of our paper products and would like a catalog, please press 2. Finally, if anyone, not the flasher, is interested in a kick-ass 1985 maroon Firebird, I could be persuaded to sell mine. Please press 1 for that too.
And people called it. A lot of people called that number. Here's an interesting trivia tidbit. That is the same phone number as Vance Refrigeration.
Oh, yes. Yes, when we've seen the Vance Refrigeration phone number.
Yep.
Well, listen, lady, before we head out to the mall, maybe we should take a break.
Let's take a break because then we're getting into Meredith's van, and we're gonna need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay, we are back, and all the ladies are off to the mall with Michael in Meredith's really fantastic van.
Yeah, she's driving, but also eating potato chips and littering.
I do want you all to know that we had a van following behind us, and their job was to pick up the bag. It would go out the car, and they had to pick up the bag. So we, in fact, did not litter. That is incredible. Yeah.
We had a fan question about the van from Mickey Lawrence.
Bro,
How did they
if I
decide the order in
should
which you
let
all
him
sat
money,
in Meredith's van? Was it planned out, or did you just sit wherever? I know that I sat in the front seat because I get car sick, and I know that they planned it that way. But I went to the script, and here is what it said about the van.
Okay.
It said, the van is strewn with takeout containers, and the dashboard is lit with every warning light imaginable. Michael sits in the middle seat of the middle row between Kelly and Phyllis. Karen and Angela are in the back row. Michael watches the girls talk as if he's Jane Goodall observing apes. That was the script direction for our van placement. So it was planned. But lady, when I read this, you can't see it in the episode, but do you remember how filthy the inside of that van was?
Jenna, it was so crazy. The props department went all out. You could not see the floorboard. That's how much stuff they threw into that van. It literally looked like someone had lived in there for years. There were takeout containers. There were like food items that had been half-eaten or made to look half-eaten. Sitting next to me in the seat was a half-eaten chocolate chip cookie. On the seat next to me. And when we would get in, we would step and like kind of turn our ankles on all these weird things. Pieces of clothing, like a broken, like old phone, like just everything you could imagine. It looked like someone dumped a trash can in the floorboard.
Well, another thing they did, and I don't know if you remember this, Ange, but as a joke, they thought it would be really funny if they put all of these air fresheners in the front of her car. So like Meredith wouldn't clean out her car, she would just add another air freshener, and they were dangling from the rear view mirror. They were all over the dashboard.
Yes, they were all over the front of the car.
Just the front, where Kate and I were sitting, and the fumes from these air fresheners were making us sick.
You were getting a headache, and you kept being like, gosh, guys, I keep getting a headache, while we were filming in the van. I was in the way back with half-eaten food. I couldn't smell the air fresheners. I remember there was all of a sudden this moment where you and Kate were like, oh my God, it's these air fresheners. There's like 15 of them.
And here's the thing, you couldn't even see them. So they were like, oh, we don't even see those in the shot. We can just take those out. So they took them out, and then we were fine.
It's too bad you couldn't see the hard work that the crew did to make that van look so junky inside.
Yeah, it was a work of art.
Jenna, there's one thing in the DVD commentary about the scene where Meredith is eating the potato chips. Like, she just dumps them on her face from the bag and throws the bag out. In the DVD commentary, you said you kept laughing and laughing and laughing. You couldn't keep a straight face. And they actually used a different reaction shot from you from a different moment in the van because they never got a clean one of you.
I was probably jealous too because I really like those sour cream chips.
You do love sour cream, and you and my daughter, Isabel, loves them.
I do too. I can't keep them in the house. It'll just be cheddar bunnies all over again.
Oh no.
Quarantine 15.
I know.
So now we're back at Dunder Mifflin, and this is such a quirky little storyline where Kevin comes up to Jim and says, "Would you like to join me in the women's bathroom?" I thought this was so funny because I just so believe this curiosity of like, what's it like on the other side over there?
You know, I mean, I've been in the men's room and like it's disgusting.
Disgusting.
So gross. Like I've been like somewhere like a Starbucks like a year ago or so, and there's a line for the women's room, and like my daughter really had to go, and there was no one in the men's room, so I was like, listen, we'll just go quickly. And you go in the men's room, and it's like, what is going on in there?
Another thing I'd like to say is that, you know, there are a lot of fathers with daughters, and they are actively parenting their children, and they go places, and their kids need to use the bathroom. And by the way, their little boys need to sit down too. Can we keep our bathrooms clean, guys? Can we keep them a little cleaner so that dads can take their kids to the bathroom and it's not totally disgusting?
Jenna is just asking two things, guys. No dick pics.
No, unsolicited.
Unless
If a
asked.
lady asks for your dick pic, send
Fire away.
Go for it.
Fire away. Okay, I don't know why that's making me laugh. But yeah, and keep your toilets tidy. So yes, Kevin is curious. He wants to go in the women's room, and he goes in. He's like, "Oh my God, you got to see this! There's like a sofa. There's potpourri. There's candles. There's like a nice lamp. You know, magazines."
Do you blame us? This is our only sanctuary away from Michael. We've had to do this in this office. It's the one place he cannot come speak to us. So we've created, I believe, a sanctuary.
Oh yeah.
Well, I have to tell you, this bathroom, the women's bathroom set, this is a non-working bathroom. None of the sinks and toilets actually worked when we weren't using them
I was always bummed about that, by the way.
because they were so conveniently located to our set that they weren't real.
The actual bathrooms were much further away, and I always wished our fake toilets and sinks worked.
You know, they used to put signs on the toilets warning visitors that they were fake and not hooked up to any plumbing.
Yes, and I feel like those signs were made because someone didn't know. They had to deal with that moment.
They did.
Oh, yuck.
That's true. A visitor used our fake toilet.
Can you imagine if you're a big fan of The Office and you get to come to set and get a tour and you're just giddy, you're so happy to see all these characters that you love, and you're the visitor who took a dump in a fake toilet on set. Who is that person? That person knows who they are. And that's why we had big signs of people in toilets. Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, also, I want to say that the bathroom didn't look like this before this episode. They had built this little set.
They did. I mean, pretty much these fake bathrooms were really small, and when they weren't being used, they were storage. They were like closets.
Yeah, the crew would keep like their stands, lights, and things behind those bathroom doors. Yeah. Well, this scene that they have in the bathroom, they're kind of just chit-chatting, and Jim says that he's going out to dinner for his 6-month anniversary with Karen. And I have a question. Do we celebrate our 6-month anniversary of dating?
I think you do if things aren't going well.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
You mark the occasion of your 6-month dating anniversary when you need something to celebrate because it's been difficult marveled.
Yeah, because you're like, we made it 6 months, and this will mean a lot to her. So let's celebrate it.
I had that same thought.
I was cracking up in the scene because Ryan clearly doesn't know what potpourri is. Is he going to eat it? He's playing with it. He's fidgeting. And it's also awkward. He sent Karen this email, and Jim's like, yes, she read it to me. It's so cringy and just so well done. But I couldn't help but watch BJ playing with that potpourri.
I agree. Well, back at the mall, Meredith is parking the van, and she's just crashing into a car next to her.
Jenna, in the DVD commentary, they said we really did that. We really, really scraped up an actual car.
No, not one that we didn't own.
No, we owned it, but still, they were going to see if they could cheat it, where it looked really tight, but you can't cheat that shot.
And just put in like a sound effect or something.
Yes, they were going to put in a sound effect and see if maybe we could just cheat, but you couldn't. You could see it too clearly, so they just let Kate actually do that. Kate Flannery, there was no stunt driver, wedged that van and scraped up that car.
And then we had to pay for the damages. Yeah, but it was our car. It was like a picture car.
Yeah,
as
it's
they
our
call it.
sort of prop car.
Well, when we get into the mall, we're up in the food court. And you remember, lady, it was like 7 a.m.
Yeah.
And it was so early. And I just watched this scene. You talk about Ryan playing with the potpourri. And I was just watching this being so impressed that Rashida committed to eating those chips at 7 a.m.
You know, I remember really wishing we had soda. Like, I was like, oh, I'd give anything for a Coca-Cola or something because it was so early. But those cups just had water in them. And I was like, oh, dang it, I could use some caffeine.
I remember being very jealous of Mindy's Cinnabon.
Yes. And I'm just reading the Electric City the whole time, which is an actual Scranton newspaper.
Yes. Well, I also want to note that in this scene, Michael says, ladies, let's dish about anything on your mind. And then I counted, there is a 15-second moment of silence.
When our show does that.
I know. And he breaks the silence by asking what a pap smear is. And then also, is it schmear? Growing up as a young woman, it was a little unclear to me if it was smear or schmear.
I had no idea.
It's smear. Pap smear. Pap smear. Yeah. Just if this has been haunting anyone else, it is not schmear like the cream cheese on a bagel. Yeah. They smear it after they pap it. That's right. Pam changes the subject to Kelly and Ryan, but that doesn't really go anywhere. And then Michael starts asking them about role play, and this is when I guess it becomes clear that he and Jan do role play where he is the schoolgirl.
But also apparently so does Phyllis. Phyllis is like, yeah, it can be fun.
Phyllis is she's certainly not disapproving of the idea.
No, she said
Angela, however, is like, I'm out of here. I'm going to the doll store.
yeah. She's like, I don't need to sit here and listen to Michael talk about his sex life with Jan. I'm out.
Yeah. Now, Angela, there is a big scene coming up now, and then you're not in it. What were you doing? Were you just back in your trailer?
I kind of remember sitting by the pretzel place, the Auntie Anne's pretzel place.
I thought it was a Wetzel's pretzel.
Yes,
Is it an Auntie
yes.
Anne's?
It's one of those.
Well, in this scene, we asked Michael to make a list of pros and cons for why he is with Jan. And one of his cons is, I'm not happy when I'm with her. And we all kind of like help him hear that, right? We're like, Michael, I think you should break up with Jan. And he's not sure. And Phyllis is like, no thinking. What do you want to do? And Michael says, I want to break up with Jan. I want to break up with Jan.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is like a great little moment that Phyllis has. And I've done stuff like this. Jenna, haven't you like had a moment where you're like, you have a lot of feelings about something and you're trying to make sense of them and you just are like, okay, quiet my mind. How does this make me feel?
If I'm having a hard time making a decision, it could be a big thing or a small thing. I'll get out a coin and let's make it a small thing. Let's be like, I want to buy this new couch,
Okay.
but I can't decide.
Okay.
So heads is buy the couch and tails is don't buy the couch. I don't let the coin decide, but what I do is I flip it, and then I note my reaction to the answer. Because usually you kind of do care, yes or no. So if I flip it and it says no, don't buy the couch, and I feel relieved, then I have my answer. And if it says no, don't buy the couch, and I'm disappointed, and I'm like, oh, 2 out of 3, that means I want to buy the couch, right? Did that make sense?
It does make sense. I feel like I always know. I always know pretty much how I feel about something in the moment. I don't have to like break down how I feel about it. It's very clear to me. And
It's easy for you to make decisions,
yes,
even with breakups and relationships.
well, here's the thing about relationships. Sometimes you know, but it takes you a while before you can say it out loud because of the ramifications.
Right.
But I think you always know.
Well, I think the women really help Michael know, and he is very excited. And to thank them for helping him, he's going to buy each one of them an item from Victoria's Secret. It's what we all wanted. And then there is a talking head that Lee Eisenberg, the writer of this episode, said is one of his favorite things he got to write for Steve because Steve's delivery is so great. It's the one where he says, most guys want their women in high heels with cleavage and wearing skimpy little outfits. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but that he thinks a woman looks best absolutely naked. He just said when he heard Steve deliver the end of that talking head, he so nailed it. It was like a gymnast sticking the landing.
Yeah, totally. Well, Jenna, here's one quick thing. There are deleted scenes for this episode, and there's some really great ones, but one that I found sort of curious and fun is that all the women go into the Victoria's Secrets except for Pam and Angela. They hang back outside of the mall. And there's a beat where you and I look at each other and we don't really say anything, and we're like, I guess. And then we both walk in.
Well, that's very interesting because we had a fan catch from Sophia Lee. And this is one of those moments, Ange, at 20 minutes, 10 seconds, you and I are way back in the background of Steve's talking head, and we're just walking together through Victoria's Secret. I feel like we didn't know we were on camera and we're just shopping.
We were just sort of being chatty in the background.
Totally.
That tracks.
Should we go back to the ladies' lounge at Dunder Mifflin?
Yes, and I have one of my favorite lines from this episode, and it's Toby, and Paul Lieberstein totally crushes it. Yes. Kevin's like, we should do this more often, guys. This is great. And Toby goes, I think we hang out an appropriate amount of time.
Yeah.
So good. It's so good.
And then at 20 minutes, 35 seconds, we have a major old tech alert when Creed enters the bathroom with a Walkman.
With a yellow waterproof Walkman. Do you remember those?
I owned one.
I owned one. I
They
owned
were
one.
the best.
Do you remember the little gray buttons though would pop off?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you'd have to wedge it back in.
But it was fun.
And why did we need a waterproof Walkman?
Well, the idea was that you were going to get so sweaty while you were working out. But I mean, really?
Okay.
Well, I guess also Brian Baumgartner told me that when Creed would enter the bathroom with that Walkman and be completely stunned and horrified that other people were in there, it would make everyone crack up, and they had a really, really hard time just getting Creed in the room. They could not get Creed in.
I loved Creed's talking head too because he's listening to music while he's doing the talking head. So he's sort of like yelling over the music he's listening to. Yes. And I think it's pretty on brand that Creed would go poo in the women's restroom. You know those people, Jenna. You know those people. We've had roommates. The roommate that goes and takes a dump in your bathroom instead of theirs. That's Creed.
Well, now, Ange, we go back to the mall. Angela and Michael. are sitting, and I love the scene so much. Michael is dying for Angela to pick something out that he can buy her. He has a line where he says, "Can I please buy you some underwear?"
Yeah, so you guys, Steve wanted me to break. He was 100% messing with me, and I've been given a very strict note from Tucker Gates and Lee and Jean that they really did not want Angela to entertain him at all. So I had to sit there very stoic. And Steve as Michael just got to throw these lines at me, and there's a few in the bloopers because it was really hard to keep it together, and Steve was just having a great time.
I watched the bloopers for this,
Gotta
and
reach
there is
the
a great line. Make it.
Is it because I started laughing?
Yeah, but Steve went on to improvise something along the lines of like, pretend it's Christmas and I'm Santa. Santa would like to buy you some panties.
Yes. And I started laughing so hard. Oh, that was very hard for me to get through. And I feel like Steve just started making up things. He's like, want a tea bag? And I was like, I don't even know what that is.
Well, Pam has a talking head where she explains that she's between boyfriends right now. She doesn't need anything sexy, so she's gonna buy a robe and just turn it into some hand towels. I thought that was really industrious of her.
I thought it was ridiculous. Like, Pam just made a pair of comfy sweatpants.
Right, that's true.
Right? And you know, just go buy some wash rats.
Wow, I had very different responses to this talking head.
I was offended. I love a good bathrobe. Come on, Pam. Don't cut it up. All right.
Well, now Meredith is driving everyone home from the mall, and her tire blows out.
Probably because she was going too fast. I mean, how many times is my character like, slower? Slower, Meredith. Yeah, Meredith doesn't take care of her car. That tire blows out. Michael has no idea what to do. He's like, Pam, maybe we need a crescent, Ellen. That's not a thing.
And Pam is like, I'll do it. And she starts to change the tire. We had a fan question from Megan Keel, Ciara Begley, Bethany A, Victoria Nash, and Jamie Hahn. Does Jenna really know how to change a tire? Yes, I do.
So do I. And I've changed one on the side of the road.
Same. Yes, my dad taught me how to change a tire. He would make me practice, and he would not let me get a car until I knew how to change a tire, check the oil, and replace the fluid.
I love that our dads taught us how to handle our cars. I just think that's so sweet. Okay, so now we're back in the office, and you guys, Jim goes to grab a yogurt, and he sees Pam's sketch of Dwight, and he knows it's Pam. And I just feel like this is just a little moment between the two of them, even though they're not together. Yeah, I just thought it was really sweet. Well, they've purposely not had much Jim Pam interaction for the last 3 episodes because, you know, next week is beach games, and we're going to have a big moment. And they really wanted that to be a surprise. Man, I rewatch beach games. I know we'll get there, but I was like, whoa, Pam!
Yeah, but even still, they did want some little moment where you were reminded of the affection of these two characters, and this was it. Just him seeing the poster. That's all you got. Yeah, this episode.
And it inspired him for the tag, and we'll get to that.
I think so too. Yeah. Well, something we haven't talked much about is the Andy Dwight storyline in this episode where they're going around and they're hanging up these posters, and Dwight is just being so condescending to Andy the whole time. But it's very clear to Andy that this is a drawing of Dwight, so he's going along with it.
And he takes extra flyers, says he's going to put them up all over town. And there is a great deleted scene, Jenna. It's a quick moment, but as Michael and the ladies are driving back, they come to a red light, and Michael looks out the window and sees one of the flyers on a tree. And he looks at it, and then looks to camera and goes,
That's brilliant.
so Andy's having some fun at Dwight's expense because he's going to just plaster these everywhere. And there is a great scene when at 23 minutes 40 seconds, Andy shows Dwight the Three Musketeers and goes, halvesies? And Dwight's like, no, whole seats. And he takes the whole thing in true Dwight Dwight fashion, just starts chomping down on it. Well, in one of the takes, as Rain eats candy bar this way, he choked.
I remember that.
He choked and coughed, and they loved it so much. They're like, "You do it in every take." That's amazing.
Well, when Michael and the women get back to the office, Michael asks Phyllis, Karen, and Pam to come into his office while he calls Jan to break up with her.
Girls, I love you guys.
Well, he gets her voicemail and he leaves a breakup message.
Oh, and Jenna, your performance as Pam is so great. You're like, don't leave a message. Oh. You don't want him to leave a message, but he does.
And then, before he can finish it, Jan walks in. She walks in.
Can you imagine? I can't imagine. And then he's just like, all right, buddy, talk to you later.
Yes, someone just walked in.
Oh. And and Phyllis and Karen and Pam, they clear the heck out of there. They're like, we're getting out of here.
Yes. And Jan then apologizes. She says, I don't like how that phone call went earlier. So I drove all the way here to say I'm sorry. Can we get some dinner?
They awkwardly dance.
Such a weird moment.
Weird. Steve's performance in the scene was so brilliant. When she starts listening to the message and he's kind of looking off, he has this expression on his face. It's just brilliant. And he's just saying things like,
Jan hears the breakup message and she leaves without saying a word. But I went to the blogs of Jenny Tan and Cap.
what they have.
Well, first of all, Cap said that when they started shooting the scene, Laura had on dark colored nail polish, and Greg stopped the scene because he didn't think that it fit her character, and he had them change it.
Wow.
And she noted how impressed she was at his attention to detail, that everything mattered. The smallest details mattered. And I can imagine if that nail polish was distracting to Greg, it might be distracting to an audience member, and it would take you out of the scene. And being in this scene with these two characters was so important.
Yeah. That would have been weird to me to see Jan with dark nail polish. I would have been thrown by that.
Well, Jenny Tan said that while they were shooting this scene, they gave Melora and Steve the option of doing alternate endings, and that in one, Melora threw something, and in another one, she growled at him. She just growled at the end.
Growled?
Growled. And then in another one, she broke down crying. And they were watching the taping with Gene and Lee, the writers, and Gene and Lee asked them their opinion. And that she and Pat said that they both felt that Jan would be more mad than sad. And they were so excited when they saw the final cut because they felt like they had a little part in picking the ending of the scene.
Well, I thought it was the perfect ending. I also think that Jan is not going to spiral out in an office where she is everyone's superior.
Yeah, and in front of the cameras.
Oh, yeah. I feel like the part, like once she got in her car, maybe it was a different story, but she wasn't going to let them see too much. So the episode is wrapping up. We have Michael's talking head, and Gene and Lee said this was actually a series of 3 talking heads being meshed together. And then they had all this B-roll when he's like, he wished for Jan to get over him, and Phyllis to get a plasma TV, for Pam to get courage, and Angela to get a heart, and Gilbert to get a brain. Yeah, all of these moments. I just loved it. I thought it was like such a great way to wrap up the episode. And now, Jenna, let's discuss the tag.
This is amazing. Lee Eisenberg told me that it was actually Randall Einhorn who pitched this tag.
Yes. Pitch the idea of the Sharpie on the mirror, right?
Yes. So in this tag, Jim calls the sex predator hotline. He has information. Dwight answers the phone. And Kath noted in her blog that it took Rain 6 takes to get out the line Dunder Mifflin / sex predator hotline. This is quite true. I had a really hard time saying it, like, because it was making them laugh. And Jim tells Dwight that he saw the perp in the woman's bathroom above the sink.
And this is Jim and Pam having a prank with each other without even knowing it.
They're just missing each other because Dwight runs in the bathroom. He looks in the mirror. And this was Randall's pitch, that there would be a little Sharpie mustache, and Dwight would take off his glasses and realize that he is the person on the flyer.
It's so great. It's so great. You know, I think it would have been funny without the Sharpie, but the Sharpie nails it. The Sharpie makes it. So that was a phenomenal idea by Randall Einhorn.
Well, that was Women's Appreciation. Do you guys feel like you appreciate women more?
I hope so. I had two things I was tracking, Jenna, and I feel like I should share them with you now.
Please.
First of all, Pam's plant at reception.
There's not.
It's not a new container. I'm sure the plant is new, but we have recycled the container.
Which one is it this week?
It is the indigo purple one with polka dots. Call back the plant container. I know, riveting you guys, but I'm obsessed. The other thing I tracked, sorry to parents with children listening, maybe earmuffs. Here is our penis count.
Oh, great.
So this is the actual times we say the word penis, not all of the other ways we talk about it, because we talk about it in a lot of different ways in this episode.
Okay.
Michael says penis twice, and Dwight says penis 4 times. We actually only say the word penis 6 times.
See, so if your grandma hadn't turned this off, she would have only had to hear it 5 more times.
Didn't matter. Didn't want to hear it one time. Click, off, finished.
Well, and now we're finished. But we'll be back next week with Beach Games.
Beach Games is so great, and Jen Salata is going to send in some audio clips. She has some phenomenal stories. I can't wait.
Can't wait. We'll see you then.
See you guys. Have a great one. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Lumko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by RABBI.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I know everything has gotten very expensive since COVID and inflation, so we're trying to see everyone in the area so we have affordable options that are going to get into the
That's when we thought it happened.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, this was not the only injury.
That's very good to be
And
thinking.
here's what he told me. We filmed at the beach at the Hanson Dam Recreation Center in Silmar. We shot there for 4 days and nights. Well, you mentioned that you've been to the Real Lake Scranton. I've been to this real Hanson Dam Recreation Center outside of us filming.
You have?
Yes, because there is this museum, this children's museum called the Discovery Cube that's right nearby. And when you go through this area, there's also like an equestrian center, there's an aquatic center, there's a playground. Because, lady, the place that they put us to film this episode was like, I had no idea all this stuff was there.
My memory of where we filmed was it was like a chemical pond runoff, like from a dam, where I was like, are we like breathing in fumes? It was really like gross.
Maybe the only place they let you film is in this like weird chinky corner of this area
runoff water goes.
Yeah, because this recreation center is actually really nice. But here's something I found out too. The lake where we filmed is filled with circulated drinking water.
What?
Yeah, circulated drinking water, and it offers fishing and public boating.
Oh my gosh.
So when Ed is out there floating in the water, he was in some recycled drinking water.
Oh, well, that's good to know. All these years I worried for him that he was going to get like some kind of weird rash.
All right, well, let's move on to fast fact number 3. So like we said earlier, this was written by both Greg Daniels and Jen Salata, and we reached out to Jen Salata, and she sent us audio clips.
She sent us so many. She's so gracious. We're going to sprinkle them throughout. But here she has one for us right now.
Yes, she is going to tell us a little bit about the inspiration for this episode and what it was like to write a script with Greg.
I think the inspiration for this episode was just Survivor. I think it was Greg's idea. And I remember all of us talking about Survivor being a perfect way for Michael Scott to pick his successor. I mean, what other way would this man use to try to pick somebody who could run a branch? It just seemed like a no-brainer for Michael Scott to do it this way. And then we tried to sit down and write the whole thing together, and we were like, this isn't going to work. So we divided it up. We can't remember exactly how we did it. I think sometimes with Paul, when I write a script with Paul, I do the first half, he do the second, or vice versa. And with Greg, I think we didn't do cleanly divided up that way. I think just he did some of the scenes, I did others. And I do remember that the Pam speech was mostly Greg, and I think that's such a beautiful part of the episode. And the Pam arc pre-existed the idea of the Beach Games episode, so I think some of the ideas from that speech were in his notes. But I love that part. It is one of my favorite parts, if not my favorite part of the episode. So credit to Greg for that part for sure. But we both wrote a bunch of it. I just don't think we clearly divided it up. Well, and I remember Greg talking to me about this Pam arc of her finding her voice. Yeah. And he planted this idea a few episodes ago, and we sprinkled it in. And so I just love this idea that he'd been maybe writing down little notes about what Pam will finally say when she says something. And I remember getting the script for this episode and just being so excited as an actor. There was just so much to chew on. I mean, I thought that it was just beautifully done. Really, just Pam's whole journey this season about even her sending the wrong beer back. You know what I mean? Yeah, and just having these moments where she stood up for herself, spoke her truth, and it all builds to this one moment. And it's just so well done.
When I was rewatching this, I was marveling at what a well-written episode this was.
Yes.
Well, maybe we should take a quick break and then come back and retell this episode.
I can't wait. Jenna, we have so much to talk about.
I know, we've been trading a lot of texts about this one.
All right, so this episode starts with this very funny cold open. It is Dwight and Michael. They're in Michael's office, and Michael's convinced that he's sick, you guys. He's convinced. They're scrolling through a website, it's like WebMD or something, trying to figure out what he is sick from. Dwight's very concerned.
Yes, Pam has a talking head where she explains that this happens about 40 times a year. Michael is sick but has no symptoms.
Yes. Well, Jen left us a really great audio clip about this, about the inspiration for this cold open. Sam, can you play that?
Greg and I wrote the episode together, and it was really fun. I remember being really curious, what is Greg's process going to be like? Because writing scripts was such a solitary part of what we did, and so I was always wondering, like, what are other writers like when they go off to write a script? He quickly, that his process at the beginning was like mine, which is like every other writer I've ever met, which is there's a fair amount of procrastinating right away before you have to get into the hard work. It's figuring out what you want to eat, it's sharpening your pencils, it's figuring out the temperature of the room. And for both of us, we started focusing on ailments, like what was wrong, how we weren't feeling well, like my ear was bothering him, he wasn't feeling super well at the time. And so we went on WebMD and we tried to diagnose ourselves and each other. And they used to have a little body where you could like point to the part of the body that hurt and that was bothering you. And so he diagnosed me with an ear infection, or at least inner ear congestion. And he ended up putting some oil from the kitchen that we found in my ear. It turns out you can do this. It is a home remedy, and it helped. It helped my ear, and I think we diagnosed him with walking pneumonia. So
we did this right when we were sent off to write Beach Games episode, and it ended up becoming our cold open because we were probably looking for a cold open, and we're like, what about what we're doing right now?
There is so much about that audio clip that I love.
It's so relatable. It's like whenever you sit down to do something, and it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, theirs was this writing assignment, but all the different ways you procrastinate before you get to that thing.
Yes. Well, Angela, you and I are working on a project that we can't say exactly what it is, but it involves quite a bit of writing. And every time I sit down to write, I will write one sentence and then I will get up and get a snack. And then I'll come back and write a sentence and then I'll be like, I need more coffee. It's like the procrastination. I loved that she shared that because I think my perception is always that creativity comes easy to people who are successful. I always think like it must pour out of them. And it is such a slog. So I loved hearing that. But then the other thing I loved was that their procrastination, it got turned into a story idea. Like it's worth it. Like all of that nonsense, it produced something.
Right? Well, I had a writing professor in college that used to always say, write what you know. Write what you know, and it will be honest.
Oh, well, I just love this opening. And, you know, before they can really diagnose Michael, Pam walks in the office and says, David Wallace is on the phone. Yeah. It's very clear that David Wallace does not call very often.
No, it's a big deal.
Well, Michael gets on the phone with him. Oh, my goodness.
Michael, what are you doing? Michael, the way Michael talks to his bosses, or even when he goes to New York to corporate, there's such a casualness to how he relates to them that is so not work appropriate.
It's so true. Well, we find out the reason that David Wallace is calling is because there is a job opening at corporate and he would like Michael to apply. I can't believe he still wants Michael to apply after this phone call, but I think Michael has a very, very good sales record and a good record of connecting with people out in the sales world.
Yeah, he's a really good salesman. Here's a little interesting tidbit, Jenna. There was a scene that was deleted right after this phone call of David Wallace and Michael. David Wallace calls Jim and tells Jim the same thing.
I saw that in the script.
And they chose not to use it. They chose to like reveal it later that it's Jim calling. It's Jim being more proactive in his life. But there was a version where David calls Jim.
Yeah, I noticed that in the script because that scene on the beach with Jim and Karen calling David and kind of asking if they could go for the job as well, that was not in the original script. So that must have been something that they added later.
Well, I remember when we were at the beach, there were a few scenes that sort of happened on the fly. They were like kind of pitched in the moment, and that was one of them. Yeah, so now it is beach day, and at 2 minutes, 28 seconds, you get a fantastic look at Michael's outfit. He clearly bought everything he could at Sandals in the gift shop. He's got a t-shirt, he's got a hat, he has a necklace that he probably bought there, a little puka shell necklace. He's really ready, and he tells everyone they better go potty before they leave. I'm just like, Michael's so ready to be a dad. You know, he just is, bless his heart. And you get to see everybody in casual attire, and I just loved it.
Well, I noticed something about our wardrobe.
What's that?
Do you see how many layers we all have on?
Oh, well, that was for a reason.
Yep. It was because we shot this episode in March, and we knew that that location was going to be perfectly warm and lovely during the day. It turned out to be hot as F.
There was a heat wave. There was this crazy freak March heat wave. It was 98 degrees. I wrote in my journal that it was 98 degrees our first day.
Yeah. But then, when the sun went down, it was freezing cold.
Yeah, we were in this valley, so it was like these really huge swings of temperature.
Yeah, so wardrobe tried to give us layers to help take us between these two extreme temperatures. And I noticed when I was looking at everyone's beach attire.
They're layers. Well, you know what I noticed? This is really, really fun to me. Toby and Angela almost have on the same outfit.
What? I did not notice that.
They're both wearing these beige tops. They have huge beige floppy hats and like sort of like just like pants on, but like, and they're also both obsessed with sunscreen. Both of them.
Well, I noticed that both Andy and Stanley are wearing a red polo shirt.
Oh, yeah, I did not catch that. But guess what I did catch? And I know it's your favorite moment of the day.
Is it a new plant at reception? Because we need a sting for this.
New plant alert! 3 minutes, 32 seconds. It is a red flowering plant. There are big red flowers on this plant.
Okay, I'm sorry. I see that as a metaphor because Pam's gonna bloom this episode.
That is so good. Pam's going to flower. She's going to bloom.
Well, we forgot to talk about how Michael has told Toby he can't come on the beach day.
Oh, that was so good. Toby's disappointment. He doesn't get to see you in a two-piece. Jenna, I wrote, how did you get through that scene without laughing? How did you do it? Because when you were like, oh, thanks, I'm going to wear my two-piece. His face is so good.
It's so funny.
We also didn't mention, and I'm tracking this, the Meredith flash count. This is flash number 2.
Yes, Meredith has that great talking head where she explains that she wore her bathing suit to work, and she lifts her shirt to show you, and she's like, oh, shoot, it's in my purse. Michael has a special assignment for Pam on beach day.
Of course, because she needs an assignment.
Yeah, Michael tells her that she has to take notes all day on people's character, humor, charisma, and the indefinable qualities that they possess, but not their hotness per se. I loved that line.
Yeah.
Per se, like she could add that if she wanted, but it's not 100% necessary, I guess. But he also doesn't tell her why she has to do this.
No, he just needs to find out which of his employees has the skills to be a chicken with a head.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, what? Well, let's see. Now the gang is all gonna board the bus. Michael's got a big party bus to take everyone to the beach.
Yeah, Creed's got a boogie board. He's ready to go.
Yeah, Kevin says he just wants to lay on the beach and eat hot dogs. It's literally all he's ever wanted. Now, this bus that we're all riding in, we really rode in that. That's how we got to the beach.
That day, but then the days after that, we drove ourselves.
Yes, that first day though, they shuttled us from the stages, and the plan was that we would use the time to shoot the scene with Michael. But then we had extra time.
Yeah.
So we all started singing.
Well, listen, I watched the DVD commentary for this, and I thought it was so sweet because Harold Ramis is on the DVD commentary,
This show
and
is,
Jen Slaughter was on it as well.
what's
Jen
it
was like,
called?
you know, Harold said, I've never been on a bus where we didn't sing. Yeah, he was like, everybody, when you get on a bus with people, you sing, right? That was Harold Ramis being genius. And I do know 2 other songs we sang, Jenna. Do you remember?
What?
We sang Tiny Dancer.
Oh, yes.
And then we also sang Friends, and we did the hand claps.
I remember that.
Yeah. I didn't know all the words to that, so I just clapped.
Well, Angela, I have to say, I remember that vibe of us just singing our way to the beach that very first day. And then, frankly, as we walked off the bus and got hit in the face with that 98-degree weather, I feel like you see that play out on our faces.
I felt the same thing in rewatching this. That shot when we're walking across the beach, we're all carrying
Is it
our
just
stuff.
called regular
Meredith
show?
is dragging a cooler. Do you know the
We're
shot I'm
looking
talking
for
about? I
it.
took a photo of it because I think it's so amazing. I took a screen grab. That is all real. Like that struggle to drag that stuff
bet it has
across
something
the
to do with
beach, and
Canada.
it was hot. You guys have all
Really,
been
yeah.
there. You've been to that beach where you had to park super far away and lug your stuff in the heat, and all your enthusiasm of getting there is so quickly like, oh god, here we go.
Well, Angela, you mentioned a little bit about the challenges of this location, and Jen talked about that as well. So, Sam, will you play that audio clip number 8?
It was a
Regular
super
show.
fun episode, but it was really challenging. I remember even the bathrooms
Modified.
weren't close to the location, so they were as close as they could be, but we needed a golf cart. So anytime anybody had to go to the bathroom, there was a golf cart taking people up a hill. And I remember it was super hot and super cold all within the course of one day. There were heat lamps and hand warmers, and then it was really, really hot in the middle of the afternoon. So everything about this episode was a challenge, and I feel like we just, in order to get everything right, it just took a long time.
Oh, yeah, it was slim pickings out there on the beach. I mean, we had just enough room to shoot. There was, I mean, I remember us just being huddled under like a little pop-up tent or something.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking at the photos that I have, there's nothing out there. Once we were on the beach, we're sort of
Space
on our
Ghost
own
Ghost
because
Ghost.
things couldn't be in the shot. They did get us like
What's
some
that?
lunch.
Gangsta.
Steve and I sitting next to each other, clearly there's no scene. And we're just like in lawn chairs, like just hanging out and talking. I just love it. And also this week, Jenna, I brought my football. Like in real life, I had it in my car, and they would have some setups to do in particular, like they were setting up the hot dogs and all that.
We're having our own beach day.
So yes, it was sort of like there weren't bathrooms nearby and it was hot, but we were also just making our own fun. And we always did that. I felt like as a group, Jenna, we were really just kind of roll with it and make the best of it. And I always love that about our show.
All right, well, let's see. Where are we? We've arrived. We're yanking our stuff down the beach, and Michael tells us it's time to start the funtivities.
Such a great word. I want to use it. It's like nifty gifties. Funtivities. Can you imagine if I did that like at a family reunion?
Anderson.
All right, everybody, it's time for funtivities. I love that. I know. You and I would both be excited. We'd want to be on the funtivities, like organizing group.
The funtivities committee.
The funtivities committee.
Or the committee to plan funtivities.
Or, what was wrong with my brain? The funtivities organizing group. What? Mama needs another cup of tea.
Well, Michael tells everyone that they have to divide into teams. He picks the team leaders, quote unquote, randomly. They are Jim, Dwight, Andy, and Stanley. These guys are clearly his top contenders for the job, and he makes them choose their tribes.
Yes,
But not Pam.
and
Pam cannot be included.
Pam can't be included, and also these are the team names. Ready?
Yes.
We have Gryffindor, Voldemort, Blue, and USA.
What's
It's incredible, yes. Well, I love all of these Harry Potter references. You know, my son is right in that age range where we've got Harry Potter over here. And we reached out to Jen about this.
Yeah.
What's up with the Harry Potter thing?
Yeah, I was so curious. I was like, was this like an inside joke in the writer's room? And this is what Jen had to say.
We had a bunch of Harry Potter fans in the writer's room, and even evolved to a situation where we had chopsticks hanging around the room from takeout. You know, we ate a lot of our meals in the writer's room, and so one afternoon we decorated our chopsticks while we were probably pitching stories and jokes. We each decorated chopsticks, and then we were pretending that they were Harry Potter wands, and we would do spells on each other, probably just comedy spells. But we even had wand stands near the writer's room door that were just little thumbtacks, spread apart so that we would rest our wands on them. So everybody had their Harry Potter chopstick wands and our wand stands, and that sounds super dorky. And I believe it is. It was really fun.
Once again, what the writers were doing to procrastinate made it into a script.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably more of that than we will ever know.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so at 7 minutes, 6 seconds, Michael has his big survivor speech. Now, you guys, we've shared this before, but our camera operators, Randall and Matt, both worked on Survivor. So this had to have been a little bit of an interesting callback for them, right, Jenna?
Well, yes, and how prepared were they to lug cameras on their shoulders on a beach? I mean, these guys, they were like, oh, I've come full circle.
Yeah, bring it. So Michael says this: a group of Americans will undergo the ultimate challenge one day. 14 strangers who work together, but only one survivor. They're all like, what? What's about to happen here?
Well, what's about to happen is a spoon and egg race, Angela.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. That is
Except
strong.
the person with the egg will be blindfolded.
So, Jenna, I don't know if you remember this, but poor Brian, they had him in the background. He's just eating his egg. And it didn't make it on camera. And I remember feeling so bad that Brian, in the course of this time, in the heat, had to eat hard-boiled eggs and hot dogs. I was like, this poor guy.
And also, I think it's very funny that Michael hard-boiled the eggs.
Yes.
Because then if they fall off the spoon, it doesn't matter.
There's no point. There's no point.
Now, I am wondering, and I don't know the answer, I'm speculating, but I wonder if we had to hard-boil the eggs because we couldn't risk having eggs break on the beach and sort of leaving behind that kind of debris. Because when we left there, we had to make it seem like we'd never been there at all.
Not only that, but there's no way we could be dealing with wardrobe issues with egg yolk.
Yes, exactly. But I like to think that it was just Michael's strange choice, but it was probably a very, very practical one.
Oh, I'm sure it was very thought out. I wrote, what the heck? Who is setting up these tiki torches? Where did the blindfolds come in? Who carried the eggs? Who had the spoons? What is happening?
Oh, Angela, I don't know if it's in the deleted scenes, but in the script, there was an extra scene where Dwight discovers these boxes of supplies that Michael has packed in the back of the bus. And he's trying to get Michael to tell him what they are. What are the torches for? What is this for, Michael? And Michael is like, stop badgering me.
That is in the deleted scenes, but it's just a bag where he's trying to zip up, and Dwight's like, is that a sumo suit? Are we going to do Japanese business exercises? But none of the other supplies are seen. And I guess my whole point is, fine, Jenna, he had the supplies on the back of the bus. Who's setting them up? Where's my B-roll footage of Dwight having to run around and stab tiki torches in the ground?
Well, I know I'm jumping ahead, but later we're going to see two guys setting a giant fire pit thing.
With a red pickup truck. Who are these dudes?
I guess, I don't know. Michael had some assistant.
Okay, we just have to suspend belief a little bit, guys.
I guess so.
Well, during this egg race, at 9 minutes 54 seconds, you can fully see Mindy starting to laugh.
Oh, yeah.
When Ed is yelling at her, when she's afraid she's going to run into the big rock,
Yes.
she starts laughing.
Yes. And I personally love how Ryan says to Dwight, if you keep shouting at me, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop this race. And he doesn't stop shouting, so he just takes off his blindfold and throws his spoon on the ground.
Now, Jenna, I think there's a portion of that scene that was a on-the-fly kind of scene, and that was improvised dialogue between BJ and Rain. That's what they talked about in the DVD commentary.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, that's right. Well, now Pam has her talking head where we see that she's taking her diligent notes. And we had some fan questions from Lily S., Ashley Hildreth, and Madison Barton. Jenna, did you really write the notes? And if so, what did you write?
I'm with you. I want to know too. I'm like, I know my BFF, and I'm guessing you actually were writing things down. What were you doing?
I was taking diligent notes.
I knew it.
In character. Yeah, so there's a moment where I hold up my notebook and I tried to freeze on it to see if I could copy down what it said. And it was too fuzzy, but you can see that I am writing. You know, Dwight did this, Dwight did that, Jim did this. I thought that the best way to get through those scenes was to actually write down what was happening around me as if I was a character.
I figured you were. So you can see Michael is losing people. Like Stanley is so happy Phyllis dropped the egg. He's gonna go sit down. He's gonna do his crossword on his lawn chair. Creed wanders off, and in the background, we see him catch a fish with his bare hands. Yeah. Well, there's a really fun little tidbit about that on the DVD commentary. Harold said, "You guys, this is how we did it. There was a rubber fish that they sort of submerged like in a bucket. What you can't see is this rubber fish in water in a bucket. And they really were able to cheat it because Creed's a little bit over the hill, you know? Yeah. And he reaches down real fast and he pulls it out. But I thought Creed did a great job of selling that.
That was some good hand acting.
It was. And Harold said, true to Hollywood form, this gag, that rubber fish, cost $500.
Well, here's an interesting tidbit. Fishing is not allowed on Lake Scram.
Oh, that's true. But maybe if you're Creed and you grab it with your bare hands.
Well, you know what that scene reminded me of, Angela?
What?
The edge.
Oh, good Lord.
Edge. Having to just get the fish. You gotta. I mean, I don't know if anyone actually catches a fish with their hand in the edge, but I mean, that's a survival.
Maybe the bear did.
The bear did. Oh, I won't bring up the bear. I know it's a trigger for you.
I really think you need to watch the series alone about these survivalists in the woods, because that's what it made me think of now.
Okay, Bear.
Maybe I should.
Okay.
I'm currently really obsessed with the Chef Show. The Chef Show. Okay, so Jon Favreau, who incidentally directed an episode of The Office in season 9, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
He has this movie called Chef, and it's so good. Came out several years ago. It's one of my favorite movies. Well, he is obsessed with bread baking and cooking. And so he has started this series called The Chef Show, where he goes and he interviews different chefs while they make their signature dishes. I can't get enough of it.
You must love it. Now, this is a total tangent, but Isabel and I love The Greatest British Bake Off. We love it so much. And it checks off all my boxes. It's like in the beautiful English countryside.
Yeah.
And I love everything, like, especially when things don't go well, they'll say, like, it's a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? Yeah, it's quite fell apart. Yeah.
I know.
So matter of fact.
I love that show as well. That show is the show that got me to start making bread.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's my bread origin.
Your bread origin story.
My gosh, we are very off
We
topic.
are very off topic and we have a lot to cover. We've got to get to this hot dog eating contest.
Let's do it. We have a scene. Michael comes up to Pam and hands her 800 hot dogs that she needs to have ready in 10 minutes.
What was Michael's budget for this day?
I don't know. Where did he get the money for this? Just the 800 hot dogs alone.
I know.
How much does that cost? Can someone do some math on that?
800 hot dogs.
I need to know how much money Michael spent on hot dogs. Well, also during that scene, and this is slightly off topic, but also not, we got some mail about it. At 11 minutes 27 seconds, you can see my bra strap.
Oh.
And a lot of people wanted to know, why am I wearing a bra and a bathing suit? So here are my layers for the day, guys. I had on a bra because I like wearing them. That's why I have a bra on, because I didn't want to wear just a flimsy swimming suit top. I like some support. On top of the bra, I'm wearing my wardrobe swimming suit top, which I loved because Carrie Bennett, she came up with this idea that if it was like a halter suit, we would get an indication of a bathing suit, even though you never see me in the bathing suit. Right. I thought it was a great idea. Right. Then I have on a tank top, and the reason I'm wearing the tank top is to cover up the bra strap. We had a little bit of a fail here at 11 minutes 27 seconds. And then I'm wearing a hoodie. Those were my layers. So I guess somehow Pam cooked these hot dogs. I mean, she has a glance to camera where she's like, I don't know, maybe I didn't cook them.
There is a deleted scene between Pam and Michael where she's grilling the hot dogs and he comes over and he's like, speed it up, Pam, why aren't these done yet? And you're like, because there's 800 of them.
Amazing. Amazing. So now it's time for the big hot dog eating contest. Yeah, by the way, Michael takes credit for cooking up the hot dogs.
I know. And there is a wonderful deleted scene, Jenna. It wasn't scripted. It was a collective improv moment when Michael says, "Dip it in the water so it will slide down your gullet more easily." Our whole table said, "That's what she said."
I remember that.
And it didn't make it in, but it's so good.
That's because that line from Steve was an improvisation. He in the script, he yells at Phyllis, "Dip it in the water, dip it in the water." But that's all that was scripted. So Steve in the moment added the "so it'll slide down your gullet faster," and then we all
said,
how can you not? How can you
"How
not?
can you not?"
That was a layup.
No, that was a softball.
Isn't a layup and a softball sort of the same idea?
I don't
A
know.
layup? After I've thought about it, I'm going to give this to softball because a softball involves more than one person, right? So softball, one person sends a softball to another who then hits it out of the park. Whereas with a layup, you do it on your own.
You do it on your own, and I mean, a layup through a crowd is not easy to do if there's a bunch of guys in the paint. Let me throw some basketball at you. But maybe if you got it, maybe if you
I think a layup is. Hold on a second. Hold on a
when's
second.
the last time you did a layup? I did one this week.
What is it to you?
A layup is when you dribble up to the basket, you put it in on your own. But I'm telling you, if you're doing a layup, you know, and you're being, if you're doing a layup and you're being guarded, but then there's the breakaway layup, right? If you steal the ball and you got the whole back of the court to yourself, and you're like, yeah, and you do your layup, and then sometimes you want to dunk on your layup. Hard for me because I'm 5'1".
What's happening right now?
I don't know. Where are we?
Wait. Do you watch basketball? Are you like a basketball fan? Where's all this lingo coming from?
I play basketball. I play JV, and then when everyone got really tall, I had to stop playing because I was too short, and we had a really good point guard. So then I became a basketball cheerleader, and I was also the manager on the basketball team, and I was also a mascot one basketball season, and I love basketball, and we have a hoop in our driveway, and we play all the time, and I have a fantastic outside shot, and I often win at horse.
Angela, I'm clapping because people couldn't see me bowing down to you. But, I mean, I'm speechless. I did not know this about you. And also, I defer to you here. If this were a debate and someone had to win, you won. I mean, that was just...
I want you to know it's not out yet, but I have this Advil commercial where I have to shoot baskets, and I made like 13 baskets in a row, and one of them they used in the actual shot, and I was so happy that they showed the whole shot because I was like, I made that sucker.
You were Brian Baumgartner while shooting the basketball episode. You have like a secret basketball skill that no one knew about.
Don't you remember the basketball hoop by our trailers and we would play horse? I was always out there with the guys playing horse.
I do remember that, and I have a picture of it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I feel like we've gone off topic.
You think? Wait, we're back to the hot dogs, guys. Back to the hot dogs. Andy wins the competition, but this was an arduous scene for everyone to shoot. I was really lucky, Jenna, because I said my character's a vegetarian. She's not going to be eating these. I made a really big plea about that. But poor Brian and Ed, Leslie, all those guys were shoving hot dogs in their face. And Jenna, do you remember? They were starting to gag. Do you remember that?
Yeah, you know, we got a fan question from Caitlin Mulvihill.
Look at this athleticism.
How many times did you have to film the hot dog contest scene, and did you have to eat all the hot dogs every time? I just remember it took a long time. It was a lot of angles, a lot of coverage,
A lot of reaction shots. We were there for like half a day.
yeah, and Jen, we asked Jen, what was the hardest stunt during beach games? And this is what she had to say.
I think the answer for what was the hardest stunt in this episode depends on who you ask. I think for the actors, it was possibly the hot dog eating contest. I'm curious what you guys think. I remember spit buckets. I could be wrong about that, but I'm fairly certain there were a bunch of spit buckets. But there was some actual eating
eating hot dogs, and I think Ed Helms ate an enormous amount of hot dogs, if I remember correctly. I think he was going really hard for the contest, so I think that was probably a lot of his
Delicious.
answer
Was,
for
isn't
me was getting the shot
I'm there,
right
right there.
of
I'm pressured on.
Andy floating away at sea.
Yes, we will get to that. She sent in some more amazing
That's tight.
stuff about
Those
that
kids are
stunt,
cool.
but I
You're
do
such a
remember
bitch.
the spit buckets, Ange.
I do too. And one of the things, you guys, on some shows, the way they shoot, you know when you're on camera. And when you're off camera, you don't have to sort of participate. You can kind of not eat, right? But the way we shot this, there was a huge group shot, right? There's a camera that's capturing everything. So these guys had to eat on every take because they never knew when the camera was specifically on them or not. And I remember when they would yell cut, immediately, like the prop guys would run over with buckets, and these guys would all start spitting in the buckets because they couldn't have the buckets on the ground. There was nowhere to hide them, right? And so the prop guys would run over with the buckets, and Ed said this thing in the DVD commentary. He said, first of all, spitting out food that I've been chewing and holding in my mouth, the action of spitting out this chewed food would activate my gag reflex. So I'd start gagging. And he said, but then on top of that, this bucket that they would bring around, several other people had spit their food out into. He said, just all of it. All of it, he said, like they were all getting so grossed out.
Well, this scene really reminded me of that birthday cake scene from Meredith's birthday, where we all ate
Mint
cake.
chocolate chip ice cream cake. I can't eat it to this day. I can't eat it.
The same. We ate so much of it because we never knew when we were on camera, and then like that, I feel like there's barely any footage in this episode of these guys eating the hot dogs. It does not accurately reflect how much hot dog eating happens.
Not at all. These poor guys. And Jim isn't eating the hot dogs. There's a deleted scene where he brought a tuna salad and he is not even participating. So John did not have to do this.
And neither did I. And neither did Steve.
Oh, God. Well, Jenna, so Andy wins with 13 hot dogs, right? I just looked up this year the hot dog eating contest, the Nathan's hot dog eating contest for 2020. Did you too? Did you too?
Because I've been to the hot dog eating contest.
What?
Yeah.
When?
In 2011.
What? How?
I went
Why?
to Coney Island. Lee and I were in New York. We were looking for something to do over July 4th weekend. And we saw that the Coney Island hot dog eating, we got on the subway and we rode it out there. I was very pregnant. I was like 7 months pregnant.
I did not know any of this. See, you think you know your best friend, and then all of a sudden she's going to hot dog eating contests and she knows how to play basketball.
Yeah, exactly. And here's my memory. It was super exciting. We only saw the men's contest. I saw Joey Chestnut win the hot dog eating contest.
He won again this year.
Yeah, and he broke his world record this year.
His nickname is Jaws, Joey Jaws Chestnut.
Yeah, this year, because we both looked it up, Joey Chestnut ate 75 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes.
And Jenna, in the female category, Miki Sudo ate 48 and a half hot dogs in 10 minutes and now has the new world record.
Yeah, Joey Chestnut has won every year since 2007, with the exception of 1 year. In 2015, Matt Stoney won. But Joey has won every year since. And Miki has won every year since 2014. I will say one thing. When I went to the hot dog eating contest, I mentioned I was very pregnant. I had to pee and there were no restrooms. And all of the businesses, because there's such a giant influx of people that come down, they all have signs that say no public restroom, no public restroom, no public restroom. You can't just go in and use their bathroom. But I found an employee at the Dunkin' Donuts who sneaked me in and let me use the bathroom there. And I still to this day want to say thank you so much for helping me relieve my pregnant bladder that day
Thank you, nice person at Dunkin' Donuts.
on Coney Island in 2011.
You know, if you were Meredith, like the deleted scene, you would have just gone and squat in the bushes right by the bus. Oh no, poor Kate. Kate in this episode. Oh my God.
Well, maybe, Angela, on that note, we should take a break here and both use the restroom. And then we'll come back with some sandwich. No, I said sandwich earlier. This time I'm saying sabotage. Okay, we are back, and oh, Angela, I love this scene so much. I rewound it and watched it twice.
I do love this scene. It's one of my favorites.
So this is the scene where Dwight and Angela have tiptoed away from the group, and they're having a private conversation about sabotage. Dwight would like Angela to sabotage her team.
Yes, the ancient art, like Dutch sabotage. I was like, what? This scene was so fun to film. First of all, I remember Jen and Harold and Rain and I trying to figure out where Dwight and I would be, where it would really look like we were away from everyone, and also that we would think that we got away with it, right?
Yes.
And that the spy shot would have to be far enough away. So we did sort of climb. There were these little sand dunes, Jenna. Do you remember? They were sort of small and they had like big, sort of like tall kind of grass growing out of them.
Yeah, like reedy grass
Yeah.
coming out of them.
Itchy reedy grass. Like it kind of cut you a little if it touched your skin. But we sort of tucked back in there for the scene, and there are some great bloopers, and it's mostly just me laughing because I could not get through it when he said sabotage and I said sandwich every single time. The absurdity of these two. Not to mention, I could hear Jen Salata laughing from her little group of bushes where her and Harold were hiding. And I would be like, Jen, stop laughing. I just got it together and now Jen is laughing. And you couldn't see her. It was just like this little clump of bushes that was like,
Oh my gosh, I love it so much. I love the end when Dwight says, if Michael organizes a group hug, stand next to me.
Jen told me she loved writing for Dwight and Angela, that she loved their sort of suppressed love for one another.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a good scene. Such a good scene.
One thing about the scene that made it tricky that you might not think of is that this is one of the few times where Dwight and I have to be standing facing one another, and you really see our height difference.
I knew it was a wide shot because it was a spy shot, but now it makes me think it was also that wide to fit you both in frame.
Yes, and the other thing to point out, which I thought was really great, is you can really see that Dwight was wearing a Cooper Seafood t-shirt.
Hey, yeah, a local Scranton reference there.
I know.
Well, next up is the sumo competition.
Oh my goodness, Jenna.
Where to begin?
Where to begin? I'll tell you, I did one of those like a guffaw. Is that the word? Where you laugh out loud, like it takes over your body and you can't even suppress it. When I saw John and his little toothpick legs walk out in that sumo suit, look at his legs. If you haven't, look at his tiny little legs sticking out of that sumo suit and his little head popping up. It made me laugh so hard.
Now, I know that those guys were just so hot in those suits.
Oh, yeah.
They were dying. And we had these little fans that they would try to like cool them off with, but I'm sure that they were just so sweaty. But they also had the best time in those. They were like, they all turned into children, and they were loving it, I have to say.
They couldn't wait to run at each other and like throw themselves at each other and all of it. They were having so much fun. But I do remember between takes, they could not sit down.
Yes.
They could not sit down, and people would run over with like little umbrellas and these fans to try to cool them off. And Jenna, I was hanging out with Rain, and I have this great photo. And one of the things I loved is that I could lean on Rain's belly, like I had something to prop myself up on. So I have this photo, and it's him and I casually talking, but I'm resting myself on his sumo belly.
That's incredible. Well, we had a fan question from Freya McKenzie and Jesse Magison. Is it true that Rainn Wilson actually put Leslie David Baker in the hospital while shooting beach games?
Yes.
What happened was that during all this sumo wrestling, Leslie got sand in his eyes and they tried to flush it out, but they couldn't. And I remember he had to leave set. And I don't know if he went to the hospital or to an eye doctor, but he had a scratched cornea.
Yeah, I thought they took him to a local, like the clinic, the nearest hospital. Every single day when you're filming, whether it's on set or location, they put in the call sheet the location where you're filming and the nearest hospital's location.
Yeah, so I researched that ahead of time for this reason.
So I think they took him to the nearest, whatever that was, clinic, right?
Yeah.
And he was in quite a bit of pain. And he was like, no, it's still in there. There's something wrong. You know that moment in your body where you're like, it's not right. Something's not right. And it had, in fact, scratched his cornea. And they treated him. And then he came back and finished filming because he's such a trooper.
Well, I've had this happen to me, Angela. I got a piece of sand in my eye by using a face scrub with sand in it. And I got a piece in my eye, and I was like, it feels like something's in your eye when you scratch your cornea, but I couldn't find it. So I went to an eye doctor, and I had scratched my cornea. So I feel for Leslie. It is a not fun feeling.
I have never scratched my cornea, but one time I was eating jalapeno potato chips because I love them so much, and I bit into it kind of aggressively, and the jalapeno dust off the chip went into my eyes, and it was very painful. Oh yeah, that's really happened. I bit into the chip, and then I was like, ah!
Why am I laughing? How could you listen to that story and not?
I don't know. Okay, we should probably get back on topic.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I remember Leslie leaving set, but I don't remember when exactly it happened or how it happened. I just know he got sand in his eye.
All right, this is what I think happened. I watched the deleted scenes, and there's a moment, it's not in the episode, where Dwight is wrestling with Stanley and knocks him to the ground and is like, take that, old man, and he kind of kicks at the sand, right? And
Yes, I remember
yes,
this.
and I think that Ray felt really bad because he realized in that moment that's what we thought had happened.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, this was not the only injury from this episode. Ed hurt his finger during the sumo wrestling. Do you remember that? I think he lost a fingernail or something.
He was like, sorry, it makes me laugh so hard. I shouldn't laugh, but it's when that moment, if you guys watch it, when Andy and Dwight really start going at each other. Like Dwight walks over and he's eating a sandwich, even though he's eating all these hot dogs. He walks over and then they just start going at each other, and Ed is like kind of flailing his arms at him. Somehow in this tussle, Ed broke his fingernail, but he said he broke it really bad, like it ripped. I think it like ripped below the.
That's what I remember.
Yeah.
Like it was gruesome.
It was gruesome, but Ed was like yelling in his sumo suit. He was yelling, "Stop!" And all he could get out was, "I broke my nail." And people were like, "Okay, did you break your fingernail?" He's like, "No, guys, I broke my nail."
Oh no! Oh no! But he didn't leave set.
No, he didn't leave set. They came over were. And but there was that moment when someone was like, "What happened?" Like Ed broke his nail. And he's like, "No, it's more than just a broken nail." And then they wrapped it up.
Well, now, Angela, we're going to get into a big moment.
This was huge for our show. This is a huge stunt. You have to remember, our show never left a little tiny office. So we've got to break down. We've got two big things coming up. We've got this Andy floating away, and then the coals. So Jenna, let's start with Andy.
Okay, Andy walks over to the water, and we had a fan question about this from Allie Joe Higginbotham, who said, when Andy walks to the lake, he has something yellow in his hand. What is he holding? And what is he planning to do with it at the shore? Well, he's holding a
bandana. He's holding a yellow bandana. Michael had handed these out in the egg race, and that's what everyone had used to cover their eyes. And Andy is holding his yellow bandana from the egg race, and he hopes to dip it in the water to then maybe wrap it around his neck to cool himself off. This was the idea.
Yes, but instead he falls in the water and starts floating away.
When he fell in the water, I wasn't too far off because my character witnesses this.
Yes.
And there's a take that didn't make it, that he literally rolled, Jenna. He rolled into the water. But they used this take because it was more clear why he was going down there. He's trying to hang that bandana in the water, trying to balance.
Well, let me say, and we got another frequently asked question from Candace Kelso, Michael Loop, Olive Taylor, and Phoebe Bono. Was that really Ed in the water, or was that a stunt double? Guys, that was Ed in the water. Ed did it all.
I don't know that they offered him a stunt double. I don't know.
Kent told me they offered him a stunt double, but Ed insisted on doing all of the floating in the water himself. He was out there floating for over 45 minutes. And I'm thinking, maybe when he was like, "Oh no, I'll fall in the water," like maybe he didn't realize what that all entailed.
Yeah.
And perhaps having a stunt double on the side to complete some of the very far away floating. But guys, that is Ed the whole time floating out there.
Not only in the day, but then he had to do it again at night. This was two different shoots for him in the water, a day scene and a night scene.
Now, when he was out there at night, he did have a thin wetsuit on underneath all that sumo gear to keep him warm. So they did think of that. But before we get too far into this stunt, Angela, we also had fan questions from Rebecca Gonzalez, Connor N., and Maura Anderson, who said, "Angela, how did you make it through the scene of Andy floating away?"
It was so hard. It was such
Boy.
I'm sorry. It was really difficult. Difficult not to laugh. Really difficult. Especially because Ed was improvising a little bit. As he floated away, some of that dialogue was not scripted. So, when I'm like, I don't really understand what it is you're saying to me, that was scripted. But then Ed was physically floating away and he was dealing with the elements and he improvised this line. "Look at what I'm doing and go tell somebody it."
I love that line so much.
That was Ed improvising.
That is awesome.
I know. So it was really hard and I didn't want to laugh because poor Ed is floating out in that water. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, if you laugh, you ruin that moment.
Yes.
And he has to float longer.
I was working
the
hard.
pressure
I was
of
working
that.
hard not to laugh.
Well, we asked Chen about Ed in the water, and here's what she had to say.
Oh, shooting the Andy floating away scenes was really fun. I love that part of the script. I love when Angela pretends that she doesn't understand what he's saying. That was so much fun to write. I remember that
Ed was like in the sumo suit, and then there was a rope attached to him, and he was being pulled by a boat. And then at a certain point, the boat would leave him, and then he would just drift. But there was also current. I believe the water was also cold, and he had to keep his head up. And I remember that it was a challenging thing because his head would sort of get lost, and it would just like go under unless he put his neck up and just try to hold it up. So I think it was a difficult thing. Also, the timing of the boat and the timing of us trying to get it on camera with Michael's talking head was difficult. So I remember that Ed was like a real trooper, and there were a lot of discussions about like how far out he should be at sea because we wanted to see him. We didn't want to be too obvious that it was him and that Michael might see him, but we didn't want to be so far away that he was this tiny little dot. So I was in the water for quite a while we tried to work this out. And the other thing I remember, which is crazy to say now, but there was a safety meeting right before it, and I feel like at the very beginning of the safety meeting, like Ed was there, but like he was just getting there because everything was so rushed. And I think the safety person said one thing, like as Ed was approaching, that I wasn't sure Ed clocked, and I had this moment of should I tell him or not? And I remember the safety guy talking about water snakes. And I was like, oh my God, do I repeat this to Ed? Do I not repeat this to Ed? I don't think I repeated it to Ed because like he was going to be in this water. It was going to be very cold. I thought, would I want to know about water snakes before I got into the water in a sumo suit or not? So yeah, I think I made that decision. I think that was the correct decision to make. Anyways, there were a lot of challenges of shooting that. There were no snake events during the shooting of that sequence, and I thought Ed did a phenomenal job, and so did Angela, and I'm just in love with that sequence of events, but it was challenging to shoot.
Wow. And possibility of water snakes. Oh my God. Oh boy. Jen Salata. Well, now Jen mentioned in her clip that they would have to pull Ed behind a boat to get him in place. So Ken told me that power boats were not allowed on the lake. So they had to have a stunt coordinator in a rowboat. I remember, Jenna. I remember rowing him. Yes. Can you imagine if you're somewhere else at this park and you're just hiking, or maybe you're riding a horse from the equestrian center, and you look out onto the lake and you see a man in a rowboat rowing another man by a rope who's in a sumo suit? What are you thinking when you see that? I don't know what goes through your head. I don't know. Are you worried? What are you thinking?
So I watched this play out because we would have to reset Ed to that spot where we would have dialogue. And inevitably he'd float away, right? And then the guy, there he was. And I had to make sure I didn't look at the rowboat guy, right? You know, like I couldn't have my eyes dart away. But off in the periphery of my vision was this guy in a boat, and he would row and pull Ed. Ed had a harness suit on under the sumo suit, and they put through the arm of the sumo suit a fishing line. Yeah. And this guy would pull Ed, and as he did, Jenna, I would see water break around his body. You know, like if you pull something in the water. Yeah. And Ed said that a majority of that water, as he was being pulled, would flush through the suit and out his neck.
Well, Ken told me if you look carefully in the Michael talking head where Ed is floating in the background, you will see that there's a pretty strong current in the water, but Ed is not moving. That is because at that point, the only way to keep him in the shot was to just keep him attached to the boat. And so he said if you look for it, he's very oddly staying in one place while a pretty heavy current is going underneath him. So insane. Angela, I also got the story about these sumo suits from Carrie Bennett, our wardrobe designer.
Oh, let's hear it.
So she said that this was one of the most difficult costume challenges she had for our show. She had to create these inflatable sumo suits, but because she knew Andy would end up floating away in it, whatever she put them in had to be safe for him to float on water. So she said as soon as she read the script, she immediately went to Greg and said, I cannot design a costume that will allow someone to float on water. I need a stunt person to help me. So she got together with the stunt person, and they realized that, kind of like what Jen said, the biggest challenge was keeping his head from going underwater, because she was like, his body would float, but the head would go under. So that is why the guys are wearing those crazy head pieces in the episode.
Those were custom made, right?
Yes, she said, what if I made a floaty helmet in the shape of like a sumo wrestler's bun, and the bun is actually a floating device?
Brilliant.
So she designed this extra bit of safety for Ed with this floaty bun, and before we shot, they went over to Kent Sabornak's pool, and they put a stunt guy in the suit, and they tested it out, and it worked.
You were talking about what happens when like someone's riding a horse by and Ed's floating and there's a guy with a rowboat. What about kids' family? Hey Dad, what's in the pool? Don't worry about it. It's a little thing for work.
Totally. Also, when these guys in the writer's room wrote this sequence, they had no idea the paces that they would put people through to make it realized on screen. It was just a funny idea. Oh, you know what would be funny? They wrestle in these sumo suits, and then Ed falls in the water and floats away. I mean, the amount of effort that went into making that happen.
I know, I think about this all the time with our scripts. Like, oh, it'll be funny. We'll have a funeral for a bird, but we need a specialized tiny coffin made.
Yeah, and several dead birds to choose from.
And then Jim and Karen sneak off, and they're sneaking off to call David. But Pam doesn't know that, but you know she saw them walk away. You know she did. She's aware.
Yeah.
And they have this moment where they, call David. Jim says he wants to be considerate, and then Karen does. And then Jim is like teasing her because she sort of fumbles her words, right? When she calls David.
Yeah, I didn't think that was cool boyfriend behavior, I have to say.
Oh, right, because she's trying to leave a professional message, right?
She's speaking to David Wallace, and she's saying she'd like to be considered for this job, and he's kind of heckling her during this phone call, and he's distracting her, and I think it was meant to be kind of like cute and playful, but I don't know. If I'm making a professional phone call, I don't appreciate being heckled.
Don't mess with me.
Don't mess with me when I'm making an important boss lady call.
Or is he trying to do something?
He might be trying to sandwich this.
He tried to sandwich it.
Well, we also mentioned earlier that this was an added scene. Originally, these phone calls happened in the office before we went to beach day, but they made a change and they decided it was better to reveal this information later. But this led to problems. Like, we already had such a packed day, and here we were trying to add little moments and add little scenes. And Jen actually talked about this as one of the challenges, just trying to get everything shot on these days, because you have so many things you have to shoot in daylight, and then the sun goes down. You can't make it stay out.
Also, these were such big, ambitious days, and if we would go past the allotted time, we would get into overtime, which was incredibly expensive for the show because they would have to pay the crew overtime, the actors overtime, and so Kent Sabornak, our line producer, was trying to keep us on our day, and he was having to check in with Jen and Harold quite a bit about it.
Yeah, here's what she had to say about that.
And I remember Ken being very patient with us and giving us extra time and adding in cushions, but it was still really difficult to get everything that we needed to get done. I mean, we were going very fast and working incredibly efficiently. It was just hard. And I remember there was one moment where Ken had already given us a cushion and maybe even a second cushion, and then we were about to go
over it. We're almost done. We're so close to being done, but Kent called and I got the call, and we were about ready to say, Harold was about ready to call action, and Kent is like frustrated because he wants us to be done because he's given us extra time and he wants us to be done, and completely understandable. But I knew that if I kept talking to Kent, we were going to be slowed down by 10 seconds at that point, and that 10 seconds would allow us to finish the shot. So Ken is talking to me, and I very gently and gingerly just put the phone down on a chair, and we got the last shot, and we were done. It was definitely this weird moment of like, this is the producer of your show telling you that you need to stop shooting, and I realized I can either talk to him about the fact that we're going to stop shooting or get the shot. So we got the shot. It was definitely one of those moments of like, oh, that was cool.
Angela, I think that what Jen is talking about is a little bit of sabotage.
Is she sabotaging?
She's not sabotaging. She's sabotaging her phone call, right, so that they could get these shots.
I think it's pretty amazing. Like, I can sort of just visualize Kit going on and on, like, Jen, you can't keep adding scenes, and and she just set the phone down and was like, yeah, do it one more time while he's venting.
Yes, exactly. Well, you guys, part of Kent's job, he has such a hard job because he answers to both Greg, who is the creative voice of the show, and his job is to make all of Greg's dreams come true creatively, but he also answers to the network, who has given him a budget and a timetable, and you can't spend more money than this. And everything that you said earlier, Angela, about staying on time, because Kent will look at a script and he will try to estimate, based on conversations with the director and the writer and the crew, how long each scene will take. So he'll say, all right, we need 3 hours to film edit scene. Well, I'm only going to give 45 minutes to Jim and Karen and Sam. That's right. And if any of these things go over even 10 minutes, they have to steal 10 minutes from another scene. And it becomes just this logistical nightmare, and Kent has to keep an eye on all of it.
And it is a vicious domino effect, too. Once you get off, it just spirals your whole day. I feel like this is like a great metaphor for partnerships, because I feel like in every family, there's one person that's a little bit of the big thinker dreamer. On vacation, we'll do all of this. And then there's the person in the relationship that's like, I've allotted $80 for things at the gift shop. That's all we're spending at the gift shop, okay? Because if we spend more than $80 at the gift shop, we can't do that extra bungee cord thing that you all want to do.
Yes, that is exactly Kent. He is that person. Keep us on budget, keep us on time.
Yep.
Well, now, Angela, it is time for the cold walk.
Talk about a big scene. This was a big evening for us. It was a very ambitious shoot. We had a lot to cover. We could not start till it got dark.
Yep.
And there was a lot of prep. I don't know if you remember, Jenna, how they made those coals. Do you remember?
I do. It was multi-layered. And we had a lot of people ask this question about how did you make the coals? We got mail from Ellie Troutman, Chandra M., Jamie S., Heather Donnelly, Renee R., and many others. They wanted to know, how did the props department create the hot coals? They looked so real. Because, guys, these were not real coals.
Yes, so we could not have a huge fire here, you guys. We were allowed to have the tiki torches, little small flames. For example, when the pile of wood burst into flames, that's all special effects. That was not at all a fire. They put that in post because there were fire regulations at.
So there are fire regulations in California in general.
Yes, absolutely. So Harold Ramis talked a little bit about this coal fire pit on the DVD commentary. He said they started first of all by digging a big hole in the ground, and then they buried in the ground a light box, just a big box that lit up, and then they put on top of the light box these little yellow and orange gels to make it look like a flame. And then on top of those light gels, on top of the light box, they put little lava rocks. And then running on either side of this hole in the ground, they had put 2 gas lines with very small little flickers of real fire that pumped out of the ground.
Yes, and because there was real fire as part of the cold walk, we had a very big safety meeting about that.
One of our biggest.
Yeah, for sure. It's particularly important because, as you know, Rain, as Dwight, is going to walk onto these hot coals, stand there, and then fall to the ground. And that was real fire next to him.
On either side of him, yes. And I remember when Rain did that, one of the most painful things for Rain was being barefoot on the lava rocks. It hurt. It's like stepping on a Lego. You know how that feels.
I do know how it feels because I did it as well.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll say that people have mentioned that I look like my feet really hurt after I walk across the hot coals, and they've wondered if I really walked on hot coals. No, my feet were sore and bruised from having to run across lava rocks over and over again.
Yeah,
Like, my feet did kind of hurt.
throw a bunch of like hard Legos on the ground and run back and forth over them.
That's as good as a coal walk right there. A Lego walk. If you want that experience, you can do it at home.
Michael wanted everyone to walk over the hot coals. We said he has to go first, and Steve's hesitation is Michael to go over those coals. Jenna was so
Let's
his whole
Yeah.
body posture, the expression on his face, and he improvised the line. The mine has to wrap around the foot.
I love that that was an improvisation. I did not look that up. I love knowing that.
And we have a callback to this whole runner of Angela being grossed out by Kevin's feet.
Yes,
She's like,
that's right.
I am not going to go after you and your gross feet. He's like, Angela, it's like 1,000 degrees.
One of my favorite moments in this whole sequence is when Michael says to the group, he's so disappointed that no one has walked across the coals except sort of Dwight. And he says, you know what? It's clear to me that if I had to name my replacement today, it would be Mr. Outside Higher. And then Angela says, or Mrs. Outside Higher. And Michael is like, yes, or that. He's so good, isn't he? It made me laugh so hard.
I know, but look at Angela sass there. Like I pointed my finger.
Yeah.
Wait, Jenna, we do have a background catch we can't pass up. It's too good.
Say it.
While Michael's going on and on about who won't walk across the coals, and he's like, and Andy is never here today. It pans past us to the water. Andy has floated into the marsh. He's stuck on his back. Poor Ed in the dark in the lake. And at 19 minutes 55 seconds, you can see his wetsuit on his arm.
Oh.
Yeah, on his arm.
Oh.
His arm is like extended out of his sumo suit, and you can see the beige wetsuit that he had to put on because it was so cold.
And then people wrote in, Angela, and they said, how come in season 9, when Pam is crying, the documentary crew helps her, but when Andy is floating away at night, they just turn off the camera lights and walk away?
I know. That's one of the questions Jack had. My stepson, he was like, why did the camera crew not help him?
And I was like, you know what? At that moment, they were like, we can't disturb the natural course of the story.
Right.
We must just document it.
Well, we're coming up to this big moment. There is a huge moment about to happen for Pam.
Yeah.
She wants to run across the coals, and Michael says no. No.
Yeah.
And then he moves them on, and he wants them all to speak. Dwight is doing his version of the aristocrats very badly. And in the background, Pam runs across the coals.
Yeah.
And this just feeds her soul. She feels so alive in this moment. She did this one thing for herself. And she runs over to the group, and she wants to share.
Yeah. And she gives this speech, and everything just comes pouring out. her disappointment that people didn't come to the art show, but more than that, her feelings for Jim and how much she misses him, and the truth, the big truth, which is that while there were many reasons to call off her wedding to Roy, the reason she did it was because of how she feels about Jim.
Yeah. And first of all, I sat next to John in the scene. Angela and Jim were side by side. I don't know if you noticed that. I did. And so when you were talking to Jim, I was right in your eye line. You know, I couldn't believe my luck, honestly, because this is such a beautiful performance by you, Jim. You do such a great job. It's so moving to watch you as PM transition through all of those beats. And I had this out-of-body experience as your friend, watching you in awe give this fantastic performance, wanting to tear up and cry because my friend was crushing it. And then having to be Angela Martin, who would never react to you that way. And then at the same time,
What up, pimp? How you
just
living?
being in awe of this moment. It was just a beautiful thing to watch, Jenna. You did such a
Yeah,
great job.
24/7. I live live on YouTube.
We did several takes so you could get people's reactions.
Yeah, on 4 different streams.
You crushed it every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been live on YouTube. I've been live on YouTube now for more than 2 years. I have more data uploaded to the internet than any human in global history. It depends on the day. I have a lot of accounts. So since I do so much streaming, at any given time I could have anywhere between like 5 and 50 people watching me. And thank you. And I have some accounts that have thousands of subscribers and some that are new that just have a few.
She's just done this cold walk, and she has this burst of adrenaline, and she doesn't even think about that she
Wait, hold on a second.
It's completely different. This is very impulsive, and that was kind of what I put behind the speech. But I knew that speech backwards and forwards. I could have delivered it for days because I also know.
So you have 100,000 subscribers?
The more I know the material, the less I have to think of the word.
Exactly.
Dog. All right. So you're a pretty big influencer. Well, that's fabulous. You still have your account? Well, how many hours have you streamed? Do you know? Oh, no way. Wow, that's amazing. So I know. I've streamed over 200,000 live hours. That's more than any person. I have more data archived on YouTube than any person ever. Yes, you do. Please spread the word. I mean, so you know an account like PewDiePie or T-Series? You know T-Series? Of course. You know T-Series? I have more video time than their account. That's how much I have. And they're the #1 account. It happens. Yep. You're right. Where in the United States are you? Oh, are you in Winnipeg? Are you in Winnipeg? I heard you say it last night. Do you know? Do you know CJOB? It's a radio station there. It's like one of my favorite radio stations. Yeah, I know it's really local. Like that's some insider shit. Nobody else is just gonna be like, "Hey, do you know about Winnipeg, Manitoba CJOB?" Like, what? How do you know about that? You got that right. Yeah, man. So I listened to a program. It's called Coast to Coast AM, and they would play it. They Oh, no way. Okay, excellent. So
All right, welcome to another episode.
I am a regular caller on there as well, and so I just would listen to. Yeah, going back that far. Yeah, I've been listening since the '90s, and so I used to want to listen to the shows sometimes at different hours, and I was on a Coast Insider, and that Canadian station, Winnipeg, Manitoba, CJOB, used to do like a 24-hour cache. You could go back and play anything in their stream, and so I used to be able to listen to it. So I got to know that channel really well, and so whenever I hear anybody's from Winnipeg or particularly Manitoba, I always have a connection to them because I've listened to so much of their local radio over the years that it's pretty wild. Are you a Jets fan? Very nice. Who's their best player? Yeah, sure. Gotcha. Very cool. Well, this is the right one about which to get addicted. It's a beautiful community, my man. You never know what you're gonna get. Every day is different. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. It's a wild community. You never know what you're gonna get. It's very diverse. It's a very diverse, very positive energy community. I'm in agreement with you, man. Oh boy. Well, yeah. I mean, I've got you there. It depends. Let's see here. On Twitter, I've got 2. On that one, I've got 6. That one, I've got 2. That one, I've got 4. That one, yeah. So I have cameras literally in 360 degrees. So you can go back in my life. It's like a timeline or a time capsule of the world going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. So people will literally, oh yeah, 24 hours a day. Absolutely. I am a legend. I go to the bathroom on YouTube. I shower on YouTube. I do everything live on the stream. I want people to study. I want people to study this for the behavioral opportunities and the biological opportunities and the ecological opportunities and the psychological opportunities. Are there so many opportunities to be able to study humanity if we do this correctly? And so what I've been able to do is establish myself as the leader of the world when it comes to the amount of data that I have. And data is Earth's number one most important resource. So in my own way, it makes me a very powerful person. Perhaps someday when people recognize that at any given time, they can always tune in to me, just like you here on Telegram or on YouTube. Many of my followers on Instagram or on Twitter or whatever, they just follow me. Some people sleep alongside of me. Some people watch my old streams and sleep to them because I'm sleeping in them. And it just makes them feel connected that someone else is out there in the world doing the same thing that they're doing, sleeping maybe 10,000 miles away. It's a wild thing. Achievement. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I would say that I would say that the commitment element of it is for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. So that's the name of the game. When people are on here, we discuss world peace. We discuss no more war. We discuss solving world hunger through hydroponics, through vertical farming, through cloud seeding, and world thirst through life straws, through digging of wells, and through desalinization plants. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, all the things in society that would, change society forever. You know what? You were the person. You were the person last night, weren't you? Or maybe it was John. I was talking to you both like very close at the same time. Well, I'm not going to go out and say I'm sure he'll be fine, but time heals all wounds. I hope things improve with him. I did post some. I was actually accidental. Somebody wanted some information from me. I posted it in the Telegram, but I'm going to read you. Were you the person who asked me yesterday? They were like, Rabbi, tell us some good ideas for the future. And I was like, oh, there's human growth hormone, there's life extension technology, there's 4D. Bob Lazar. I remember that. Okay, so I was just trying to clarify who was asking me what. Just one moment. I sent this last night, and I'm just going to find it as to what I said. And hell yeah, I got over 100 Instagrams. Type in Rabbi Rothschild. Type in Rabbi Rothschild. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild, just like my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and then type in, and you'll see 100 of them pop up. Sure, my name is actually printed on here. If you see who's talking, it says Rabbi Michael Rothschild. If you just remove the word Michael and put the word Rabbi Rothschild together as one, and add like the number 1 or number 2 or number 3 or number 4 or number 5 or number 6 or number 7. Yep. I'm going to show you on it. Well, I have 100 of them, and they're all very unique content. And so when I say, like, if you're like, well, what's your main one? I would say my main one is just at Rabbi Rothschild. So you can go to that one. That one has over 10,000 followers. But you should know that one doesn't have all my content on it. I have over 100 accounts that have far more content on it. So here, I'll show you. If I just type, I have Instagram right here. I'm just going to type into Instagram Rabbi Rothschild, and you'll see right now. Look at all these. These are all my accounts. Every single one of these is my account. Incognito. Yep, that's fine. All of those. Yep, follow that one. All of them are mine though. So if you come over here and you see, I mean, you can see I was on The Price is Right. I've got a picture of that. I've got like all of these. You're absolutely right. And you're absolutely right. And I have I have years worth of content on here. Look at how long these are, and look how many videos. I have 5,000 videos. Each one of them is like 24 hours long. Look how long my video lengths are. It's $5,000. I already own the Guinness Book of World Records. I just haven't bought it yet. So in order, It's $5,000 for them to verify it, and I just don't think it's a very prudent investment of mine right now. I have the record. No one has more time. It's not like I get paid to do that. So for me to actually go out and pay, the thing is, once it goes viral, Guinness Book of World Records will come to me and beg me to go, be in their book just because of this. I'll be the most famous person on earth. I would, oh yeah, definitely. I would definitely say so. I would say, I've had different communities donate swag to me. You can see, I mean, like this face mask was donated to me. The Sproto stuff was donated. Exactly. I do have a long sleeve shirt. Another community donated to me, just because it's warm. So basically, I would say that there are many NFTs and cryptocurrencies who not only think I'm cool, but want to help me on my journey and want to be a part of it. So they've actually, out of their own funds, paid for me. I mean, hundreds of dollars worth of swag. So that's phenomenal. Additionally, the way that I met this community, actually, I would go into cryptocurrency Twitter spaces, and you can only talk about NFTs and cryptocurrencies for so long, and then these would be really, really boring rooms, and they're all the same. And so I would go in there and I would say, hey, would anyone like to play trivia? And the people would be like, what do you mean? And I'd be like, well, I host trivia sometimes when people would like me to within their Twitter spaces. And they were like, yeah, go ahead. And it became very popular very quickly. So I became a trivia host on Twitter spaces. I would just go to really popular rooms, and when there would be a lull, I would volunteer my services. And it was really easy. All I had to do was just do this thing on my phone it's called randomtriviagenerator.com, and I'd go on there, and people had a lot of fun with it, to the point where they were scheduling me for trivia nights and some other things. And then actually, in one of the situations, one of the spaces, someone heard me, who was in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community, and said, hey, look, I know this isn't our room, but we would really like you to join our Telegram. And if you would, is there any way that you would host trivia in our space? We've got one coming up. Exactly. And so you're exactly right. So then we played a bunch of rounds of trivia, and I realized this was the interesting one. And I've played trivia with just about every major NFT and cryptocurrency community. This one did better in trivia than any of the others by far. Now, I will say it did just have some outlier individuals who were better at trivia than some other people. But overall, I can just tell you it was a smarter group of individuals. So I was able to judge that from just the outset of how intelligent this group of really unique people were, and how this cryptocurrency, while it had kind of a joke of a name, jokes can be very serious sometimes, and eventually it may become the world's global reserve currency given enough time. So then got to know the people here, and in the Telegram, I didn't start streaming my life immediately. What ended up happening, this other cryptocurrency donated a set of pajamas to me. And so for 50 days straight, I took pictures and they reposted them on Twitter, and I'd get all this interaction. And not only did I wear the pajamas in different positions, but I'd wear some type of augmented reality at the same time. So I would look like Darth Vader, or I would look like a football player, or I would look like Exactly. So I have Exactly. So then Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu saw that I was doing that, and I would say that they were a little envious, and they said, look, we see that you're repping this other coin, and we really like you, and we know that you stream in there. What would be would you be interested in streaming in ours? And so I started to do that. And then very quickly they were like, look, we're going to just get you pillows. We're going to get you a comforter. So you can see my comforter that they've gotten me. And I mean, I've got another blanket here. I mean, honestly, the amount of stuff that they gave me was just absolutely unreal. They gave me a cum shirt, a shirt for coming. Like, it's incredible. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Take care, my man. We'll talk soon. Excellent. Look at his cum shirt. I say it like so positively. Like they're so nice. They're so generous. They're fun to buy me a cum shirt. No one's bought me a cum shirt. Ask anybody. No one. No. No. Cum shirt. Oh, this is my cum shirt, and I say it. I say cum shirt like it's a like it's a word. Like I know everybody knows what I mean, but I just say it like, oh yeah, like baseball, like a cum shirt. Oh yeah, like the pajamas, like a cum shirt. Is that what is that? Is that an undershirt? No, it's a cum shirt. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Because a cum shirt can become an undershirt, but can an undershirt become a cum shirt? Wait, hold on. So that incorrect. An undershirt can become a cum shirt very easily. It's usually how it happens. But can a cum shirt ever become an undershirt? Boy, that's a tough one. But it can. It can. Trust me on that one. Or no, or hard one. Hey oh. Anyway.
And it can just be about the performance. I never had to search for it. I had it. It was like
Look at this.
tape in my
You've
head.
unlocked more on Twitter.
That's exactly
That was so
right.
cool.
You don't have to worry about what you're saying.
Ma.
Just really experience the moment, feel it, because the words are all there. And I just thought it was brilliant, and I thought everyone's reactions were great.
I thought I was
Because
great.
there's
Were you the best?
there is a dance that you do
Yeah.
on a show like The Office. There is the person who's driving the scene, who's putting out all this information, and then the other side of the story is the people reacting to it. And the two parts are very important. And I thought that John as Jim, his reactions were great. Everyone in the crowd they cut to, Rashida, oh my God, her look as Karen was amazing. It was like, I can't believe this is happening. Oh my God, it was everything. And also heartbreak. It was all of it.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned about what it's like to be the person driving a scene. This was kind of my first experience with that. And it was this huge speech. And that's another reason why I made sure I knew every single word. And I got a real glimpse at what Steve does every single day, every single
Hilarious.
week. Wow. Delivering these big speeches to the group. I mean, all your eyeballs were on me. I was so nervous.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And not just the cast watching you, the whole crew. It's everything.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I thought it was so great. I just loved it so much.
Well, thank you. You know, I hadn't seen it since it first aired, and when I watched it, I was really proud of myself.
You should
I was like, oh my gosh, I love that that performance is on tape and I can watch it later because it really made me feel like a good actress. I was like, oh, look at me go.
You are a good actress. You should.
So proud of
You
myself.
should feel that way. You should. Well, I was always curious why they sat me next to Jim and didn't have Karen next to him. And then that moment ends with Jim looking straight ahead and me kind of looking off to the side, like, oh my God.
Yeah, I think you are there to be the audience reflected, right? You're what everyone at home is like, whoa. So I think it was good to have you there, being that other piece of the conversation.
Yeah.
But you know, the episode was supposed to end there.
No,
In the
don't
script,
be
that's the
baby.
end of the episode. But we added a little tag back on the bus, singing on the bus, and this tag confused a lot of people.
Well, it's daytime. We're clearly happy. None of this has happened. It doesn't make any time sequential sense, right?
Yes, everyone wanted to know, did you sleep at the beach? You're all in the same clothes. How does everyone look like they bathed if they spent the night at the beach? They just threw this tag on the end. It was an extra little bit of fun from the episode. It was not meant to be sequential.
Yeah.
We did not spend the night at the beach, story-wise.
Yeah, they just in editing, they liked it. They liked to end on this sort of upbeat, you know, there's this huge emotional moment has just happened. And then it's us all as a group. And Ed said in the DVD commentary that he started the song The Flintstones on the bus.
This is cute.
And for him, it was a nod to planes, trains, and automobiles, which I love.
I love that too. You know, they do something similar in the Valentine's Day episode. They had that little bit of extra footage of Steve improvising in front of the theater, and they threw that bit on the end as a tag for Valentine's Day. So it's just something we did sometimes.
Yeah, and I think you can get away with that in a cold open and a tag. They sort of can be their little standalone moments. But
See if you can
Jenna,
find favorite.
before we wrap this up, I wrote about some of
Blue,
my memories of
blue
this
bass,
episode of my
blue
journal.
bill
And
glass
some of the
blanket,
things I loved
quadruple
is that
B,
Rashid
blue
and I had
bill
our
glass
trailers
blanket,
side by side in the
bill
parking lot.
blue bill
And
glass
they weren't
blanket,
very
bill
far
blue
away. We were
glass
just really
blanket.
close to
Do you think you
the
can find it?
racetrack. And so in the morning, Harold Ramis would get his
Blue
coffee
bill
and
glass
Jen,
blanket.
and they would have to walk past Rashida and I, and we would sit on like the front steps of my trailer, like it was our front stoop, right?
Yeah.
And we would visit in the mornings with Harold
Yo,
and Jen. And I have a photo of us,
it's called blue
having our coffee in the morning.
bill
I just love it.
glass
I love that. I love that memory so much.
I don't know
blanket,
if we can say
blue
enough
bill
what an
glass
honor and pleasure it was to work with him. But Jen also
rectangle,
mentioned this in one of her audio clips.
blue and
what
white,
it meant
blue
to
and white.
her to have the opportunity to work with him. I'm so glad he was the
No.
person in charge of this
I'll never find
crazy,
it.
crazy episode.
Yes, because he was such a delight. Jenna, I remembered as I was going through photos. Do you remember, because him and Jen
No.
had to be kind of far away where we were
No.
filming, that he had a microphone and he would give
No.
sort of big general notes on this microphone.
I don't think I've ever
And
done
then
this.
we would
This is
yell at him to tell us
50 years
jokes.
old.
And he would tell us jokes. And in the DVD, Rain, they said that Rain would say, "Tell us more about Groundhog Day." He would share little bits of trivia on this microphone to us, as we were way far away on the beach. And he just made it all so fun.
Well, Jen mentioned that he was really instrumental in mentoring her. And actually, Sam, why don't you play that clip?
One moment, another thing that happened on that episode was it was a challenging episode because we had a lot to get and the elements were tricky too. I remember it was like incredibly cold and there were heat lamps and it was also scorching hot sometimes. And
Have you ever seen a picture of it?
so there were a
No,
lot of
I used to wear
challenges
this
to that
bed
episode,
all the time though.
and there was one
Sex in the City,
day
the
where it was like we were
movie.
not gonna make our day by sunset. We just waited for a shoot that was
Yes.
actually possible to shoot in that day.
Christy Brinkley can get it.
Challenges. And
Claudia Schiffer can get it. West Side. I bet that bitch is from Germany. I bet she masturbates to me. And that's cool with me.
It's just a thrill of mine that I was able to do that and kind of start talking to the actors in a slightly different way and start thinking about the course of being a director. And it all started with that episode and giving me a little bit of that responsibility. There's just too much to get done. I am so grateful for Harold, and it's one of the biggest thrills of my career that I got to work with him.
And guys, Jen ended up directing 2 episodes of The Office. She directed Crime Aid and The Promotion.
It just fits so perfectly that he extended that to her and shared that with her. And how lucky were we?
Yeah. Well, guys, that's Beach Games. That is Beach Games. Thank you so much for listening. This was so wonderful to rewatch. I loved it. I loved it. This was one of my favorite weeks to prepare. Me too. For sure. Yeah. And to shoot. We got to live it and relive it. What a gift.
Well, next week we have a really big week. It's The Job, and we're wrapping up season 3.
Now we're going to divide The Job into 2 parts because it's an hour-long episode. We're going to have The Job Part 1 and The Job Part 2, but it's all going to be good.
All right, guys. We'll see you next week.
Is there knocking?
By Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com for a free 1 month.
Yosh, good athleticism.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed
Yeah, I
hot
don't know.
and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold
I
K-Cup
like how
pod
he
is
puts
packed with the
ROTHSCHILD
smooth,
family.
bold
It's
Dunkin'
like
flavor you
fucking
crave.
shit.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and
Not
enjoy a
everybody
Dunkin'
gets
cold
that.
coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew up ice and
170.
sip in
Any
seconds.
comments?
Because the home with Dunkin' is where
Any
you want to
comments?
be.
Join his channel.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
Six
We were on
uploads.
The Office together.
And we're best friends.
Duh.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office
Join.
Rewatch podcast
Sign.
just for you.
Each week, we
Comment.
will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive
Give me some
behind-the-scenes
comments.
stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
2 comments. Sort by.
Hey there, everyone.
Newspaper.
It's Angela Kinsey.
It's Jenna Fisher.
And we are here to talk to you this week about The Job.
Yes, it's the end of season
I want to
3,
scream.
Angela.
That's
This
so
is the
funny.
season 3 finale.
Rory
can't
Joyce,
believe
that's so
We're
funny.
already at the season 3 finale. I can't
John
I can't either.
Dick.
I was saying to my
Hell
husband the other day, I was like,
Gangster,
Jen and I have talked
gangster.
for a
Rory
year
Joyce
now
is a
about the
bro.
show,
Remember
and
the
it doesn't
name
even feel
John
like any
Dick?
time has gone
West
by.
side, let's go.
I mean, I think we just really enjoy hanging out and talking with
Let's
each other and also
go.
talking about the show.
Well, this
West
is
Side.
actually The Job Part 1. This is an hour-long episode finale, so we're dividing it into 2 episodes
That
of
was so
Office
sick.
Ladies so that we can really
2
cover
episodes.
everything. This was written by Paul Lieberstein and Mike Shore and directed by Ken Kwapis.
Jenna, do you know it was also co-edited? Not only co-written, but it was co-edited with Dave Rogers and Dean Holland.
Wow.
Because it was such a big episode.
We put everyone on this.
All hands on deck.
Well, here is a summary for Part 1. Before leaving for his interview and confident he already has a new job at corporate, Michael names Dwight as his replacement at Dunder Mifflin Scranton. Angela could not be more excited.
Oh, yeah.
But before Michael can leave, Jan pays a surprise visit. She shows Michael her new breast enhancement and says she wants to get back together. Jim and Karen leave early as they are also interviewing for the job at corporate. Dwight makes Andy his number 2 since Andy is the only person who would interview for the position.
And that's just the first
Look
half.
at this.
There's more to come.
Yeah.
Well, listen, to kick off this finale
I know.
episode, we have a surprise
Oh,
guest. We're
monkey.
so excited. Writer, Toby himself, Paul Lieberstein.
Toby
They should have
is
been like,
in
West
the
Side,
house. Well,
motherfucker.
you know, in the Zoom house.
It's
Toby's in the Zoom house.
Oh,
maybe higher.
we asked him all about being Toby and all about this episode. Sam,
You're in
will you
control.
play the
Fuck
interview? Hello, Paul Lieberstein.
What up, you
Welcome to
fucking
Office Ladies.
kite?
Hello, Jenna Fisher. Hello, Angela Kinsey. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thanks so much for being on.
My pleasure.
We're so excited to have you today.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
We were texting, and I know you were texting with Angela as well, and you told us that you have not seen an episode of the show since it aired, but that you were going to watch The Job today. How was that experience for you? I'm dying to know.
It was really interesting. I felt like there's moments that really shined, and then there's like the writer part. It's like, oh, okay, I would have done that whole different thing out. But I didn't think there was anything that was embarrassing.
No, you are so hard on yourself. This is an amazing, delightful episode.
I know you, and you're such an amazing writer, and I can see you watching things through the filter of like, oh, and you're a producer, and you direct, so I imagine you're watching it through all those different layers.
Yeah, there's everything. It's like framing. It's like, oh, can I show you? Or that was repetitive. We already said that.
Oh,
I need to do it again. But then I get really impressed with some other stuff.
Well, we do always like to start by asking people how they came to be on The Office. you are one of our original writers, and you were with us the entire 9 seasons. You were our showrunner as well for a period of time. How did it come about that you were on the show?
Well, I had worked with Greg Daniels before and had known him for a very long time, and we did King of the Hill together. And when we started the show, I stopped by the pilot. I had nothing to do with the pilot, but I stopped by a few days. It was, I just kind of loved what was happening, and it was, I loved the British, and so then when it got picked up, I was psyched that he asked me to come on. So this was like kind of a very traditional thing that writers and actors are kind of separated on a TV show. They're kind of asked not to talk. And he, at this point, was questioning a lot of those. Why is this happening? And is this really making a better TV show? So we talked about roles for, it was Mindy and BJ, myself, and Mike. And then there was a couple of consultants. There's Lester and Larry. So the 4 of us each got like little roles. I guess Mike's didn't come on. Lowe's didn't start that season. But so we talked about just doing a little thing to kind of have the experience of being an actor and hopefully it would inform our writing. So here he wanted to kind of like break that down together. So I feel like I'm not sure how Toby happened, but I feel like I left the room and I came back and they said you're gonna play this part, and it was one line, in Diversity Day about I say this one line and get kicked out of the room.
Now, I heard, Paul, and you tell me if this is true, I heard that at the table read, they had you read that line, and that Steve, as Michael, jumped on you so viciously, and everyone erupted in laughter, because you sort of almost reacted a little bit as yourself, and a little bit maybe how you thought Toby might, but you still didn't know who Toby was at that moment, right? You're still discovering who is Toby.
There were early table reads where it was just for like weird contractual reasons, just the main 5 actors, and I was reading Kevin.
Yeah, you read a few roles.
Yeah, and I think I did well. I think I got last skin.
I think that the supporting cast wasn't there because you were guest stars and you were not series regulars. So in a series regular contract, you're required to do the table read. It's part of your acting deal. But I think they have to pay you more.
Oh, to attend those?
If you don't have that kind of contract.
That sounds right.
Yeah, it's interesting because as a guest star, they say you're invited.
Yeah.
Right? Not required. You're invited if you would like to come. And I always do, but I think you're right, Jenna. It wasn't until after Booze Cruise that we started coming to table reads.
Yeah.
So Paul, you read a bunch of roles and everyone laughed when Michael jumped on you as Toby, and I feel like that helped seal the deal.
But we also didn't expect that part to come back ever.
Oh, that's how they got you. That's what Mike Schur said about Mose. It's just supposed to be a silly photo,
Yeah, that's right. You started as a photo. That's what.
And then years later, he had to walk around with that beard for like a whole year, a whole season, because Greg wouldn't let him use a fake one. And it all started because he was just going to be in a photo.
And then the fake one looked better, I think.
Yes, and then he was furious because he had that huge beard, and the fake one worked just as well.
Well, Paul, how was that experience? Was Greg right? Did you feel like you learned from the experience of being an actor?
I absolutely did, but it took a while to get there. I don't know if you remember, but we were doing this kind of room bit about like my acting skill.
I do remember your acting skill bit.
Okay, so imagine going into acting knowing nothing about acting, and the first thing you're being taught is take your water bottle off your desk and put it underneath your desk, so because the label isn't clear. All right, that's now the first thing I know about acting, and it was like things like that made up my acting skill.
I remember Rain would just write you so hard, like you go, hey Kate, she goes, hey Paul, and you're like, dang it, because she was supposed to be Meredith in the moment you're in a scene, and I remember Rain would like tease you so hard.
Yeah, there was very little acting I was doing. There was a breakthrough moment for me. They kept saying, talk louder, and I wouldn't. You're like, no, I'm talking to a person right here. Why would I talk loud? And
You just rolled out multicams for yourself, but that's okay.
yeah, and dinner, all at dinner. And then so we were doing a kitchen scene, and they kept telling me to speak up. And then Brian said, why don't you imagine, like, this room is artificially quiet because they turned off the refrigerator, right? Kind of clear sound. Why don't you imagine that the refrigerator's on? Oh, an actor does that. But this, like, and it wasn't just like one little thing. It was like, oh, an actor has to put all those little details. It has to justify anything that needs to be done. They don't just do what feels real. They have to, like, find a way to do what they need to do and make it good.
I love hearing that.
Is this something that you've brought to other projects, Paul, as a writer, showrunner, creator of shows? Have you asked your writing staff to act at all?
I did. Let's see, like Ghosted. I had Blitz's brother, Andy Blitz, and I'm creating part for him.
Well, I have to say, and Jen and I have talked about this a lot. We talked about this when Greg came on as well, that we loved that we got to be around the writers. We loved when we got to go up into the writers' room. Sometimes we would shoot over in the warehouse, and there was that back stairwell that went up where your kitchen was with your snacks, and we would come up and hang out. And it was really fun for us to have you guys on set. And it's hard for me to imagine other shows now without that creative collaboration and that feeling of safety and trust. And we've all worked on other shows where it is not the case, and it's something that I really cherish.
Yeah, me too. I think Greg's right. It would breaking down that wall made us understand each other a lot better, and we all worked together.
Well, speaking of having to team up, for this episode, The Job, you teamed up with Mike Schur. You guys co-wrote this episode. How did that work?
I have kind of a memory of, this was at the end of the season, and a long season. A lot of episodes are written different ways. So it wasn't that Mike and I went off into a room together and came out with this show. I think that we both were running the process of writing this episode together, and we beat it all out. Some writers would come in and out, but we would be the two people that was there making sure, the episode wanted him, and he would go take a scene, I would take a scene, or he would take a few writers to take a scene and then do the same. I think that's basically how this one worked.
It's funny that you mention working in groups like that, because I remember there were times on the set where Greg would call me off set.
The song
Say, Jenna, are you in the
that
scene?
I sang when I beat my
Okay,
dad the
I've
first
got
time in
three
golf with
writers
me, want to
talking
know
about Jim
me
and Pam. I want you to sit on that.
just
Go in
to
there.
be
Go in
with
there. Oh
you.
my gosh, I would
Give
get
me,
so excited.
give
I
me
would be like, oh, I
one
can't wait.
chance to
I can't
be
wait.
near you.
And I mostly just listened, and sometimes I would throw
Because
out ideas,
I love
but
you, but
that was so cool, because you guys would kind of divide up the script, and like a group of three people would go work on Dwight's stuff.
All I
and
did
then
was sing that song to
another
myself
three
in my
people
head,
would work
and
on
I beat
some other
ass off
aspect of the story. At least
just
from
out of nowhere.
my little bit of
We
experience
were playing
in the writer's room.
seriously,
Well, it was,
and I
episode by
beat
episode,
his
some
ass.
came in, some were really like conceived by the writer and went straight all the way through, and some were extremely
Really?
collaborative.
Yeah,
But,
I remember
did it by
like the front nine
yourself.
was
There was tons
there's
of
Old
discussion.
Orchard. The back nine was like all par threes,
Well,
and the front
a
nine
big
was
storyline in this episode
like
is
par
that
four,
Jan
3 4s, and 5s.
Michael
And I
get
remember,
back together,
I don't know, I shot
and
like
Jan has
maybe
had breast augmentation. And we're so
52.
curious about this
There's some
storyline.
54
How
on the
did it come
front,
about?
which is really good
Did
for
you
me.
talk to Melora
And
about it and working with Melora
for
and
someone
Steve?
design.
What was that like?
I think there was a card on the wall for a long time that said, Jan gets a boot job. And I was looking for the right place.
my dad shot, I
And
think,
then
like
we had to
60.
break up.
He was
She gets a boot
way
job,
off.
and because of that, they get back together.
And then
It
the
was something that
back
happened
side
during
was
cocktails. Jan
par
took a
3s.
super long
It's like they're not gonna
comment
make up that many strokes on me on a par 3
Yes, in front of David Wallace's house.
Yeah, in front of David Wallace's house.
and I beat him there too.
In writing
Maybe
that,
not by a lot.
we kind of
I beat him.
discovered how Jan was
And
on the
so,
road to self
what'd you shoot there?
Yes.
Like that crystallized it for us. It's like,
What
oh,
did she
she's
shoot?
taking herself
I think he
down.
put a little
Once we
better
got
on the
that, this
backside.
was like a stage in her
50
spiral.
or something. And
Well,
I
it's
wanted
so
him to
brilliant.
sign it.
just
I don't
thought
think he
Lauren
wanted to
Steve
sign it.
just-
He didn't sign
Once
it.
again, their dynamic
I wanted my
as-
Uncle
as
Tommy to sign it. I
Jan
wanted my cousin to
and
sign it.
Michael to
I
me.
saved
was
this
so good.
thing.
So good. I could watch them all day.
My favorite part of the episode was when she came back in
It was big.
for the first time, and
It was huge.
and he's just looking at her, and Jenny
And
right
it was
there,
large.
and you're looking down.
Big,
Yeah,
huge,
he's like,
large.
why privately? Why privately?
I loved how I was put right in the middle of the two of them.
Yeah. It could have been just such a normal little dud of a scene.
What?
When he walks his line of being like mean and trying to be polite and shocked and
Freaking the
trying
F
to be
out.
freaking out and making it all real at once.
Yeah.
It was so funny to see him do that.
I have to ask you, who is responsible for creep thoughts?
I think that was a Mike talking head, and then Jason Kessler did it on the blog. He did a blog of Creed Thoughts on NBC.com, I guess.
And he was your writer's assistant? Is that right?
Yeah. And then he kind of took over the digital media stuff.
I texted Creed about it this week. I was like, Creed, do you remember Creed Thoughts? Your whole blog? He's like, yeah, that was fun. I didn't write any of that.
But that went on for a year, that blog that Jason wrote as Creed.
Yeah.
Okay, so this episode introduces the Shroot Bugs, which are hilarious. And who came up with that? And also, I saved one. I have a Shroot Bug.
You do?
Yeah.
It's a frame.
No, I guess I should frame it. It's like in a scrapbook bin that I haven't gotten to.
Well, that'll do it.
Is it a large one or a small one, Angela?
It's the large one.
Okay.
And I don't know if you guys remember, I think it's a deleted scene, but Creed tries to flood the value of the dollar, trying to flood the market. So he has this deleted scene where he's photocopying like crazy. And he's looking around, making sure no one's seeing him. And then he wheels in to Dwight's new office, this whole cart full of thousands of Shroot Bugs. And he's like, I'm going to flood the market with these babies unless you pay up. So my memory is they were everywhere on set. We had stacks of them.
I forgot about that scene.
Damn.
It didn't make it, but it's really
Tells
funny.
you that God.
That is funny. I think that Justin Spitzer thought up Shroot Bugs.
Oh, he's so
Not
funny.
Not 100%. Yeah, he's great. And he loved Dwight. There was a lot of Dwight stuff over the years that came out of him.
Well, Justin did twin absorption. We found
Yes.
Justin Spitzer, hold it
Yeah.
on.
That brings up an interesting thing to me, Paul, is that I remember over the years there'd be different writers that would just really love a specific character. Like Mike sure loved to see Angela Martin fall apart. I could always tell when it was one of his scripts, my character would spiral out. Did you have a character that you loved to write for?
Doing everybody, I think. It was always fun. Kevin was always like fun to push to the limits. So eventually doing one where he didn't know the alphabet. I remember going that far with him. I was laughing so hard during while he was doing it. Michael, I still sometimes like I'm driving and like a Michael talking and I want to write. It's his voice is just so clear in my head. It's so distinct.
Yeah.
I miss that character. That's right.
Well, Paul, do you have like a favorite scene or moment from this episode or anything you want to share? Like a favorite moment? It doesn't even have to be from this episode, but if there was one.
I really laughed out loud when Hunter, he was telling Hunter, tell her I want to squeeze them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's good.
Like,
Yeah. Now I looked in the script, and the second part was not in the script.
I I had a feeling. Oh, good. I'm glad you checked it out because I was wondering. I bet he.
But the first one was the tell her I want to squeeze them, she'll know what it means. Was in there. Yes.
And then I loved when Jen finds out she's fired and she storms into Wallace's room. They have this kind of screaming match and he tells her off. And I loved how strong David was. Like he was just so collected and I felt like, yeah, just really solid character to have. Because so many people are just kind of scared or timid to say the truth in that show. Okay, so then there's this moment after she leaves, where Michael's standing behind the doorway. And I could tell her he wasn't doing something like it wasn't me. And he can't even look. And he's the way Columbus framed it was kind of like the door frame was right going down in the middle of his face.
I loved when, Jan is just like letting David Wallace have it, and Michael is in that same spot you're talking about. And for one moment, he's like, yeah. And then David Wallace is like, excuse me, like just with a look. And Michael's like, nope, okay. Nope.
Well, we got one question from a fan, Paul, and I have to ask. This is from Sarah McGinty and Sue Wang. They want to know, why didn't Karen get the job at corporate? Because you set up that one of the requirements for the job was sales experience of 4 years. But Ryan, we don't think has worked there for 4 years, and he's never made a sale. Why did David Wallace choose him? They want to know, did you do this so that you could get BJ off the set and into the writer's room so he could do his writing job?
No, probably the opposite. It was, I think we thought we would get a lot of fun comedy out of putting Ryan as Michael's boss for a while. He was the temp that came in. He's clearly a really good bullshitter, but incompetent. And I think that's how he got it. I think you say he went to management school.
He got an MBA, right? That was one of the
so
things.
I'm not sure how he did that, maybe at night. But I mean, the reasoning in the real world, that could have been he just kind of dazzled David and said all the right things. So I can see it happening. But the real reason was like, it was time for Karen to leave the show. And what we're doing, Jim and Ben, season 4. And then we thought it would be just a fun dynamic switch.
I think it's a
We were always looking for these pairings, switch people up. Who hasn't been together in a while? We have all your pictures up. We done seen. What if you were his boss? And you're always like status games and improv or power dynamics. Just switching them up.
I loved it. I just loved it so much. I could really see why Ryan at corporate would just be, it's almost Shakespearean, it's like Michael thinks of himself as the king, and this like lowly like peasant just went right past him, on the food chain. And I love that he was like, give me a coffee, and then now Ryan just jumped right over him and is going to be at corporate. And just the way he says goodbye to Kelly, he's like cold. He's cold-hearted, but you can see that there's going to be some fun there. Yeah. He's like, we're done.
Yeah.
Paul, is there anything when you look back and you think to yourself, I wish we had done this scene? Because I remember there was a card on the writer's room wall for years and years and years that never got made, and it haunts me, and it said double date. And it was going to be a double date with Jim and Pam and Dwight and Angela. And I always wish we had seen that double date. And I even remember being in the writer's room and hearing you guys try to justify why Jim and Pam would agree to go on a double date with Dwight and Angela. How could
Or vice versa? Why would Angela ever attend?
And I think dinner party was sort of that, right? We all did go out on our kind of double, triple date there. Quadruple date, really, since Dwight brought his babysitter. Were there any cards that you remember that you had to leave on the wall? You had to leave them behind?
I'm absolutely sure there were. Double date would have been fun. Some sometimes it's finding the killer joke. You know, we should just it's terrible. So you find that and you're like, whatever it takes.
Paul, thank you so much for coming on Office Ladies. We're just thrilled to have you. And
Thanks for having me on.
yeah,
Well, thanks, Paul. It was really good to see you. And I hope that we can have another get together really soon.
Yeah.
all right, Paul.
All
Hugs.
right. Take care, guys.
Bye, Paul.
All right. Bye.
This thing that they do at Hooters
Well,
is
that was
amazing.
just too much fun. I love it when we have writers on the show, and Paul is the writer actor. He brings such a cool perspective, right, Jenna?
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh,
Well,
no.
listen, we want to give Paul a shout out here. He has a really funny new project coming out spring of 2021. It's going to be on Audible, and it's a show called Captain. He said it's like an old time radio show, and it's sci-fi, but it's anti-sci-fi.
I loved this description.
It's anti-sci-fi. Jenna's like, I'm on board. It has Will Forte, John Malkovich, Rainn Wilson, Adam Scott, Wyatt Cenac, Gillian Jacobs, lots of funny folks. Be looking for it, spring 2021. Captain on Audible.
Yeah, he said it's like they're all out in space, but there's nothing sci-fi happening to them, which I just thought was so funny. I can't wait. I can't wait. Well, listen, guys, we will take a break, and then when we come back, we will start breaking
Look
down.
at this. What?
All right, so this episode opens with Michael at corporate for his interview, which is tomorrow.
Yeah, he got the day wrong, and now he's got to cover his butt.
Yeah, he's trying to save it.
Hey,
He
hired
does a
Juicy girl.
horrible job.
Yeah,
How you
and
living,
I
baby?
wanted to point out something. While him and David Wallace are talking, I looked at reception. No plants at reception corporate.
This
Gosh,
mush.
now you're tracking
hired
plants
Juicy
at
girl.
corporate reception.
What's wrong with me? But at 33 seconds,
My name
there
is
is a really
Maggie,
good shot
and I'm a
of
hired
some
Juicy
dry
girl.
ground
I was like,
sticks.
yeah,
In the
Maggie.
back, it's like
I remember when you were
sticks.
Maggie and you were
Big,
hired
tall
Juicy girl.
looking sticks. I mean, they're not really alive, right? This is some kind of decor.
Well, clearly, the receptionist at corporate is doing something right. She doesn't have to keep any plants alive. She's just got a jar with sticks. I like it. Sam could learn something.
We should get into the episode. So, Jim arrives to work, and Jim has a new haircut.
He does. Meredith thinks it looks sexy.
Oh yeah. And Kevin thinks he could look worse. Andy immediately says, "You're no longer Big Tuna. You're Big Haircut."
Well, we got a lot of fan questions about this Angela. Samantha Patino, Kayla O, Katie Nolder, Jess Kahn, Natalie Payne, and many others wrote in to ask, was Jim's haircut a writer choice? Or was there another reason he got the haircut? It was both.
It was both. It was both.
It was in the script, but it had to be in the script because John got a haircut.
Well, John was doing a movie with George Clooney and Renee Zellweger called Leatherheads, and it was set in a different time, and so he had shorter hair, but it worked out perfect for the story because I think it's great that Karen's like, you need a haircut, you're going to interview for corporate, and Jim did kind of have this shaggy hair, you know?
Yeah.
So I liked that Karen as the girlfriend was like, you got to clean it up. But there were a few episodes this season, some of you guys have asked that as John's hair was sort of transitioning back from that haircut in the movie, that he did wear a wig.
Yes, and we have not talked about that, which is so crazy to me. But yeah,
No.
after he got the super short haircut for the movie, he came back to the office and he had to wear a wig for a while where his hair grew out. And then finally, for this episode, I think they felt like it had grown out enough that it looked like a more modern day haircut. So this is John's real hair, folks.
Yes. You guys, I went to the Leatherheads premiere and I met John's family, and I could not believe it. I walked up to the group of them, and John was like, "Hey guys, this is my friend Angela," and they turned around, and they were the tallest people. John is the shortest of his brothers, guys.
And he's like 6'3".
He's 6'3". He's the shortest. I was like, oh my gosh, it was like we're from two different planets. But they were so lovely, and that was so fun to be able to go support him like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really cool when he was shooting that movie, actually. We would get excited for each other when we would get these jobs. And we'd be like, tell us all about it.
I know. I'm like, George Clooney, come on. I wanted to point out something though with his talking head. You know, he says that Karen suggested he get a haircut for his interview. And Jenna, this is a major girlfriend moment. I mean, it shows that Jim is actually really listening to Karen. You know, you're changing your look, especially when you've had the same haircut or same look for years and years, that's a big deal. And so he took her advice, and I thought, oh, wow, their relationship's really solid. Like, I was believing it. I'm like, wow, Jim's all in. And then I thought it also shows that he really wants to get the job.
Well, in this episode, there are going to be a ton of misdirects. We do not show our hand for what the end of this is going to be at all. And coming back from beach games, it was like, what is going to be the repercussion of Pam's confession on the beach? And so to open this episode with Jim and Karen stronger than ever, Pam is like, listen, it went great. It was fine. She has that whole talking head where she's like, I know it only took me 3 years to summon the courage to tell Jim my feelings, but you know, I'm glad I did it. And now it's over. We're all moving on. That's how we open this episode. We're all moving on. Jim has a haircut. He likes his girlfriend's advice.
I was really, I don't even know the word, like in awe maybe of Pam's talking head about how she was like, I have no regrets. It needed to be said, and I said it. Why? Because I would have been horrified. I would have been so embarrassed. Like that I have this huge, like, emotional speech in front of all of my coworkers. But then you gotta show up to work the next day with everyone in the bright fluorescent light.
Yeah.
Well, they do tease her a little bit. There are a bunch of deleted scenes. There's a runner, and we'll see one later. But you do get made fun of a little bit, but lovingly by everyone.
Yes. Well, next up, Michael is in his office. He calls Dwight in, and he explains, it's time for me to name my successor. He hands Dwight an envelope.
Yes, and inside there is a written note from Michael that says, Dwight, congratulations, A-White. Don't screw the pooch. This brings Dwight
sobbing.
It brings Dwight sobbing tears. I listened to the DVD commentary, and they said in the commentary that Rain as Dwight went on and on so long sobbing, they just let him just sob. Ken Quaffis just let him go and let him go. And Ken said it went on for so long, and Steve started saying, you know what, just forget it. Give me the letter back. I take it back.
Well, we had a fan catch in this scene, which is really delightful, Angela. Christina Juarez and John Sperry wrote in to say, in Michael's office, when he hands Dwight the letter, you can see an outlet on the wall behind Michael, and it is upside down. What is going on here? And oh my God, Angela, it is. It is right around 3 minutes, 11 seconds by the coat rack behind Michael. It's an upside down electrical outlet. Like the little hole part is on the top, and then the two lines are underneath it.
I know what an upside down outlet would look like. But thank you for like walking us through it.
Well, if you want to see one, go to 3 minutes and 11 seconds.
Well, that's a great catch. You guys know I will go back and look for it.
Here's something, Angela. Of course, we know that outlet didn't really work. It was just, you know, a fake outlet cover, but it did get me wondering. So I went to the website familyhandyman.com.
Oh, Lord.
And it says that there is actually no right way to install an outlet. You can install it, quote, upside down. You can install it sideways. It will not affect how the outlet works. It actually said, quote, it's up to you. There's no standard electrical outlet orientation, so there's really no such thing as an upside down outlet.
Well, that makes sense.
It does make sense. I found it interesting. I feel like I definitely need to tell my dad about familyhandyman.com.
Oh, your dad will love it.
I also want to say, before we move on, that I noticed that there are also two light switches in the middle of Michael's wall underneath a giant framed picture. Now that is odd. Why would you put your light switches there? I guess it's because when you walk in the door, he has like glass, so you can't. But he has to walk real far into his office to turn on the lights. I'm
Well,
just saying.
you know what? He never has to do it because Dwight gets there early and sets up his office for him.
Yeah.
Michael doesn't even know where those light switches are. He's never had to turn them on.
Well, they're right there under the picture. You know what, Angela? You spot plants. I'm going to be on the lookout for outlets.
Well, between the two of us, look out, world.
That's right. Well, next up, the scene between Pam and Karen.
Oh my gosh. I thought Rashida did such an amazing job because she had to react to so many things as Karen. First of all, she's graciously, I think, trying to let Pam off the hook. She's like, you know what? It happens. Sometimes we just have those moments. We say things we don't mean. And then Pam was like, oh no, I meant it. I've thought about it a long time. And Karen, the look that comes over her face, she's like, oh, that's how it is.
Yeah. And then she has her talking head where she's like, Pam is kind of a bitch.
Yeah. I would be ticked off. I would not be happy with Pam.
Well, here was my thing as the character of Pam, because in watching it as an audience member, it was rude. Like Pam is not being great in that scene. But
Not being great in that scene. She's also flirting with Jim in front of Karen. It's like all bets are off with Pam now. She walked across these coals. She's feeling empowered. And
when did she flirt with Jim in front of Karen?
Hi. I like your haircut. I like it. Smile. Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Right out of the gate. And then later, when he's leaving for corporate, she's like, good luck.
Oh my gosh, you have such strong feelings. I didn't know.
I feel like Pam is openly flirting with Jim in front of Karen in this episode.
Okay. My backstory as Pam, it's one of those things where when you finally get your voice, you just say everything. You lose all of your editing for a period of time, right? Because you have to try on this new way of being, and you're gonna mess it up sometimes. The pendulum has swung in the other direction, and Pam is really living in. Oh, I'm sorry, I hold nothing back now. I give 0 Fs. I say it all, and y'all are gonna have to live with it. That's the world Pam is in right now.
Yes, she hasn't auto-corrected to sort of like a happy medium. She's just swung real hard one way.
She has. Well, then Karen suggests to Jim that they leave for New York tonight and they should get a hotel room and hang out in the city.
Oh yeah, Karen is like, let's get out of here because that bitch behind reception is coming for my man and we need to go.
Well, Ange, we actually had a fan catch from this scene. Anna Owen and Ishan Vasant both wrote in to say, at 4 minutes 43 seconds when Karen suggests leaving early, Jim says he has too much paperwork to do and then he signs a document in pencil. Who does that? Did you notice? He signs his name in pencil. It's such a good catch.
I did not notice, but I sort of just feel like none of them do any real work all day.
Hannah Settle also has a fan catch for this scene, and it involves you.
Oh, what am I doing?
At 4 minutes 33 seconds, Angela and Kevin are talking together in the background, and she wants to know what are some of the things you guys would talk about during scenes when you were in the deep background. Because I watched this scene twice. 1, so that I could watch Jim sign in pencil, and then 2, so that I could watch you and Brian in the background. And lady,
I know.
you and Brian
I know.
just chatting.
I know. I actually chuckled to myself when I saw this scene because, you know, they had us standing there so we would be in the shot. They would often do that. They would put Brian and I in a file cabinet, and Oscar could stay at his desk because he was in the line of sight. But they would have to pull Brian out and me out, so we would stand at those file cabinets back there. And you guys, we are just shooting the shiitake. We're just like, you know, just like, oh, hey, do you guys want to grab dinner? Yeah, what's up? And Oscar's job was to be our lookout. Okay, he didn't sign up for this job. We just made him do it. So he would, under his breath, say, "Guys, camera swinging over. Camera swinging over." And then
So that you
sometimes
could like suddenly like
Yeah.
snap back into
Yeah,
character.
and then sometimes he wouldn't catch it, and then all of a sudden Brian, and I would love it if there was one moment during the run of the show that it was on camera, he would flick me, he'd like flick my arm, like stop talking.
That's amazing.
We're just the idiots back there, just chatting it up in accounting.
Well, speaking of accounting, we have a very strange scene now where Kevin asks Jim who he thinks is hotter between Karen and Pam.
I called this the Kev Perv alert.
Yeah, Kevin starts listing off all of what he believes to be the various attributes of Karen and Pam. And Jim is like, eventually he's like, you know what? I think you should take the rest of the day, try to figure this out and get back to me.
Well, at 5 minutes 37 seconds, you see Jim kind of put his hand up to his chin, like he's considering this, right? Kind of thinking about this. In the DVD commentary, John said that was his Mike Schur impression. That right in that moment, he was being Mike Schur.
Yes, that's really good.
He snuck in an impression in the episode.
I love that.
So now Pam goes into the break room, and you guys, there are more of these scenes where she gets teased, but this one made it in. Oscar teases her, and everyone kind of laughs about her big speech she made to Jim. And Stanley's like, "It's the most I ever saw you speak. I mean, I thought, is that Kelly?" And Kelly's like, "No, that was pathetic. Like, no, I would never do that. No offense." And then Meredith is like, "Well, you know what? Everyone was drunk. No one remembers that." And Creed goes, "Oh, I do. I blogged about it." And now we find out that Creed Bratton has a blog.
Yes. Ryan explains in a talking head that last year Creed asked him how to make a blog, but Ryan just opened up a Word document and told him this was a blog. And he said that he did that in order to protect the world from Creed's thoughts.
Yeah, because he said even for the internet, they're pretty scary. So then you see Creed working on his blog, and of course, you guys, I had to screen grab it and see what he wrote. So the top of his blog says www.creedthoughts.gov.www/creedthoughts.
What?
And this is what the screen says. Creed Thoughts. Heyo, everyone out there in cyber world, cyber spelled with an S. It's old Creed Bratton coming at you again. So we get to see his last name, which I love, Jenna.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So it says, "It's old Creed Bratton coming at you again, here from my perch as a quality assurance manager at Dunder Mifflin Paper. Just a few observations on the world around me. What do you guys think is the best kind of car? To me, you can't beat motorcycles. They're small and dangerous. I got into a car," and that's all you see. And I have to say this. I have to say this to Ryan, fictional character Ryan. I don't think that's so scary. Like, why can't Creed blog about that he likes motorcycles?
Well, there obviously is something that we're not seeing.
I guess so.
Well, we talked to Paul a little bit about this, and he mentioned that Jason Kessler, our writer's assistant, actually did write for a little over a year the blog of Creed Thoughts for NBC.com. And by the way, if you would like to look for it, you can still find it. It is at blog.nbc.com/Creed Thoughts. I looked at it. There are so many amazing things. He has a whole story on there about how he stayed late one night at the office and he found a squirrel in Michael's safe. That's one of the stories. Yes. Yes, he says he's so glad that he figured out the combination of Michael's safe because it ended up saving a squirrel's life. He would like to know why Michael put a squirrel in his safe. That's one of his entries.
Creed, did you really put it in there and then you forgot about it?
It's possible. But you can check it out. It's still there.
That's
Oh,
so
okay.
fun. That's so
Yeah.
fun. I didn't know it was still active. That's so fun. Well, now Michael visits the accounting department and he's talking about his new job and how he's already sold his condo, and they're like, whoa, what?
And I love this scene.
I remembered when we were doing the scene at the end of the scene, we improvised all of that. And when I was watching it, I was remembering that. And then I went to the DVD commentary, and Ken Kwapis said, yeah, he was like, the scene didn't really have an ending. So I just asked the accountants if they would improvise sort of reacting to Michael. And that's how we went out of the scene.
I think this scene is such a great example of the three of you as an improvisational trio. You guys work so well off of one another. Your deliveries are spot on. And I noted it when I watched it, Angela, and I went to the script. And Ken Kwapis is right. It really just ended with Michael giving the news that he's already sold his condo on eBay. That was the button. But I think this scene is brilliant because of your reaction. And I'm so glad they left it in.
Well, I love that it made it in, and I really loved our little accounting pod. We so clearly knew our characters and how they would react to one another at all times. And we were rarely ever on the same page. But in this moment, all three of us have similar reactions. I say, who gave you that advice? You know, and then Kevin and Oscar all chime in. And for once, the accounting department is all on the same page.
We had a fan catch in this that I absolutely love from Adalia L, who said, you guys have mentioned that Phyllis was constantly looking at fences for her home.
Please tell me she caught the fence on her computer.
At about 7 minutes, 20 seconds, I think she's looking at fences on her computer in the background of the scene. Angela, this is amazing. Because you know how you were mentioning that sometimes you would check to see if you were in the background?
Yeah.
At 7 minutes, 10 seconds, Phyllis looks over her shoulder to accounting, and I swear that what she's doing is sneaking a look to see where the camera is, and I think she thinks she's not on camera because right after that she clicks on a website to look at fences.
Yes, that's exactly what she was doing.
Yes, it was amazing.
You guys, Phyllis looked at fences for like a year.
Yeah.
Like for months and months. Trying to, and we would, you know, she would want our opinion, and we'd go over and we'd look at fences with her.
Yeah,
so many
It was
fences.
great.
So many fences.
Well, now, Angela, speaking of scenes that I just absolutely love, this next one with Dwight and Angela in the kitchen, and Dwight is telling Angela about his new promotion. He is going to have Michael's job.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's one of these Shakespearean moments between Dwight and Angela. Very Macbeth, right? And
Yes.
once again, they're not facing each other. You know, so Angela doesn't even see his face.
And at the end, Angela, you say, goodbye, Kelly Kapoor.
Oh yeah,
That was not in the script, lady.
I know. So I got to improvise a little bit right there, and my memory is that I improvised that. And when I listened to the DVD commentary, Dave Rogers said, "I'm pretty sure Angela improvised that line." So I just figured she would just be consumed with her own power. And you know, Dwight has said if he takes over, she gets to be in charge of the women. So it's sort of a callback. And you know, Kelly Kapoor has been on her list for a long time.
Well, I think this is also a callback to Product Recall. I think that Kelly went to the top of Angela's list after she had to sit through that customer service training.
Well, no doubt. She tried to kiss Dwight at a Christmas party, and then there was Diwali, and then Product Recall. So Angela's like, "See you later, Kelly Kapoor."
Yeah. Who's next on Angela's list?
The list is long, lady. The list is
Is it
long.
Kevin? Maybe Kevin.
Oh, for sure. And maybe she gets her way in the finale. Just saying. Okay, we're not there yet. Okay. Well, in this scene, Dwight and Angela have this really fun couplet of dialogue. Dwight says, "How would you like to spend the night with the regional manager of Dunder Mifflin Scranton?" And Angela goes, "No, Dwight." And I don't care if that's how they consolidated power in ancient Rome.
And he's like, I mean me. Well, listen, lady, I think maybe we should take a break. And when we come back, we're going to see what this new power does to Dwight.
Oh, well, get ready for his bed and breakfast in hell.
All right. We'll be right back.
I miss smells, different smells, food.
All right, we are back, and Dwight is taunting Jim about his new position at Hotel Hell.
And he's doing one of those hand, what are they called?
Those hand exerciser things, what are those for? Why am I exercising my hand?
So your grip gets really strong.
So I can hold heavier weights while I'm lifting weights? Is that what that's for?
Or maybe,
What do I need a strong hand for?
maybe if you wrestle, you can grab someone and hold real tight. I don't know.
I've never understood why I would want my hands to be super muscular.
I feel like my husband has one, and I know with baking, like he's kneading all kinds of dough and bread and doing stuff, and I feel like he's got real strong hands.
Oh, wow, do I need one of those?
Maybe.
So that I can knead my dough better?
Maybe then you'd have like super dough kneading strength. Anyway,
Maybe I should ask for one for Christmas.
Dwight is doing this throughout this whole ridiculous, I don't even know what it is, a dream or fantasy of his, of this insane hotel hell. And then Jim just takes him to task so calmly. He's like, wait, you're the manager? This is your fantasy? You don't even own it? And he's like, I co-own it with Satan.
Yeah, and he's like, I just want to make sure I'm clear that your wildest fantasy as the co-owner of a bed and breakfast with Satan in hell, and that you
What?
$1,000 a year.
Oh yeah, Dwight's like, wait, I haven't told you the best part. Yeah, the best part, I make $80,000 a year. Now, Jenna, so here's the thing. I saw online that fans of The Office were like, if you divide 80,000 by 12, you get like 6,666.66667 or something like that. And I was like, oh my God, did the writers do that on purpose?
They must have.
They had to have.
Must have.
Well, what a brilliant little layer they gave that then.
We had a lot of people write in about that. Rebecca Womack, Beth Jones, and Paulina J. and Jake Moss all also noticed that $80,000 a year is $6,666.66.
That's pretty cool. I mean, that's a little, I like little details like that. I think that's fun.
If that were my salary, I think I would be a little bit weirded out. I don't think I would want to have a salary. I wouldn't want to get checks. I mean, I guess if you take out the taxes and everything, your check wouldn't really say that. But even still in my mind, I think it would weird me out. Because do you know what I had for a very long time?
What?
I had a credit card, and you have your little 3-digit secret code. My secret code was 666.
Oh, no. I'd say, get that away. I'm not having any of that.
I would be on the phone trying to buy something. Like, let's say I'm ordering a pizza. And they'd be like, what's your credit card number? And they'd be like, and the security code? And I would always be like, it's 666.
And what would they say?
People would be like, what? And they would laugh. And I'd always have to be like, I know. And I wanted to just intentionally get rid of this card so they would issue me a new one. Now that's not my security code anymore, but
I imagine that's like layered because it's like, on the one hand, that's creepy. It's creepy. And then you have to say these creepy numbers. But then you also now have chitty chat. When you just want to order your pizza, now that person's hearing it for the first time. So they're like, oh my God, that's weird. Yeah, I know. Oh, are you going to change it? I'm going to try. But like over and over for 2 years.
2 years.
Well, then Dwight has a talking head. He says his first order of business will be to demote Jim, which means he will need a new number 2. His first choice would be Jack Bauer. Yeah, from 24, but he's fictional and unavailable. This was a nod to Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant.
How so?
They loved 24. Loved 24. They were obsessed with it. They both got cameos on 24. I went, yes, and I watched them So Ricky Gervais was in the 6th season. His scene did not make it, but you can find it online, and I guess it's on like the DVD box set or something. And he's having this comedic moment in the Oval Office. It's totally random because 24 is such a drama. The stakes are so high. But he's in the background with his longtime girlfriend, Jane Fallon. They got to be in the show. And then later on, Stephen Merchant makes a brief appearance. He doesn't have a speaking role, but he's a CTU worker. He wasn't credited on the episode, but he is there. He's in the background when they cut to CTU.
So he made it in.
He made it in. He has no lines, but he made it in. But I guess this little reference to Jack Bauer from Dwight was a little nod to Ricky and Stephen from the writers.
I love that. Well, now something major happens.
2 major things happen.
Jan shows up at the office unannounced. And we talked about this scene a little bit with Paul, where Jan and Michael are standing at reception with Pam between them. And Michael is trying so hard to have boundaries.
Oh, I loved it when she walked in and he goes, "Why are you here?"
And Melora is being that very, very scary, sane version of a crazy person.
Oh, for sure.
Like in the horror movies, right before they turn on you.
Yeah, no, it's that moment where you're like, "Hi, lovely," and then it's like,
Yes, like you're wondering, wait, are they a cyborg?
yeah, "I made you coffee, honey," with the knife.
Yes, super creepy. She goes into his office, and Michael is like, I need all my ladies
DEFCON
in
10.
the conference room.
DEFCON 10, Pam.
Immediately. Except Meredith, who's an alternate.
Yeah. Well, so now Pam has to go tell everybody, right? So she goes up to Karen and she's like, "Hey, Michael needs us. Jan's here. He's freaking out." And Karen is so passive aggressive in this moment. She's like, "Okay, listen, before we leave, would you make, copies of our sales reports? Would you go make some copies? Would you photocopy some stuff for me? Oh, and for my boyfriend, whom I'm about to go to New York with for the night, will you make us some photocopies?" That's the subtext.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna put you in your place, Miss Receptionist.
Yeah, she does. It's true.
And then though, Pam leaning hard into this new, like, I'm gonna say stuff when I want to say it, looks right at her and goes, "I hope you get the job." Yeah.
Well, Pam sass.
I want your ass out of here.
I'll make your
I
copies.
want your ass gone.
I'll make you 12 copies. How about that?
You can shove them where the sun don't shine.
Okay, so Jan explains to Michael, she gives her plea. She says that after their breakup, she went on vacation.
Another vacation.
Yeah. But she's made some big changes, and she really, really misses him, and she wants to get back together. Michael runs out of the office and into the conference room.
DEFCON 20.
And all the women in the conference room are like, "Michael, no, do not get back together with her. You have to stay strong. She doesn't make you happy. We're good. We all agree." Michael's like, "Yes."
Yeah, so now he feels empowered. He's going to go in and tell Jan, no,
Yeah.
we are not getting back together.
But he walks back in his office, and Jan has taken off her jacket to reveal that she has had breast augmentation surgery.
She is wearing a white, very tight little knit sweater with a plunging neckline.
Yep,
And she's got a bodacious set of tatas
she does.
that are like, hello, in his eyes. He walks in, he's like, what?
Oh my gosh, because he's such an adolescent. He cannot take his eyes off her chest, and she knows it. This is going to appeal to Michael.
Absolutely, she knew what she was doing.
Well, we had some people ask, did Melora get a breast augmentation for this episode? No, she didn't. They designed this crazy bra for her that was filled with like a gazillion little cutlets. And then they did this like makeup shadowing on her chest to create even more illusion of like swollen cleavage and all of that. And I do remember poor Melora from this point forward would have to put that on for every episode now.
I listened to the DVD commentary, and Ken Kwapis and Melora were part of this commentary, and they said they had a meeting to discuss her boob job storyline with Greg. So it was Ken, Melora, and Greg, and they really had a like earnest conversation about what size they would be, like how big would Jan go, and how much of a visual joke would this be. And Melora said this whole storyline was just a lot of fun. That they just it was just a really fun thing for her character and just part of that journey that Paul was talking about of Jan really starting this spiral. And she did say that for a long time people would come up to her and ask if those boobs were hers. I know, poor Melora. Poor Melora. Oh my gosh. Well, it works. Michael gets back together with Jan. He says it was not for the boobs. No, it wasn't for the boobs. No, of course not. But he said that would be shallow. And this is actually emotionally magnificent. So, yeah, he's going to give this relationship another try. Yeah. Well, Jan walks out into the bullpen. Oh, by the way, I can't believe I forgot to bring this up. In the very beginning, when she shows up, Michael goes, Janet? And I was like, what? I forgot her name was Janet.
It is?
Yes. When she enters the office, and I'm sorry to take us back a minute, he says, hello, Janet. And I'm like, Janet? That's my sister's name.
But is that just Michael doing Michael?
No, I looked it up. Her character's name is Janet, and her nickname is Jan.
Wow.
Yes. Wow. There you go. Janet Levinson. Gold. Drop the gold. She's not with the bullpen. No. And so she walks into the bullpen, and now everyone sees her new boots, and everyone is having their reactions. You know, Meredith is like, waste of money. I find that guys are way more interested in the back of you than the front, in her experience. And I thought Kate did such a great job with that talking head. She just throws that line away. She doesn't put too much on it. Yeah, and she did a brilliant job. And Pam, once again, trying to flirt with Jim. It's like, oh my God, they're so big. And he's like, I know. She's just trying to flirt. She's trying to flirt.
She wants to be friends again. She's being friendly.
She wants to be friends with benefits.
Well, she wants to be friends.
Yeah. While everyone is reacting to the boobs, we have another pretty big storyline, which is Dwight is going to start interviewing his new number 2. And the only person who signed up was Andy.
Yes, which leads to this amazing interview scene between Dwight and Andy. It's like a rapid fire Q&A session.
Yeah,
and it's so great. We had a fan question from Seth Jason Tan and Sue Yi Wang. How much of the dialogue between Andy and Dwight was scripted when Dwight is interviewing him for assistant to the regional manager? Well, guys, everything you see in the episode was scripted, but there was so much more in the script. Angela, is that stuff in the deleted scenes? Because it was so funny on the page.
There are great deleted scenes, Jenna, from this scene, and apparently there's even more that we're not even getting to see on the DVDs. I listened to the DVD commentary, and they said these guys went on and on and on, and then they went past the scripted stuff, and they just started improvising. And Ken Papa said Rain was just throwing the craziest stuff at Ed, and Ed did not miss a beat. Like, all right, walk me through an appendectomy. and Ed, as Andy, is like, all right, you sterilize the area, you make an incision. You know, he just, did this whole thing. There are great deleted scenes in the DVD, but I think there's even more that we don't get to see.
It was amazing. I absolutely loved it. And Dwight has no choice. This is his only choice.
Yeah.
Which is so great. Well, we're going to end this part 1 of the job with Michael finally leaving for his interview. He is holding Jan's breasts.
Well, they've shut the blinds, but they've only shut them on one side of his office. They left them open on the other side, and so the camera gets this little, I used to call it a peep shot. That's not what it's called. Sneaky shot, spy view, spy shot.
You got it. You got there. A spy shot.
And I found it. I got there. Thanks for sticking with me. Michael's just cupping them. He's just holding them. He's like so happy.
Just holding them in his hands. And then he has this crazy talking head where he says 2 weeks ago he was in the worst relationship of his life, and now he's in the best relationship of his life with the same woman. Isn't love a mystery? Angela, I mean, can you get a breast augmentation and heal from it in only 2 weeks? Is that enough time?
I know. I thought she was gone longer too. It seemed like to me they hadn't been dating for quite some time. Because
I thought there was a bigger passage of time.
I do too, because when he walks over to accounting, he's like, I haven't talked to Jan in ages, right?
Well, I know that Women's Appreciation was 2 episodes ago, but I thought there was more time in real life that had passed. So that bumped me when he said 2 weeks. I was like, wait, what? And also, like, I just would think her boobs would still be so sore. I mean, I don't know. Should I look it up?
I think this was maybe a continuity error in writing. I think he said a longer passage of time when he went to accounting.
Well, according to plasticsurgery.org,
Yeah.
most surgeons agree that full recovery can take an average of 6 weeks or so, but that many women notice they feel fine after about only 1 week. So there you go.
But I still think this is a continuity error because of what he said in accounting.
I think so too.
Um,
Well, Michael goes to Pam and he says, Pam, you gave me great advice, but Jan's was bigger.
yeah. Jan's advice was bigger.
So Michael's going to say his goodbyes. You know, he really believes that he's leaving for the very last time. He believes he's going to go to this interview and get a job at corporate, and he and Jan are going to live happily ever after.
He sold his condo. The man is leaving in his mind.
He plays exit music, and he bids everybody a good night and a good luck.
Yes, he plays Natalie Merchant in a tiny little tape recorder.
And after he leaves, Dwight slaps his name on the door and says, who's ready to work?
And guess who's
Oh, she's so happy.
This is a big moment for them. This is a big moment.
Well, we will end there for this week. Next week, we will keep breaking down this episode. Jim, Karen, and Michael will all arrive in New York for their interviews. Dwight fully takes over Dunder Mifflin with Pam as his secret assistant to the regional manager. Oh, that's all next week.
Oh, yeah. It's a good one, guys. Thank you so much for listening in. And thank you, Paul Lieberstein, for being our guest. We will see you next week. Job number 2.
It's a date.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Beaver. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bumco. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Ratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because because the home with Duncan is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hello, and welcome back to Office Ladies. This week, we are breaking down The Job Part 2.
It's the season 3 finale, second half, written by Paul Lieberstein and Mike Shore, directed by Ken Kwapis. Last week, we interviewed Paul Lieberstein, aka Toby, about this episode. It was great.
So fun to talk to him.
Well, this week we're going to break down the second half, and I've got a summary to catch us up.
Well, Jenna, you know I can't wait to hear it. So.
I know. Now, do you really like my summaries, Angela, or is this?
I actually really do. Now, that probably sounded like I was being some BFF sass to you, but I actually really do because you're so good at summarizing them. I think you might have missed your calling as like someone who writes the caption for movies, you know? Like,
oh yeah,
the little
thing
slogan
that comes up on your TV guide.
Yes. I think you could have been that person, except for look who's talking.
That made me laugh out loud.
I know, I gotcha.
Y'all heard.
Okay, so give us a summary.
All right. Last week, we discussed how Michael got back together with Jan after she revealed her breast enhancement. He named Dwight as his successor to Dunder Mifflin because he was so sure he was going to get this job at corporate.
Baby.
But I have just pause 1 second here. Is that even Michael's decision to make? We did not talk about this. I mean, if Michael gets the job at corporate, is he allowed to just say who gets the manager job at Dunder Mifflin Scranton?
No.
Right?
Absolutely not. I'm sure that's like a corporate decision where they like have an overview of all, and all the employees. I'm sure Michael gets to put in his recommendation as someone that worked in that branch, but ultimately that would be David Wallace's decision.
Thank you. I feel like we failed to discuss that last week and I needed to bring it up. Well, I gotcha. Done and done. All right, so also last week, Dwight interviewed Andy to be his number 2, and Jim and Karen left for New York. This week, Pam is going to become Dwight's secret assistant to the regional manager. We will see Michael, Jim, and Karen all interview for the position at corporate, and we will ultimately find out who gets the job.
Yes, there's some relationship stuff thrown in there too, but
there's a little bit, isn't there, of relationship stuff. All right, fast fact number 1, fan question from Maddie Jensen. I noticed that Ken Kwapis directed the finale for season 3 along with the finale of season 2. Both episodes are crucial to the Jim Pam plotline of the show. Was this an intentional decision to have the same director in charge of these important episodes, or was it just a happy accident? Well, this was very intentional.
I'm so glad you said that because I was sitting here and I wasn't sure. I was like, what is she going to say? And I was like, I hope it was thought out because Ken was so caring about the different dynamics and relationships on the show. He'd been with us since the pilot. We had such a trust for his vision. And if you were about to say, it was just a scheduling thing, I was going to be like, no.
No, I traded some emails with Kent Zabornak, and he told me that he and Greg always wanted Ken Kwapis to direct milestone episodes. So season openers, season closers, or any episodes with big story movement, especially if they involved Jim and Pam. He wasn't always available, but that was the intention. And if you look back, Ange, you'll see that oftentimes it was Ken Kwapis, Greg Daniels, Paul Feig, or Paul Lieberstein who would direct these big milestone episodes, which makes sense because those guys were kind of the original team of visionaries for the show, and they were with us since the first season.
Yeah, so they knew every character's journey, and I think that was super important.
That was sometimes a learning curve for new directors. If they hadn't seen every single episode, they would come in and maybe not understand why a character was making a certain choice. And I remember the cast would sometimes just bring them up to speed.
Oh, I did. I remember I was in in the scene. I forget who the director was, but they were like, so let's have Angela over there, like cutting the meat or something. It was like a party episode. And I was like, oh, she wouldn't touch that meat. She's a vegetarian. She wouldn't come near it.
Yes.
And they're like,
Yes,
oh,
exactly.
okay. I guess I'll put you over there by the bag of chips. I'm like, yes, that's better.
Exactly. So this created a really nice sense of consistency for those big episodes to bring people back who knew us all so well. All right, fast fact number 2. This is a fan question from Beatrix Smith, Brooke B, Amelia C, Erica P, and Supa Nanduri. Did the conversation at the beach between Jim and Pam that we see throughout this episode, did it have to be recreated like the kiss on casino night? Or was it a deleted scene that was added later without audio? What's the story? Well, guys, this was a new scene, but we knew about it when we were shooting beach games. So we shot this during the beach games shoot. We did not have to go back to the dam.
Oh yeah, we couldn't get that location again. So they shot it while we were there. And Jenna, I remember that they brought Ken Quapis to direct that. So, and that was actually very common. That wasn't like anything weird to Harold Ramis. That was really common on a show. If you had a cross-board moment where you had a scene that was in another episode, the director of that episode would come and direct that to sort of complete their story. So Ken came back, and Jenna, I read that this was supposed to be in the beginning of the show, like the cold open.
Yes, just like that jump from Casino Night to Gay Witch Hunt, we were going to originally open this episode. The cold open was going to be watching the scene between Jim and Pam
but that's
on the
a dude.
beach.
I'm so glad it wasn't that way.
It's like something's off about
I
this.
think it creates so much more tension
The chest,
Yeah.
and then it was like, oh,
to
it's
leave
trans.
it until later as a flashback.
And you know, Jenna, it really did add to the tension because
You gotta give me some.
now
Ben,
we
I'd be like,
know
Ben.
as the
Oh,
audience that they had this moment. So when Pam was saying
What does the
goodbye
woman
and
who
good
speaks
luck
say?
and all of that, it's layered
Who?
this
This
moment
bitch?
that they shared at
It's
beach
just podcast.
games.
anyway,
And I
I'd be
love
like,
that
Ben.
they
Ben be like,
showed
dude,
this.
you
Our show
just
didn't
thought
always
that
just
dude,
spoon-feed the audience.
no
It just
trans.
let
I'd
them,
be like, yo,
like, sort of
Ben,
pick up
and he'd be like,
their
okay,
own, and I just
okay,
loved it.
fine. I'd be like, dude, I look at this
Me too.
fucking
It was during the editing process
thing
that
every
they
day,
decided
and it's
to
always
take
hot
it
older
out
ladies,
a
hot older
little bit
ladies, and I'm always like, oh,
differently.
well, I'll do that, I'll do that,
Dave
do that,
Rogers
do
said
that.
in the DVD commentary that
And
it
I
was
was just
Mike
being
Schur's
nice.
idea to make it a flashback later in the episode.
I love that.
No, he's so smart. He's such a smarty.
Fast
Ben
fact
would be
number
like,
3,
I'd be
Angela,
like, Ben,
I'm staying consistent today. It is
you
a
gotta
fan
have sex with
question
that person.
from
Really? Are
Say
you?
B,
No, but you can.
Kayla Moffat, Tiffany L, Brianna K, and Rowena C.
Not that there's
Did
anything.
John and Rashida actually
You can't
film
even say
in
that.
New
That's
York,
against
and how
Jesus
much of
fucking
the
Christ.
crew was
But
with
anyway.
them? Yeah, guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
next.
They went to New
Oh,
York
fuck.
for 1 day of filming.
We were so envious whenever anyone got to go anywhere because we never got to go on big trips, but this was a skeleton crew and they went to New York.
Yeah, we actually wrapped filming in Los Angeles on March 28th, 2007. They did not go to New York to pick up the Jim and Karen scenes until April 19th of 2007. So we had been wrapped for the season for a little while.
Wow, I didn't know that.
That was from Kentopedia. Of course he's going to give us those details. He's Kentopedia.
Kentopedia.
Well, the people who went were Greg, Paul, Mike Schur, Kent, Randall, our DP, our camera assistant, Chris Workman, and our sound mixer, Ben.
Now, they talked about this a little bit on the DVD commentary about how they had to sort of do that guerrilla shooting, you know, like they were sort of sneaking around, filming in little spots where they could. And John jokingly called Greg Covert Greg because, like, Greg would have a note, but he wouldn't want to talk directly to him. So he'd be like he would act like he was passing by, or he would send Kent Sabornak with his kid. Kent's kid was with him. And they would walk across the street and nonchalantly kind of tell John a note. And then, so it looked like they were just people, pedestrians in Manhattan.
Amazing. Because I guess they didn't want people to notice that they were filming because all those people became background people. They didn't want to draw attention to John and Rashida, I guess.
They had seen what happened when people realized Steve was being filmed, right?
Yeah. Well, They had a tight day. Kent told me they filmed in 9 different locations around New York City, all in that one day. And they hired a local crew to fill out the production for hair, makeup, wardrobe, grips, electric drivers, craft service, and set production assistants. They had to come up with a little mini New York crew, but that's how we did it.
I love it. I love it. Here's one other little piece of trivia. Rashida and John said that they wore their own clothes for all the scenes in New York City.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. I also thought they looked really cute. And I was like, oh,
I like Rashida has great taste.
and John is cute. They look like normal people, not like, the Dunder Mifflin folks. Here's some tidbits. Ready?
Okay, Kinsey tidbits.
Kinsey tidbit from the DVD commentary. John said that there was like this kind of drunk guy while they were filming in the restaurant, and he kept coming up to them, and he's in a white shirt. So if you see it, 1934, there's a guy standing there sort of next to John, and he was like, "What are you guys doing?" And John sort of was like trying to keep it like, he didn't want to draw attention to it because they were filming from like across the street,
Yeah, through the window.
Yeah. So he was like, "Oh, man, we're just doing a scene." He's like, "Oh, you're doing a scene. You're doing a scene." He was like, "Buddy, come on." So they were, and he said that this guy heckled them through that whole moment.
That is crazy.
I know.
Listen, lady, should we take a quick break? And then when we come back, we can start breaking down the job part 2.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, we'll be right back. For 175 years, Gordon's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, "Do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast?" And I was like, "Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now."
Yeah, you
Okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Okay, we are back, and Jim and Karen are arriving in New York. They're getting off the subway, and oh my God, Angela.
What, you have a story about Astor Place?
I do not. I want to know, did you see the lady with the baby stroller who gives major side eye to John and Rashida?
No, is she by as they come out of the subway station?
As they come out of the subway station, there is a woman with a baby stroller. She is clearly not with us.
Yeah.
She's just a lady walking her kid,
Living her life.
living her life. It's at 18 minutes, 29 seconds. I need to know who this woman is. I need to hear her story.
I need to see her face. I need to see it.
I took a picture.
Oh, good. Show me. We'll put it in our Insta stories, guys. Office Ladies Pod. Office Ladies Pod.
Okay, lady, I found it. Here she is.
She's so annoyed. I love her. She's so over it.
She is so over it.
Oh my
So
gosh.
over it. Lady with stroller. Office Ladies Pod.
Lady with stroller, we're sorry.
Yes, please email us at officeladies@earwolf.com.
What's she gonna say?
She's like prominently featured in an episode of The Office. Is she an Office fan? What does she remember about that day? Did she recognize them? Because her response, like, who are these guys?
Well, Jenna, she wasn't the only one who was ticked off that day because at 20 minutes, 34 seconds, there is a girl in clearly like a party dress and she's hailing a cab. She was not an extra. And I guess they had to make her stop hailing her cab because she was so featured and sign a release. And she was really annoyed because she like missed her cab or something. They talk about it on the DVD commentary. She was like, I'm sure she's like, I just want to go to my party. What are these forms? Maybe she's like me, Jen, and she doesn't like a lot of forms.
Okay, woman with baby stroller, woman hailing a cab. Email us
And party dress.
in a party dress. We want to hear from you.
Okay. Before we move on, I have a little mini deep dive.
Please.
Okay. So Jenna, at 1943, Jim mentions that he went to a bar that used to be a church. And I was like, I know exactly what they're talking about.
What?
The Limelight.
I
Remember?
don't know the Limelight.
The
No, I
Limelight.
don't know this place.
It's on 6th Avenue. Okay. So when I was interning on Conan O'Brien, you guys, I was a bit of a sad sack. I never went out. New York was so expensive. I didn't know anyone. And a gal I worked with, Debbie Wonder, kind of took me under her wing. And she was like, usually you got to get out. I was like, And she said, there's a great band we're going to go listen to tonight. Jen, I'm pretty sure I wore my Gap denim dress and some Keds because I knew what New York fashion looked like.
Oh, yeah.
We show up. By the way, I went with Debbie and her boyfriend, So High Third Wheel. We show up to where the band is playing, and it is inside a Gothic cathedral that is a bar. And Debbie's like, this is a famous New York bar. And I'm like, lady, that's a church. I can't go inside it because I'll get in trouble with my mom. You can't have a bar in a church. Yes, you can. And this church has the most cool, amazing story. Okay, I'm gonna walk you through it really quickly. So it was built in 1844. It was this Gothic revival church, huge, beautiful structure. It looked like a medieval church, like from England, And it has the main big church, right? I'm talking cathedral ceilings, the big stained glass.
Oh, yeah.
It's got a rectory. It's got a sister's house for the nuns. It's got a parish house, a chapel, and a garden courtyard. This is huge.
Wait. Is this the one on 6th Avenue with the red door?
Yes.
I do know what you're talking about.
Okay,
Yes.
it's beautiful, right? It's beautiful.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess, it was a very happening church for a long time, but then in the 60s, the neighborhood kind of took a turn. People started moving out to the suburbs. All of a sudden, this big Gothic
structure, you know, it was hard to maintain the heating and the repairs and all of that. So they had to sort of repurpose it. At first, they made it into a cultural center, and that sort of went on for a bit. That makes sense, right? Cultural center. Yeah. They couldn't keep up with the cost of running the place. So this famous sort of New York, like, bar owner bought it, and people were furious. They were like, you cannot make this church a bar. You can't. Well, he did. And he, like, tricked it all out. Like, he made the sister's house, I guess, into, like, the shampoo room. You know, like, shampoo room? I didn't know what it was either. But I guess that's like a party where you get sprayed with foam. I don't know. It sounds horrible. I know I would get it in my eyes. How can you not? But he made it this big, like, hipster bar scene. Andy Warhol opened it up on the opening weekend. It was like this big place for music and events from the 80s through the 90s. Then in the 90s, I guess things took a turn. I think crime got bad again. And lady, this party promoter named Michael Alec murdered and dismembered this guy at the Limelight. Yeah, he murdered a guy. And so then they're like, okay, they close it down. Then they try to, like, give it a new reopening. They call it the Avalon in 2003. That doesn't really work. People are, like, done. They're like, you know, get your bar out of the church. We're done. 2007, it permanently closed its doors, which is interesting to me because we filmed this in 2007. Wow. Yeah. Them mentioning that they went to this bar, if we had filmed the following year, they couldn't have done it. Yeah, I think the writers all knew about this bar, right? It was famous, a bar inside of a Gothic church, right? All the writers knew about it, I think. But here's the interesting thing. Guess what it is today? Not a bar? You're not gonna be able to guess. What is it? Well, first of all, the people that bought it restored all of it. It really meant a lot to them to restore the integrity of the structure, the stained glass. But it is partly a gym called the Complete Body Limelight, so you can lift weights inside the church. And then the chapel is a modern dim sum restaurant called Julan Club. So you can go work out and then get some dim sum. Let's do it. Let's do it. I love that. I just found it fascinating because as soon as he said that, Jenna, when do I ever know about any bars or pop culture stuff? Never. Nothing. Never. You know nothing about that. And not only did I know, but I had been there. That's pretty badass. I know. I went with Debbie and her boyfriend at the time, who was a exterminator. Oh, yeah. Debbie, it's okay if I say this right. The cab ride home, you and him started making out, and I had to sit awkwardly looking out the window. Sounds like they had a good time. They had a great time. Mom, I'm sorry I went to a bar that was inside a church. Mom, I'm sorry. Well, listen, and also during this talking head, Jim says that they think they saw Lorne Michaels. And we got a lot of fan questions about that. From Angela A., Allie S., Kirsten O., Tyler N., Heather C., and many more all want to know, is the man that walks behind Jim Lorne Michaels? Was that a little cameo joke? No,
I love
that's not
these.
Lorne
I
Michaels.
gotta
I
do
zoomed in.
that.
It's definitely
Never the
not
trust
Lorne
living.
Michaels.
Never
I like
the
to
trust
someone who
living.
thinks he recognizes famous people places, but they're just normal folks.
I love
I feel like
the
my sister
trust
Tina does that.
living.
It's Angelina
Never
Jolie. I'm like, why would Angelina Jolie be in the mall in her hometown right now? Yes,
Don't
exactly.
dead
Well,
open
you know,
inside.
another thing that happens here is that Karen kind of confronts Jim. Yeah. And she says, what is going to happen to our relationship if one of us gets this job?
Don't dead
If I get this
open
job, will you move to
inside.
New York to be with me? And
West
Jim is clearly uncomfortable. He's making jokes. He's trying to make jokes. Yeah. But Karen brings it around and she's like, actually, I'm kind of serious. Like after what happened on the beach,
Never trust.
do I have a future with you? Because I don't feel like I have a future in Scranton, but I'd like to have a future with you. Well, she just says there's one too many people in Scranton. Yeah. You know, she was like, I was at the beach. And
Motion.
I don't know, he just sort of jokes it off and then grabs her hand and they cross the street. And
I'm sure deep down she knows that,
Electrifying, baby. Suck
that he's
this
on the fence. She's
dick.
got to know it.
She's
My
trying
love
to practice good
balloon.
self-care. She is trying to take care of herself here. She's being assertive, but then she's not really reading the
My love
signals, which I think are
balloon.
super
Suck
clear.
this dick.
You don't ever read them when you don't want to see them.
Wow, wow,
That's
wow,
true.
Put that on a t-shirt. All right, so now it's the next morning and it's interview time. Karen, Jim, and Michael are waiting in the lobby. I should own the fact, since I was snarky about the lobby just having a bunch of brown sticks, that there is also a big plant on the other side of it. A big potted plant, everyone.
Hey,
A little bit of green in the corner.
there you go.
No
Well, that
regrets.
is nice.
It
That's
is
nice.
Hit it.
And I'm
Fuck
sorry
it.
I was so snarky about your big brown sticks.
Well, back at Dunder Mifflin, Dwight has appointed Andy as his number 2 officially, and Andy
Microsoft
has accepted.
overtakes Apple as
And
the world's
Jenna,
most
we do
valuable
that really
company.
cool thing, except
Cool,
now it's
Biatch.
Dwight, where we start on him and we reveal Andy
Nice
in the corner.
job, Tim
Yes.
Cook, you
You
slut.
know that's my favorite.
I know. Andy has this talking head, and it's at 21 minutes 54 seconds. He's saying, 3 months ago I was a Cornell grad in anger management, but look at me now. And he's washing out, Dwight's mug. Jenna, can you hear that sink? I could not laugh because you and I know it's a fake sink, and it had that weird tinny sound because the water was going underneath into a bucket.
Yes, they had a little pump that would pump
Jam,
water
girl.
through that faucet, but then it just came down the drain into a bucket.
Yeah, there's no
And then it
plumbing
would
there.
recycle. There's no plumbing. That's right. They would set it up and take it away. So something you could not do is improvise turning on the sink.
Julia Roberts is a
Nothing
thing.
would
Tell me
come
something
out.
I don't
Or
know.
pour anything down the drain
Duh.
because it would just hit the ground.
Correct. Correct. Well, now we have
Duh.
to
Maybe
see
that's the first time anybody ever went,
Dwight
duh.
pulls Pam aside. He explains he's very impressed by her cold
Oh my
walk,
god, smart
and he would
binoculars.
like her to be
9,000
his
birds thanks to
secret
built-in
assistant
AI. That's
to
baller
the
as
regional
fuck.
manager.
I wanted
And she
to know
accepts.
more than
Everything
9,000.
about
I
the scene was
wanted to know like a
lovely. I loved
zillion.
every single
I want to
thing
know
about it.
everything
I loved
about it. I
Dwight's
want to know all
bravado,
these
and
fucking bird
Pam's just
parents.
like,
Fuck.
Don't
Don't show
what
me
an idiot,
this.
but I'm gonna go along with it.
Well, I think this is her way of staying connected to Jim. He's all the way in New York, but she has this talking head where she says she learned from Jim. If Dwight ever asks you to accept something in secret, you reply, absolutely I do.
Yeah.
So I think throughout this whole episode, when Pam is doing this little
Yeah,
bit
that's a
with
good
Dwight,
one.
she is
That's
imagining
scary.
how she's going to get to tell Jim all about it.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I,
Well, here's
nobody
Dwight's
would
team
just
as
react
he
like
sees
that.
it. Dwight
Really? Yep.
is the regional
That's
manager. Dwight is also the assistant
America.
regional manager. Andy is his number 2 because it's political.
735.
Pam is the secret assistant to their
America.
regional manager. And guess what? In a deleted scene, we find out that Angela is the spy in charge of the secret assistant to the regional manager.
Oh, and what does that mean?
Well, as soon as Pam says, yeah, absolutely I do, and agrees to be the secret assistant to the regional manager, she leaves. And when she does, the scene plays out. Dwight calls Angela and says, keep an eye on Pam. And Angela's like, done. And then immediately, my little head pops over the partition between accounting and reception, and I just start spying on you.
That's
I'm watching you.
amazing.
I'm watching you.
Oh, I wish they'd left that in.
I know, it's a fun detail, right?
I love that detail. Well, now, lady, we go back to corporate, and Michael's interview has begun.
Andy Buckley is so
That's
fantastic
my boy.
in this scene. I mean, Steve is
Harry
always fantastic,
Spears.
but to watch Steve as Michael, because Michael's so ridiculous, play
West
off
Side.
someone who's so believably a
West
corporate
Side.
person, it just was
West
so fun to
Side.
watch.
So my favorite part of this
West
scene with David and Michael is when he asks Michael where he sees room for improvement. And Michael's suggestion is that they rename the company altogether.
You know his 3 names, right? His 3 suggestions?
I wrote them down.
Yeah.
Here are the names: Paper great. Great paper's our passion. We're great. Super duper paper or just super duper.
Yeah, any of those could work.
Well, we had a fan question from Rebecca W. She said, "Were the suggestions Michael gave for a change of name of the company improvised? I checked the script. They were all in there with the exception of Super Duper Paper and Super Duper. Those were. But there was also way more to this interview scene. And I have to ask you, Angela, are they in the deleted scenes? Because they were so funny.
There are so many deleted scenes for this particular episode, and this scene has several, and they are hilarious. One of my favorite ones is that David says, what do you see in the future? But he's meaning about the company. Where do you see the future going here? And Michael he goes on about all this stuff. He goes on about how many kids he's going to have and all this stuff. But then he says, also, I think there could be one vitamin that you take for all of these other vitamins, but it's just one. I don't know. And David Wallace goes, you mean a multivitamin? And Michael's like, I don't know what they're going to call it. I don't know. Yes, it is so funny, but there are great deleted scenes for this episode.
That multivitamin thing was in the script, and it made me laugh out loud when I read it.
It is
When
hilarious.
he's like, I don't know what they're gonna call it, but that's the idea.
And David Wallace's look to him is just like, okay. He's like, thanks for coming in, Michael. So, Michael feels like he's had a pretty great interview. He's on his way out, and he says, oh, you should know that Jan and I are dating again, so I'm going to need to fill out one of those love documents. And David Wallace is like, well, you should know that this job you're interviewing for is to replace Jan. And all I could think of was like, no, you can't tell Michael this kind of information. There is no way this man can hold on to that.
You know what it made me think of, Angela, is when he says, I need to sign another one of those love documents. I was like, it reminded me in Dinner Party when Michael explains he's had a vasectomy, but then had it reversed, and then had a vasectomy, and then had it reversed. I was like, how many of these documents have they been signing? It's like, we're on, we're off, we're on, we're off.
And I wonder also if they had dramatic ripping in half the document. Like,
Yes, I have so many questions about the love document, but I agree with you. This news to Michael that the job he's applying for is Jan's job and she doesn't know yet that she's going to be let go. This is a secret that you should not allow Michael to hold.
You can't tell Michael any secret. You couldn't say, hey, don't tell anyone, but I have toe fungus. Forget it. The next thing out of his mouth would be, I'm so sorry you have toe fungus in front of everyone.
Yes.
I don't have toe fungus. I was just trying to think of something.
I have fungus on my toenails.
I know, but you treated it and it's all better.
Came back.
It did?
Yeah. If you wear nail polish long enough and your toenails don't get a good amount of oxygen, you can get it. By the way, everyone, toe fungus is just like on your toenail. It's just like a little white spot.
Yeah.
That's what those white spots are, everyone. If you're like, what are these white spots on my toenails when I take off my nail polish? That's toe fungus, y'all. And you can get a special oil and polish to put on there to get rid of it if you care.
Well, my mom always would say, every once in a while, just take your toenail polish off and let your toenails breathe. It's good advice. It's not pretty. You're going to have a week of funky looking yellow toes. Sorry. All right. Sorry. Where are we?
Well, we need to go back to Dunder Mifflin because Dwight would like everyone to gather in the conference room. He needs to discuss and introduce the Shroot Buck reward system.
That was so funny to me. You know what I loved about this? First of all, at 25 minutes, 3 seconds, Angela's so proud. She's so proud. She has this look.
Dwight is calling his first conference room meeting.
Yes.
She can't believe it.
But I love how he leads everyone in. He's like, no more meetings, right? Michael had all these useless meetings. Instead, we're going to have lectures. And And Pam can't wait. She's like, what is he gonna do? I can't wait. I can't wait to see what's about to happen.
Well, we get in there and we start getting our first lecture. And it is about the origin of paper making.
Yeah, he starts with a bunch of Tupperware tins full of soil, different types of soil.
And he asked the question, what would you say is the most important element in the production of above ground leafy growth? You probably think it's phosphorus.
And then Angela secretly shakes her head no. I improvised that, and our camera operator caught it and was like, "Oh, that's so good." Ken loved it, and he told me to keep doing it. I obviously knew this speech that Dwight had practiced it for me. I used to love having those moments.
I'm sure he practiced it for you.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he's killing it. According to you, you're like, he's killing it.
Crushing it.
By the way, the answer is nitrogen. Per Dwight. Lady, I had to know.
Did you look it up? Did you look up phosphorus?
You know that website, Quora?
Yeah.
It's where you post a question about something and then experts on that subject weigh in.
Did you post the question?
I didn't post the question.
Oh, I got real excited.
But years ago, someone posted that exact question. The wording was exact. Exactly what Dwight says.
There was an Office fan years ago that was like, wait, is this true?
So it's really amazing, the back and forth from all the people who are not realizing that this is a direct quote from an Office episode. It is just soil scientists weighing in. There's charts. There's pages and pages of these scientists debating what is the most important element in the production of above ground leafy growth. And the consensus is nitrogen. Nitrogen.
Way to go, Dwight. Way to go. Jenna, do you remember filming the scene? Because I remember the smell. Can we talk about it for a second? We can. There was an earthy smell. Now, you know this room had no real windows. So it's like sitting in a box. Now, it didn't have a full ceiling, but we were sort of trapped in there with smells.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a real dirt smell. And then it's in the deleted scenes. You guys don't get to see it. But Dwight actually starts by dumping a whole bunch of trash on the table. I remember that. To talk to everyone about recycling. So we had some earthy, trashy smells going.
Yeah, it was intense. We also
They're
have the
demolishing
great
the terrible
moment,
machine of that.
which is one of my favorite moments,
That's crazy.
where Stanley does not want to participate.
He won a fruit bug, but he doesn't want it.
No, he doesn't want it. He does not want to participate in any of this. And Dwight is like, "You don't want your fruit bug?" And he's like, "No." And then he offers him like 1,000 Stanley nickels to leave him alone.
A billion Stanley nickels if you never speak to me again.
Yes, thank you.
It's brilliant.
And Dwight's response is he would like to know the conversion rate between Stanley nickels and sugar bugs. And it's the same as leprechauns to unicorns.
Yeah. And then, Jenna, you must have had so much fun because then everyone starts to be like, I'm out of here. I don't want to do this. And Pam is like, hey, pay attention.
Lady, when I heard that delivery, now this was before I had children, but when I heard my voice, I was like, oh my gosh, that's the voice when I have to lay down the law with the kids. When I'm like, listen to me, I've asked 3 times to brush our teeth. It's time to brush teeth now. Hustle, go to the bathroom. I was like, oh my gosh, that is my mom voice. That's my mom voice.
That's your mom getting line voice.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, for sure.
I was shocked.
You had it in you all along.
I did. It was meant to be.
Well, there's a nice little moment that I think Phyllis just improvised. And we often did things like this in the background. We just sort of made up our own story if we didn't have dialogue of how we would react to these moments. And she's sleeping. I know. 27 minutes, 29 seconds.
I thought that was an amazing choice.
Yeah.
An amazing choice. Well, listen, lady, we're about to go back to corporate. We're going to see Karen interview with David, but I think we should take a break.
I think we should take a break and come back because Karen is crushing her interview. We need to get to it.
She's doing really well.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back.
Okay, we are back from break. Karen is being interviewed. Before we get into that, Jenna, I had to look up the limelight one more time because I was pretty sure, and in fact, this is correct. There is a documentary about the history of the limelight, this huge part of New York's culture. I'm sorry to go on and on about it, but I think I want to watch this documentary.
Number one, I will be watching that documentary tonight. Number two, you do not need to apologize for your interest in the limelight or for the interesting facts that you shared with us. Because, lady, I want to say something. We got this really nice letter from a fan. And in it, she said, I just need to tell you that you guys do not need to apologize for going off subject. You guys always apologize for it. And I love it. It's a great part of the podcast. And you know what, lady? It got me thinking. That is a thing. Hold on. Soapbox coming out. That is a very common thing that women do. Women apologize all the time for things they don't need to apologize about. And I think we do not need to apologize for our deep dives. We do not need to apologize for the things that interest us or for our banter that comes to us in the moment while making this podcast. I don't apologize. I don't apologize.
I like how by the end of that speech, you had like an affected way of talking. You were like, I don't apologize.
I don't apologize for that either.
Well, you know, that has been something I've sort of struggled with, I guess, my whole life. I don't know. I think I used to say I'm sorry about everything. I don't know. Like, I would say I'm sorry about the most ridiculous things. Like, my chair would squeak. I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. Or I'd reach for a glass of water at the same time someone else would. I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. And
yes, or like how many times have you been walking down the street and someone bumps into you and you say, oh, sorry. What? I'm sorry for taking up the space my body requires to walk down the street. You walked into me. Why am I apologizing? It's a thing that women do. We do. I mean, it's not just women, but there's this, I noticed it when we got that nice letter. I thought, this is the coaching I needed. This is good.
well, I appreciate that letter. I think I probably had read a comment that probably wasn't healthy where this guy said we talked about appetizers for 8 minutes and he wanted to drive his car into a pole. And I was like, oh no. But you know what? You know what I want to say to that man? Listen, mister, I'm sorry. Sometimes we're going to talk about appetizers and we're going to talk about bars that used to be in a church and pockets and Clementine paddleboard. And you know what I really want to encourage you to do with love? Hit fast forward.
Angela, you are right. You don't have to listen to anything you don't want to, but we also get to talk about what we want. Right?
Yeah.
Without apology.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And good day.
And good day to you.
And now Karen is crushing her interview. 28 minutes, 58 seconds. I thought she was going to get the job.
Well, she should get the job.
I mean, really, it was between her and Jim. I think it was theirs to lose, and David Wallace clearly has like a man crush on Jim.
Well, we noticed this back when David threw his party and he wanted to go shoot hoops with Jim. I mean, I don't want to get my soapbox out again so soon,
no.
but this happens in the male corporate culture. There's all these ways and activities that men have to bond between men, and it's been difficult for women to, you know, get in there. They got their golfing and their shooting of the hoops, and you know, yeah.
Well, while this is going on, these interviews,
I just said I was sorry to get out my soapbox.
oh my God,
I did it again. I just apologized. I can't stop it. We can't stop it.
We will stop.
We'll try.
We'll try.
Okay, so listen. While Karen is interviewing, Michael goes to Jan's office.
Nope. You should have just kept on walking.
He immediately tells her that she's going to be fired. She's being replaced. So, of course, Jan storms in to Karen's interview and starts yelling at him.
She says, hey, you son of a bitch. Like, just right away.
And David is so calm. We talked about this last week with Paul, where Paul really admired David for being so pointed and calm during this moment, and he says, Jan, this is long overdue. Long overdue. You've shown no interest in your job lately. We can never get a hold of you.
Very erratic behavior. Like your head's not here. You're not here.
He calls her unstable.
Yeah. And then Michael's like, you're unstable. And then David's like, I'm sorry, what? And Michael's like, never mind, we're all unstable. What's happening?
Michael also insists he didn't tell her.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
While hiding behind the partition. I didn't say anything.
Well, Jan asks if this is because of her new boobs.
Because Michael loves them. And she doesn't care.
Yeah.
He loves them. That's all that matters to her.
Well, then she's being escorted out of the office. She's got a bunch of stuff. She hugs Hunter.
Her whole scene with Hunter is brilliant. She's like, good luck with the band. Don't let them change you here. It's so good.
Well, she drops a bunch of her stuff on the ground, and Hunter and Michael are trying to help her pick it up. And lady, did you know that was not supposed to happen?
I did know that because they talk about it in the DVD commentary. Melora said she had this box full of like what was Jan's belongings, right? And it was sort of an awkward, different shaped items, and a few things spilled out. And Ken did not yell cut. He just let the scene play out. And Michael and Hunter, everyone just stayed in the moment. They're trying to help her put things back. And Melora said they actually had a hard time getting everything to fit back in. And that's why that played out so long. But everyone's reactions are perfect. David's like, what's happening? And then you have Jim and Karen. That was all unscripted.
I love stuff like that. I love that. And you know, it reminds me, Angela, when I had to do scenes where I have to carry a lot of stuff. A lot of times they'll give you like a suitcase that's empty, or they'll give you a bag and it doesn't really have much in it. And I had to shoot this scene where I was coming through the door and I had all this junk. And I said, will you make it real?
Yeah.
Because I think that if I'm really struggling with it, if I'm not pretending to struggle with it, it'll just be better. And I swear every time I would do the scene, some other insane thing would happen. And it was so much better than if I was faking it.
Yeah.
And so, because these are the moments, right? This was a real life moment and everyone rolled with it. And it was so funny.
It's so funny, but you're right. Those real moments that the camera captures when we're playing make believe. Like, I always think about that famous scene on Friends where they're trying to get that sofa up the stairwell, and Ross is yelling, "Pivot, pivot!" And they're all holding the sofa. Like, these are these moments I love because it's like real life. But Melora did say one thing. She said, if you watch the scene, the whole time we're picking up items and putting them back in the box, you do not see my face because I bent over as far as I could so my hair would hide my face because I am laughing so hard.
I love that. I'm going to go back and look at that.
Yeah.
Well, Michael then tells David, hey, just let me know about the job. Let me know when you know. And David is like, you're not getting the job.
Yeah.
And so then, of course, Michael is like, I withdraw myself from consideration.
Do you accept my withdrawal? David's like, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And then Michael's like, but do I get to keep my job at Scranton? And David's like, yes. And he goes, good, because that's all I ever really wanted.
Well, speaking of Scranton, Michael's going to be in for a surprise because Andy and Dwight are painting Dwight's new office, Michael's old office, soon to be office again, black. They're painting all the walls black.
Well, Michael's going to be really surprised because he also, in a deleted scene, told Dwight, don't do anything to my office for 1 month out of sort of like mourning. Like, don't touch anything for 1 month to honor my absence. And Dwight immediately starts painting it black.
We had a lot of questions about how we did this. They did not paint the real walls. They brought in other fake walls that were black.
Yeah.
So we did not paint the walls that were Michael's office. They made dummy walls.
And then they could take them down.
Yes,
And the
very
old walls
easily.
were right behind.
Yes, very easily. But they were really painting.
Yeah.
And they had different panels of these fake walls that they would paint throughout this scene. But yeah, it was very easy to reset it back to the original Michael's office.
Well, Jenna, back in New York, one of the things we didn't talk about was Jim and Karen's reaction to Jan's big meltdown. I mean, Karen's like, wow, that was really self-destructive. And Jim is like, I kind of feel bad for her.
Yeah, Karen does not feel bad for her. Yeah, Karen's like, I don't know. I think that she's not having any sympathy for Jim.
No, Karen is done. She is done with these folks.
Well, speaking of done, Jim still has to go into his interview, and I thought this was interesting. Jim was like, hey, if you want to take off, I can just, meet you later. And Karen kind of jumps on it. She's like, actually, I wanted to meet some friends downtown for lunch. Do you mind? Bye.
Now, I didn't see that as like weird. That seemed like what, if she's just sitting in a lobby just waiting for him and she does have friends who are eating, like, couldn't she go meet them and then he come after?
I don't know. I'm just imagining, like, if Lee and I had gone to New York and we were both going for an important meeting in the same building and my meeting was first and he had to wait for me, I would just be like, I'll wait for you so that I'm the first face you see after your meeting and you can tell me all about it.
That's so sweet. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Clearly, I'm like, okay, meet me for lunch. I'll be having mimosas. Bye. Good luck, babe. See you in a bit.
I don't know. I just sort of like, if I don't have anywhere that I have to be. Now, listen, I do get it. She's in New York for a brief period of time. Maybe this is her only chance to see these friends.
That's what I thought. I thought, she had friends there she never gets to see. And they're like, when you're done with your interview, meet us for lunch. And she's like, oh my God, yeah. But now Jan has had this whole meltdown and maybe the timing of the interviews got pushed back a little and she's going to miss lunch and I don't know.
But I mean, think about that. I'm like thinking forward. Like, so now when Jim gets out of this big interview, he's not going to have Karen alone. He has to walk into a restaurant with her and all her friends. And how'd your interview go? Good. We can't talk about it right now, though. I don't know. This is a big deal. It's a big interview. I think there's room for like intimate support. I don't know.
Well, they're clearly not meant to be together.
Well, I don't know. I think Pam would have waited.
I think Pam would have waited too.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
And I think Jenna Fisher would have waited.
I would have waited too.
Angela's on the fence. Angela's on the fence. It depends on the restaurant and how bad you want the job.
Well, listen, now we cut to the car ride back to Scranton with Jan and Michael. And lady, this reminded me of Jan's car moment in Cocktails.
She falls apart in a car ride, guys.
What is it about car rides and Jan? You know what? Is it because the cameras are tiny and Jan forgets that she's on camera and this is like her confessional, is the car? Best stuff comes from Jan in a car.
I think it's a couples thing. I really do. Because I think you hold it together while you're at the party or the school assembly or the soccer match or shopping at IKEA, wherever you are, and something goes down. You hold it in and then you get in the car. And then you either let each other have it or you start laughing or one of you cries. Like, that's the moment where you're like, oh my God.
You are right.
We used to. I had a group of friends when I was like starting out here in comedy, and like if we were out somewhere and we saw a couple kind of have a little tip moment, like at a bar or something, we'd all whisper, car ride home, car ride home. Like it is not going to go well.
Well, I love it. I can't get enough of Jan in the car.
I can't get enough. She starts crying. She's like, oh, it's these painkillers they gave me after my boob job. And then she's like, oh, wait, this could work. Like her emotions are going up and down. She's like, I could wear stretch pants and wait for you to come home at 5:15.
Yes, she invites herself to move in with Michael.
Yeah.
And Michael is like, what?
Oh, well, come on, he walked himself into that. He's like, I guess you could move in with me in my condo. I guess I could get it back. I'd probably get a negative review on my eBay account.
But it's like at the beginning of this episode, he asks all of the ladies to help him not get back together with Jam, and it ends with them moving in together.
Yeah. And she doesn't have a job, and she's spiraling.
It's a lot. While Michael comes back into the office, he announces he has withdrawn his name from contention. He notices that his office is now painted black. I liked this bit. He tells Ryan to go get him a coffee, and Ryan said he doesn't do that stuff anymore.
And he says, no, it's for me, bimbo. Kids. Oh, Ryan is about to have his moment.
And this is when Pam asks, did Karen get the job?
Yeah, someone's real curious. Michael has a whole speech here that is sort of heartbreaking. He says, yeah, so I'm going nowhere. Never going to leave. This place is going to be the hospital where I was born, my house, my old age home, my graveyard for my bones. And the camera pans across everyone's faces like, this isn't good news for anybody.
Yeah, it's true. And then Dwight's back at his desk. This is a sweet moment. I love these sweet moments between Pam and Dwight, where he thanks Pam for serving with great dignity. She salutes him, and he salutes her back.
Yeah.
It's kind of their version of the air high five.
Well, Dwight goes on to say eventually that Pam is his best friend.
Yeah, it's so sweet.
Well, this is something that probably most people didn't catch, but at 35 minutes, 34 seconds, in the background in accounting, Ryan, as Kevin, sort of improvises this moment when Michael's saying that he's back, and he's like doing all that weird stuff. He's like, I'm back, right?
Yes.
It's good. I'm back. Anyway, Kevin sort of leans over to Angela, and Brian improvised this. He was like, so wait, did he get the job? And I just shake my head. No. And you can't hear what he's saying. I just remember these little moments like that, and we just were having our own scene back there.
I love those. We're always acting. You never know.
You never
what the camera's
know.
getting.
You never know.
Now we go to Jim's interview.
He's a shoo-in. David Wallace is falling all over him.
Yeah. David Wallace should have started the interview by saying you're hired.
David Wallace should have started the interview by saying, will you be my best friend?
It's so true. Everybody wants Jim to be their best friend.
He's a very
He's a
likable
good
guy.
best friend. Yeah.
He's a
great guy.
Yeah.
So David's asking him a few questions, and he says, what is your favorite thing? What do you like most about the Scranton office? And it's right at this moment that Jim opens up his little folder, and there is like a note of encouragement from Pam, along with a little yogurt lid that she has saved since Office Olympics.
You know what that note says to me? What? I would have waited for you until after your interview. I wouldn't have gone and met my friends for a boozy lunch somewhere.
Exactly. Thank you, Angela. Thank you.
You matter, and what happens to you matters to me.
Yeah. And Jim looks at that, and he says his favorite thing about the Scranton office were the friendships. And that's when David asks him, where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Well, Jim is rattled now. He had all these answers ready to go. I'm sure he had prepared for this interview, but now Pam is there with him.
Yeah, and we flash back to the beach. And we hear Jim tells Pam why he left Scranton. He acknowledges he's never really come back.
And then Pam, talk about some Pam sass. I thought this was super ballsy. She's like, well, I wish you would. Woo-hoo!
Yeah, well, now we sort of hear Jim's interview. We hear like he's distracted, he's making jokes. We cut to a Pam talking head where she explains she hasn't really heard anything. Jim probably got the job. You know, there's no reason for him not to get the job. And she's really like, you can see her trying to process it and stay really positive. She's all day, she's been trying to stay really positive about this and convincing herself that her and Jim are friends. This is in the past. The beach was just closure. That was closure. And, you know, she says, we just never got the timing right. And that's okay.
And then Jim walks in the room. I mean, she's so surprised to see him.
And he interrupts the talking head.
And asks her if she wants to have dinner. She says, yeah. And he's like, it's a date. Jenna, many people have talked about how great you are in that moment. And you are. You are so good in that moment. So many emotions go across your face and your eyes tear up. Ken Quappa said you made him cry.
Well, here's the thing. I owe that moment to Ken Quappas. And I'll tell you why. A lot of people wrote in and wanted to know what was going through my head during that scene when Jim finally asked Pam out. It's crazy because Ken Quappas, he was a type of father figure to us, right, Angela? When he was on the podcast, he explained that his technique is to love people into their best work.
He's just a very gentle, kind soul. He's so kind.
I'm gonna cry just thinking about it. I think, and I don't know, but I think we got that on the first take. I think what you are watching is the first take.
Oh,
Because we had kind of planned it out with the camera when it was going to swish over and when it was going to come back to me. So in that moment when the camera swishes back to me, I was actually looking at Ken Quappas and he had tears in his eyes and that made me tear up. And we just shared this moment, this private moment of acknowledgement for this journey of this character, and he smiled at me in a way that a parent smiles at you when they're proud of you.
Listen, if Ken Quappas looked at me with tears in his eyes, smiling, I would disintegrate because he's just, it's like your dad looking at you like that. Yes, like you did it, kiddo. You did it.
Yes. And I don't even know if that performance could have been there with any other director.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean,
That was a moment between Ken and I. That was about so much about my personal Jenna journey with Ken Quappas on this show.
from the very first day.
Yeah.
Well, it was a beautiful, beautiful moment. And I have one question for you and all the fans out there.
What?
Did Jim freaking leave Karen in New York? They rode together. He drove back alone. What the F?
I'll tell you. So, first of all, there were actually two versions in the script for the ending of this episode. There was this version with Jim interrupting my talking head, and then there was a second version which we shot. And in the script, it says shoot both versions.
It's not in the deleted scenes. What is it?
Okay, it's not in the deleted scenes, but we shot it. So, in the second version, you hear voiceover of Jim throwing his interview with David, but it's even more. It's like he's really cracking jokes. He's not taking it seriously at all, to the point that David actually says, "Do you even want this job?"
Oh, that would have made me uncomfortable.
Yeah, it really tips it a little bit more than what you see. Meanwhile, while all that's happening, you see Pam leaving for the day. She doesn't do a talking head. She's just leaving for the day. She gets in the elevator. She goes down the elevator. And then when the elevator doors open, Jim is standing there. And she says, "You're back." And he says, "Yeah. Do you want to go to dinner?" And Pam says, "Yeah, I do." And she walks out of the elevator, and Jim pushes the camera back into the elevator. And as the doors are closing, they walk off together, and he puts his arm around her, and they smile at each other.
Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. I don't like it. I don't like it. I like the way it is.
Same.
Well, I touched base with Dave Rogers,
Amazing
who
scene.
said that scene exists. That alternate, he's like, I have that in an archive. He's like, I think we should throw that up sometime. You could see it if you want. But he also said that it was never, ever part of the cut of the show. They always had the one in that you see now, and then they would play the alternate for people. Everyone voted for what you see. But they also shot in New York an ending where you see Karen crying because Jim broke up with her.
And I'm sure Dave Rogers has that. I picture Dave Rogers having this hard drive in a vault, and it's like Mission Impossible. It's like ding, 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 with all these codes and traps, because he is holding on to some serious office footage.
Well, listen, now we find out who does get the job. We know it's not Jim. We know it's not Michael. We're assuming it's Karen.
But guess what? Someone else interviewed, and they had an MBA.
Yes, an unknown MBA.
Masters of Business Administration. Is that right?
Don't know. Not sure. Masters of Business, something with an A. Guys, it's Ryan.
Ryan the temp will not be getting your coffee anymore. He's going to corporate.
Well, we talked about this last week with Paul because a lot of people wanted to know, why does Ryan get the job? And you know, lady, Dave Rogers told me they did shoot an alternate scene where Karen gets the job, where she's crying in New York and then the phone rings and they offer her the job. So I just think it's very, very interesting how they left options on the table for this big finale. I think maybe in some cases they were still debating who gets the job, how do Jim and Pam get together.
Well, yeah, it seems like they wanted to give themselves some choices, but we also know what was going on at this time, which is that Rashida booked her role on Parks and Rec, and she was going to be starting that job. So they needed, finally Jim and Pam to be together without any kind of distraction. And also Rashida just got a great new job.
Yeah, so she can't be Michael's boss at corporate.
No, she's going to be over at Parks and Rec. And I think there were a lot of story endings that had wrap-ups that didn't make it to air because it was such a big episode. One of them I loved was there's a scene where Jan is moving in. It's moving in day. There's a moving truck. There's like guys, and she's barking orders at them in front of the condo. And Michael is just watching it all in horror. He's like, oh, crap. What have I done? And it's such a good scene.
Oh, my gosh. They had to rent that location and shoot that scene, and then it didn't even make it in the episode.
I know, but boy, is it going to set up some good stuff, like dinner party.
Oh, yes, dinner party. I am so excited for that episode. I'm so excited for season 4.
I just watched the dinner party bloopers, and it got me so excited because we laughed our butts off. Oh, I can't wait to talk about it.
Well, guys, this rounds out season 3, and we will see you soon with season 4.
Unpacked. That's 4 in Indonesian.
Quatre. That's 4 in French.
Do you want me to say 4 in Spanish?
Sure.
Cuatro. Empat, cuatro, quatre. Did I say it right in French?
You did. IV. That's 4 in Roman numerals.
See you in season 4. Bye, guys. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
You guys know that we love HelloFresh. We've been using them for years. Each HelloFresh box is packed with farm fresh ingredients. Everything arrives pre-portioned, which means less hassle and also less wasted food, because you really use everything in the package. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, guys.
We wanted to wish you a really happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving.
We are on vacation. I'm probably eating chocolate pie as I speak.
Oh, yeah, there's a very, very, very good chance that while you're listening to this, I am eating bread and pie.
But we wanted to share with you guys our season 1 second drink revisited episode where we answer fan questions and we talk about all of those things we missed.
Yeah, so you might have heard a portion of this when it originally aired as part of our Candy Bag episodes over on Stitcher Premium, but we are bringing it here for the holidays. We're basically covering everything from the pilot to Hot Girls, so like season 1.
All the stuff, all your questions, and there's some really good ones. We love it when you guys send these in. So hopefully, while you're eating your leftovers, you can listen to us gab away.
I re-listened to it. I love it. Even though I recorded it, I forgot stuff. What does that say about me?
Maybe you need some ginkgo, right?
You know what? Story for real, lady.
What?
I got some ginkgo biloba to help my memory, and I forgot to take it.
Come on.
I'm not lying. I was like in college.
Yeah.
And I got the ginkgo biloba, and I brought it home, and my dad still gives me grief. By the way, I think it was a Thanksgiving break. I came home with my ginkgo biloba, and my dad has never let me live it down.
I love that it's become a classic go-to for your dad. That's like such a dad thing to do.
Oh, yeah.
Really quick, before we get into this, lady, what's your favorite Thanksgiving dish?
I love
Delicious.
old-fashioned green bean casserole with the jerky, fried onions on top.
Dude,
And by the way, I
you
use
love my Rory.
canned green beans. I do not use fresh green beans. I do not use frozen fresh green beans. Canned green beans in my jerky green bean casserole with a good can of mushroom soup.
That's
I look
exactly
forward to
it.
every year.
That's
I
what she
do love
loves.
that.
She
I love
loves
that.
it.
I love like my mom's gravy, and I don't know how she does it. I mean, no store-bought gravy, no restaurant gravy will ever top this gravy. I think she takes like all what's left in the pan, and then she adds flour to it and whatever. I don't know what else she does to it, but I will drizzle that gravy on anything. It is so good. All right, Jenna, should we get into this? Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, he's short and curly, kid.
You'll be back on the break of Brooklyn Capella up to the 91. Now, if you're heading out going to travel about towards Corona. Anyone eastbound approaching Green River, looks like a problem there. Just put it with the right shoulder. They're waiting for thank today. Thank you for Beer King Truck Scale. Michael Bryan Taylor, buying the shot.
Check out that drive along the 55 freeway. This is northbound out of Costa Mesa. You're on the brakes leaving the 73, all the way to the 91. KFI in the side. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Water damage, fire damage, AfterGas.com.
There are many things to love about winter. Cold sweaters, celebration, and family time. But winter also brings many stresses, extra expenses, seasonal bugs, and so much family time. If you and your loved ones are feeling stressed or anxious this winter, CalHope can help. Check out our free mental health resource at calhope.org today. You have termites, maybe, or you know you have termites. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. They treat your home and kill those little buggers without tension. That is important. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800 Pacific. Friendly lady. If you're hired, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Kelly Tires and Auto Center. Because Kelly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps you find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business up. Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. Meanwhile, 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Presidential can make the pain and embarrassment of missing and wanting team all go away in just one day. They've been making smiles point since 1968. Change your life, increase your confidence, and enjoy your favorite foods again with no more pain and discomfort. Call 888-640-SMILE and receive $4,000 off new teeth in one day. Plus, we'll beat any competitor's written offer. Read all of their 5-star reviews at ContentDental.com. 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. The Daily Calendar, January 11th. Oh my, happy 1/11. Today is Cigarette Hazardous to your health day.
This is some lettuce. This thing. You know what? You look fucking that lettuce. Look at this. Yo.
Hey, I'm calling from KFI AM 16. And the guy that answered is, oh, I know that station. I'm like, all right. Well, so I didn't have to explain what the guy who's listening to station. I said, hey, we'd like to have somebody from your restaurant come on and talk about how great it is up there. It's a winter wonderland. You're waiting for the public to come up and celebrate with the snow and skiing and buying dinners and renting homes and renting skis, all together. Yes. I said, hey, can you come on and talk about it? We'll mention your restaurant a couple of times. He goes, oh, he goes, I just work here. Let me get the manager. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. So then he came back and said, oh, the manager's busy right now. Can you call back? I'm like, sure. manager may or may not have, but the guy working there definitely did. But here's what I would tell the young man who answered the phone. Anytime anybody calls from a TV station or a radio station and wants to give us 10 minutes of free publicity on the number one talk station in LA, interrupt me whatever I'm doing. And keep them on the phone because that's great publicity for us. But he said, instead of going to take the number and call you back, he goes, if you call back in 10 minutes, I'm like, sure. And then I forgot. That restaurant could have been, the man, they could have made $100,000 off us mentioning it. I feel bad. They let on maybe not. But, you know, and that's a problem with this next generation. I was working over at another radio station here in LA. It was the FM talk station. And we had a guy call us up one day. He was just taking stupid phone calls. We had nothing else to talk about. And he said he's having a real problem. He's a musician. He writes songs. He plays guitar. He also plays saxophone and drums, I think. And he says he writes his own music, and he has like 30 songs that he's written, but he can't get any radio station to play him on the air. And I said, okay, that is a problem. I said, hey, we have another 2 hours on the air. If you come by the station, I'll play. I'll play him and we'll interview you. We'll talk about you on the air. You know what he says? He says, where are you located? I'm like, oh, that's a great question. Where are you located? Can you get the car and come down? I said, we're on Wilshire near Normandy. He goes, oh, man, he goes, I'm in Tarzana. That seems a little far. And I said, okay, all right. I understand the ambition. But man, oh man, when I was younger, if somebody said, hey, come down to the station, if I said you would just give me a small tour, I would be in the car before that phone call was over. Yeah, I would. I would love to see the inside of any radio station, man. It was like a real dream. When I first, I was a big Rick Dees fan, I still am. But I was a big Rick Dees fan in my last year of high school, first year of college. And I used to listen to him from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day. I would set the alarm, and if I could, both either staying off from school or, I don't know, I had the day off, I'd listen to him every day. During the summer, every day. Winter break, every day. Rick Dees. Matter of fact, that's one story on the other side. I went to San Diego State. Yep, they love you. Went to San Diego State, and on Tuesday and Thursday, I had late class. I didn't start till, I think, 11 o'clock in the morning. So on Tuesday and Thursday, I would wake up at 5 a.m. I'd jump in the car, and I would drive to Dana Point. I'd get Winter, $2, 2 chocolate bars, and a coffee. And I would sit on the bluff at Dana Point for 3 or 4 hours and listen to the Rick Dees show. That's the kind of fan I was. That's how big a fan I was of the Rick Dees show. And so if I were ever to get an opportunity to visit a radio station or to stop by and meet people who are on the air, man, I book it. Right. I'll tell you another quick story. My dad was invited to a lot of things on, the Johnny Carson shows, on the Trevor Burnett show. He was on endless talk shows and variety shows, and really had a long-ass career in show business. But whenever he went to do radio, I jumped in the car and went with him. Like when he went to do the Tonight Show, I'd go maybe 50% of the time. I don't know, maybe 75% of the time, sit in the audience and check it out. But when he did radio, when he did Larry King or the Michael Jackson show, or with the other two guys in the morning on, I think it was Loman and Barkley. Right? Remember Loman and Barkley? If you were ever going to do Loman and Barkley or Rick Dees or Larry King, Michael Jackson, the English talk show host, I would get in the car with him at 4 a.m. and drive with him to the radio station and just sit there and take it all in and ask questions and look at everything. I was in love with radio. But you were probably too, bros. I was, as a kid, I was punished in my room if I got to clear my report card until I got my next report card. So I had a little radio that I just lit by. Sleep I woke up with. That was my partner in my room, and I definitely became a another thing, I got for Christmas when I was maybe 9 or 10 years old. I got a transistor radio kit where I could make my own radio. And man, oh man, I thought I was the king of the block. I used to, in a very stealthy way, carry that little radio around and show my friends and gals in the school how I built my own transistor radio. They loved that. Oh yeah, they enjoyed that. This radio that I use also has the ability to get TV channel audio. Oh, that's how I saw a lot of my, I've heard of a lot of, oh, that's great. The individuals. So I would listen to Happy Days and all those morning videos on my radio. And all right, so let me ask you a question. Your mom and or dad were probably big talk radio fans. Your dad, okay. My dad was, and my mom. I got it from both ends. My mom and dad, huge talk radio fans. So if you're sitting in the car right now and you're a kid, and your mom and dad are listening to talk radio, and you're sort of like getting into it, you're going to have a better life. I think that the kids who are interested in talk radio as younger people, I think they grow up more interested. And I'm not saying that I am or Kosher is. I'm telling you the people I
can feel my heart beating. My dick
talk radio over music always
is
have a lot
being
more to say
right now.
than people listening to music. Oh, here's a fun little fact. You talk about your dad being a walk on Michael Jackson show. South African
I do
English
know that.
radio host, right?
Man, I agree.
Is that right?
Word association.
Oh, that's what. So wait, you were there when he quit or got fired from ABC? None of ABC? No, because we brought him over to KLA. Oh, I see. That's it. He was on for like a year and a half. Do you remember what happened to him at KBC? He got fired and or quit. I think there's two stories there. Well, considering how bitter he was on getting fired, okay. But he won talk show host of the year 2 weeks before he got fired. Oh, I didn't know that. And so he gets fired at ABC or quit, whatever. And he's leaving the parking lot. And you know the parking lot at ABC on Rodeo Drive, and you had to go 0 to 90 to get across either La Cienega or Rodeo, whatever it was. And he drove out of the driveway after getting fired or quit, and he got T-boned. No! Yes, T-boned on his way out of ABC. Insult for injury over insult. Isn't that wild? He was talk show host of the country. The national talk show host of the year gets fired 2 weeks later, pulls out of the parking lot, and wacko, gets T-boned. What a wild couple weeks for that guy. Wild. Wow. All right, we're live on KFI More Now with Brad. We did not get to here in LA in charges of not paying at least $1.4 million in taxes. The Fed say inflation went up to 3.4% last month due mainly to higher housing and energy prices. It was expected to be around 3.2% after its peak of 9% back in 2022. ESPN has given back 37 Emmys given out for its college game day show because they put fake names on the entries. Then when they won them, they re-engraved the awards to get to the on-air personalities for those shows who were ineligible for those awards. Pretty cool this evening, tomorrow like today, and had one up for the weekend. This football brought by the San Bernardino International Airport at flyfc.com. The Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center. Let's go, Tyson. Where are we going, Angel?
Head into Truman House on the 405. This is Northtown, South Beach 4, just past Building Boulevard. A crash, I don't know any details. We've been told by the highway patrol that it's blocking lanes. They just haven't said exactly which lanes are blocked. So we are seeing quite the backup right now. It's going to be slow anyway out of Culver City, leaving the 90 and then beyond the red. You still have a slow drive ahead towards the
Are you done? Legend. That's my mission. I just really did it. In the beginning, because one of what's real fucking rats, I'm not for the spectrum. Are they here another door to work the fucking birds? What? You mean I said I have a shit with that? I'm not for this bird talk. Is that a lineage of righteousness? Look at this move. It's lettuce, man. I would just never been able to contemplate that someone truthfully could be so athletic. Just incredible. Motherfucker, just incredible.
Book your next adventure at flyoutd.com/Las Vegas.
This recording is sponsored by Compassion International. We've all felt the impact of rising food prices. The families of poverty, they're facing malnutrition and even death. You can feed a family for a month with your $50 donation to
Yosh.
Compassion International. Just text the word radio to
Yeah.
97646.
Hey there, savvy marketers. Feeling lost in the marketing jungle? Well, fret not. Braze is your trusted compass in the world of customer engagement. Imagine a tool so smart it makes marketing a breeze. Braze will help you personalize every step of the customer journey with dynamic user segmentation,
Yosh.
cross-channel orchestration, and
3
reporting
SPN.
results. Whether you're a small, mid, or enterprise-sized business, Braze is the right fit for you.
3 SPN. Yeah.
ViralRabbi.com. Ad paid for by the Sentinel. Attention,
For the Sentinel group?
personnel, families, and contractors
Yosh.
stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at
Hey,
Camp
Jew.
Lejeune between August 1953 and December 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those Marine Corps base Camp Lejeune was soaked in contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-917-1181. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-917-1181. That's 800-917-1181. Again, 800-917-1181.
If you have rats in your attic or walls, don't make the mistake of putting out poison or wasting money with a company that charges you monthly to check rat traps. Rat proof. For a one-time fee, rodent stop will identify and seal all rat entry points, trap and remove all rats, sanitize your attic to remove any nasty viruses, and remove and replace all rat nest infested attic insulation. Rodent stop is so confident that they can stop your rat and mice problems that they provide a lifetime guarantee. Read all the 5-star reviews on Yelp. If you have rats or mice in your house or business, call Rodent Stop at 800-290-5343. 800-290-5343. We provide fast, friendly, and effective rodent control solutions throughout Southern California. Plus, our technicians are clean, friendly, and always on time. To stop the rodents, call Rodent Stop at 800-290-5343. Open 24 hours. Call 800-290-5343. To keep it on online consultation, and your provider will determine the appropriate features and quality website to be built before you seek the Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper, and you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, the free shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brand at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, up to 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointment, and no awkward face-to-face conversation. To start your free online visit, you will visit this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO. I never get excited at the prospect of award season because no one wants to see a 3 to 4 hour show. The Oscars, they said, we're going to start the show a whole hour earlier. I don't care about Killers of the Flower Moon. Oh, Kelly, that movie is as long as the Oscars. Can you see a correlation here? Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Barry Manilow? Yes, sir. Wow. I like that. Did you see Barry Manilow trailer in Vegas on New Year's Eve or something? Never seen him before. Never but never seen him. A friend of mine saw him just last month in Vegas and was blown away. Is that right? Yeah. see him in concert. Let's see. He said he still can felt it all, and he said it's surprising. When he went by himself and he was standing beside this other guy, you never would expect to be at a Barry Manilow concert. Right. Over this rough-looking biker looking dude, and both of them knew every word to every song. And he's like, that was me. That was me. Did he try to take Jen to covered? No. We're really good shape right now with our relationship, and every time I tell that story, it gets real tight and all. But this is what happened. When one of our anniversaries, remember what it was, maybe first, second, third, I don't know. And I saw that Neil Diamond was playing in Las Vegas. And I know that my wife is a huge Neil Diamond. It's the biggest Neil Diamond. So I got tickets to Neil Diamond. And they weren't that expensive. I was shocked by how reasonable they were. And it was at the Aladdin Hotel. Remember that old hotel, the Aladdin? And for some reason, he was going to be playing at the Aladdin Hotel, which I also thought was odd. Because, he's a big entertainer. That should be Caesar's Palace or MGM. Not what Planet Hollywood is now. Yeah, right, yeah. Planet Hollywood. They have a very small room there. And I thought, wow, why is he playing there? It's odd. It really is odd. The Neil Diamond in this tiny little hotel. And so we get tickets, and I get her really buzzed before we go in. Really buzzed. And we go in, we sit down, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, right, Neil Diamond comes out, and he's playing his hit. That's right, and he's playing all these songs, and he has these, high heels on, and he goes, let's go down front and dance. Yeah. He was like a scary, good dance, right? And I'm like, oh, man, he doesn't even know me. He'll get to know me, but doesn't know me yet. And I said, I'm not going to do it. He goes, I'm going to go dance anyway. I said, no, let's just sit back here. We're like 900 rows back. I said, no, let's just sit back here and enjoy. No, I'm going to dance. Took off his shoes, ran up there. He comes back 3 minutes later, completely dejected. He comes back and he goes, yes. That's not your son. That's a guy named The Real Neil. The Real Neil? And I said, oh, okay. That's probably why the tickets were so That's The Real Neil. The guy that does feels like a feather. And she said, you have got to have known that. I don't know. Because I don't believe you. Because I think you got enough liquor in me for me to, sit back with you in the 900th row and for you to be Mr. Big Shot, like you bought tickets at Neil Diamond. That's exactly right. And man, that was a tough night. Tough night of me trying to explain that I didn't know that it was The Real Deal. So you couldn't hang out a little bit later that night, gambling. You had to go back to the room when she wanted to go back to the room, didn't you? I did a lot of that weekend. A lot of that. What would you like to do, sweetie? You want to go to the pool? Yeah, I'll go to the pool. Yeah, well, yeah, but helicopter ride, I was going to suggest that. Because it's only about $300 each, and I'm winning at the table, so let's spend the $600 and go up on a helicopter. I think that's a great idea. Let's do that. That's not Neil Diamond. What? The Real Neil. No, you're back far enough, and you had enough drinks. That's Neil Diamond. That's Neil Diamond. That's right. The difference between him and Neil Diamond, you would have to have some pretty sensitive NASA equipment in there to tell the difference. That should have been your reaction. Really? Sounds just like it. I thought it was. The Real Deal. I didn't think on the tickets I crossed out. No, yes, you are. Just in case you're looking at it, yeah. But I remember it. I remember it saying, look, I thought you were a big shot. Taking your girlfriend to Vegas and looking at Neil Diamond. We're at a cheap hotel. We were in Spain last. We sang off the strip with the free stage. And then go to a cover band of Neil Diamond. The real deal. I don't like it. Things like this. Hi, you're live on KFI AM 620. We're not just doing smart speakers. We're in a couple of smart ears as well. KFI. HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Iger Radio app. Full of accountability. I'm Michael Joseph, live from the KFI 24-hour news from a woman in LA from Orange State filed for murder in connection with her infant daughter's death in 2018. Autopsy revealed the baby had THC and 2 prescription drugs in her system. Hired LAPD Detective Moses Castillo says he doesn't believe Selena's mom, Yvette Gonzalez, left medication lying around the house and claims 2 drugs had to be administered to her. That the breastfeeding Yvette was not breastfeeding Selena. Castillo says the 10-month-old also had burn marks, wound fractures, and major damage to her mouth. He was back in court on January 24th. Manuel was already charged with murder in Malibu, set to be arraigned next week on a new murder count. Joshua Simmons allegedly shot and killed a man in the head a year ago in Inglewood. He was charged last October with murder in connection with the death of a person whose body was found inside a 55-gallon drum off the road. Many who survived the horrific crash in April visitors returned to thank the staff at Providence Mission Hospital. Jackson Gutierrez says he had severe head injuries, second and third-degree burns, and had to amputate both legs, both the knee and the ear. They express my gratitude and say thank you for all the people who performed the life-saving surgery on me when I was possibly in a heart attack. People this all personal one. Gutierrez says this time he was able to walk in a Providence Mission after a long recovery that included learning to use prosthetic legs. That he spent the last few years with each of the first responders who saved his life. Prosecutors in Chicago have recommended a 28-year prison sentence for a woman who pleaded guilty to helping kill her mother and later stuffed the body in a suitcase during a trip to Bali. They're also seeking 5 years of supervised release for the woman and hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines and restitution. The woman was pleaded guilty last week of conspiring to kill her mother with her then boyfriend more than a decade ago to get access to $1.5 million trust fund. The number of police officers killed in the line of duty has decreased by 40% in the last year. State Packer says in 2022, 224 federal, state, and local officers died in the line of duty. Last year, that number dropped to 136. 47 officers were fatally shot in 2023. That's down 25% from the 53 officers that were shot and killed the year before. The results of the decrease in officer traffic fatalities in 2023. The National Law Enforcement Memorial
Kobe. Look at this move. Yo, what is this?
Chinese president has ruled out a ceasefire as his country fights off Russian invasion. President Zelensky says the Chinese forces use the falls to rearm and overwhelm Kyiv troops. Zelensky says the falls on the Ukrainian battlefield would not mean a pause in the war. The president also claimed Wednesday his forces lack modern air defense systems. Warehouses are empty and there are many challenges to rural defense. First, Bulgaria and Romania have signed an agreement to battle drifting sea mines that have threatened shipping in the Black Sea since the start of Russia's war in Ukraine. Turkey says the mine countermeasures passed will help the 3 NATO allies fight more effectively by improving their close cooperation and coordination. Mines pose danger to ports, communication networks, and key water infrastructure. Michael Strahan's daughter announced she has brain cancer on Good Morning America with her father by her side. 19-year-old Isabella Strahan says she had emergency surgery after her diagnosis in October.
Does she have the west side though? The gangster?
She's starting chemotherapy next month at Houston Hospital. She's lucky because she has an amazing daughter. And I know she's going through it, but
Well, Michael Strahan, do you know that about the west side?
And that she is going to crush this. This is inspiring every single day. Southwest weather from KFI, cloudy, mostly clear out there overnight tonight, lows around 40 degrees. Tomorrow, another sunny, cool day. Highs above 50 to be 60 and up metro LA Orange County around 60 in the Inland Empire Valley, 50 in that high desert. A bit warmer Saturday, just a degree or two. A little bit more warm coming Sunday. A little more warm, if noticeable maybe. Monday from Monday to Tuesday. Right now in Irvine, 60, Gwinnett Park 61, Burbank 60, Torrance 58 degrees. The KFI Money Report, snow day on Wall Street today. Dow was up 15, NASDAQ was up 1, S&P was down 3. These are slow in Calabasas.
It's the south side of the 101, Joy loading up at ROTHSCHILD all the way to the 170, 134 split, and top going through the correct.
Yosh.
The way ahead in Hollywood from Sunset all the way into downtown Los Angeles. Santa Monica with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Corrupto of Big Building Pass, 38,000.
But you fucked on me if you had to. I didn't have to. For real? Sure, though. She's beautiful. Bitch.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration. Most borrowers love home equity lines of credit for putting a couple $100,000 in the bank, but still preserving the ultra-low fixed rate in their first mortgage, which makes sense. But most banks love HELOCs because they can raise your rates as high as 24% by varying what they call the lifetime cap in their loan documents. None of the loan
I'll bury a lifetime cap in you. Pussy, girl. Pussy, 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 pussy everywhere. I'm gonna be right here. I think it's amazing. Top latest. Latest, son. I want somebody to be like, oh my god. This Rabbi ROTHSCHILD is crazy.
If you're going up to the mountains, a lot of snow. If you're watching KTLA Channel 5, they do this thing every night where they show the sunset. And I think it's great. So
You bucked 62 this morning. Okay, great.
they do it every night. So on a different beach. Tonight,
Hilarious. Steve-O is my name, Mo.
right there is Catalina Island.
Hilarious. I bucked 62 this morning. Oh, that's so funny. Oh. Let me in on this. Let me in on this. Oh man, that's black. Somebody else said something though. Farizzi, yeah, Sherry Carter, 18. They're blocking me like a motherfucker. I don't want to tweet art. All right, dogs. You're unable to say that is funny. You're unable to. I bought 62 this morning. I bought 62 this morning. I bought 62 this morning. That's so funny. I bought 62 this morning. ViralRabbi, latest. One less fake ViralRabbi. Yay. They're still taking me up. Here we go. I bought 62 this morning. Come on, get me in on this discussion. They're gonna have you down. I've said it many times. I've said it many times. Total devotion syndrome. West side. All right. What did they say? What did they say? I bought 62 this morning. Okay, that's cool. One less fake ViralRabbi. Oh my. Okay, what are we saying? 44 minutes ago. Listed a resistor. Oh wow, they really go after blue people. $5 ago. Link, buddy. Zero tweet crypto with my. Huh? Color card, scammer, inauthentic, loaded with bots, maggots, scammer. Like, oh, this person, this is why she doesn't want you. Okay, girl. What do we have here? One less fake ViralRabbi. Not this bitch. Did they get me? Fuck no. I blocked 62 this morning. Oh, here we go. You get publicity. Hilarious. I gotta let you know how much I like this though. You should just know I appreciate it. You're hilarious. I blocked 62 this morning. I blocked 62 this morning. I blocked 32. I blocked 62 this morning. I'm pissing the whole internet off. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Fuckers. Fuck you. The Z, KUNTZ. Oh, I just had this dream of like this. What was that dream? I don't know. Something reminds me of 18th Hole One, which is a cool thing. For Riz? Yo, dog, what's the latest? Did anybody say like, hey, dog, you're really cool? Nobody. No, I mean somebody. Not that long ago was like, hey, dog, that shit is cray cray. Cray cray in a good way. What's up? Bolo. A lot of these on here. I don't know what that means. Bolo. Blue only live once? Blue only live once? Baddies only live once, baby. What's your favorite? ViralRabbi? I like them all. West, I have a service announcement. I like how people are putting out service announcements. So I have a service announcement. It's like, oh, everybody pay attention. I blocked 62 this morning. I blocked 62. Is that funny or what? Is that not hilarious? I blocked 62 this morning. I blocked 62 this morning. Steve is my name. I blocked 62 this morning. Fuck you. Sluts. I blocked 62 this morning. Yes, over. Blah, blah, blah. I blocked 62 this morning. So funny. Would you have sex with Joe Biden? On the circle outside the White House? It'd be like the biggest sex scandal for like 25 years whether it really happened. Sure. Cool, dog. On fucking like Trans Am. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. West Side gangster. Oh, fire. How about West Side? Have you ever shot someone? No. I mean, paintball and stuff. For Riz? For shit. Limited days open, but clean, run very well. And then Yosh. Is that funny? I blocked 62 this morning. That's fucking hilarious. Sounds like he spent his whole fucking morning with me. Revisited season 1. Suck this dick.
Oh Lord.
That's
Okay.
you. So Haley said at the end of the pilot episode, there is a cartoon drawing just behind Jim's head on the shelves where they have office supplies and paper, etc. Does anyone know what this drawing is? Angela, can you help us out?
Okay, Haley, I saw that too. These things drive me crazy as well. I want to know who would just cut up like cartoons and actually not do a very good job cutting. It looks like they rip them out and they tape them to the wall. This is like the second time I've noticed one of these.
This was in a time, because when I worked in an office, if you saw something funny, like a cartoon that you thought was funny, that's what you did with it. You didn't post it on your
What about the
Instagram
worst
because you didn't have Instagram. You cut it out and you put it but you usually put it in the break room.
I mean, this is just randomly taped to the wall. But I took a photo of it from the TV and zoomed in. Do you see it, Jenna?
It looks like it's been ripped out of a magazine. See how it's like, it's very New Yorker to me. Yeah, it's like a New Yorker cartoon.
And it looks like a woman in an office. There's a plant behind her. There's like a bar graph on the wall. And it looks like the man in front of her has something all over his back. Do you see that?
Yeah, or maybe an animal attached to his back.
There's
I
like
don't
a
know.
west side.
Because it goes by so fast. I mean, I did a burst photo on that thing, and that's the best I got. So, Haley, I am sorry. I don't know what that comic means other than maybe one of our prop guys thought it was funny and he taped it to the wall.
Well, I have a tidbit about something that's in the background on the wall that we can all enjoy.
What is it?
It is in Michael's office. It's on the wall.
Is it in a frame?
It's in a frame. So there is on Michael's wall a certificate that's framed in the way that you might frame your high school diploma, your college diploma.
Something you're very proud of.
Yes. Michael has framed a certificate from his watch.
When he bought his watch.
When he
it
bought
came
his
with a
watch.
certificate.
And it says, Certificate of Authenticity. This certifies that Michael Scott, and he had to write in his own name, is the proud owner of a quality Seiko timepiece. Now, Seiko is a watch. The problem is, Seiko is spelled Seyko, meaning Michael has framed a certificate of authenticity for his knockoff Seiko watch.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, if you're watching this, I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on YouTube. You want to see some nipples? Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Yeah, that puts asses in the seats. Look at that. Getting fucking hard, dog. Look at that. I can cut glass with this bitch. Everybody left.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week we will break down an episode of
The problem is, Seiko is spelled Seyko, meaning Michael has framed a certificate of authenticity for his knockoff Seiko watch.
Yes. Yes. And he's proudly displayed it in his office.
Yes.
His certificate of ownership of a watch. I feel
Of
like
a fake
of
watch.
a fake watch. I feel like Michael might buy a picture frame that has a really nice looking family as a stock photo and just leave it up.
Oh, I think that's in an episode. I think there's an episode where he keeps the stock photo of whatever came with his frame. All right, I have another one for you, Angela.
Okay.
All right, this is from Taylor. She says, clearly, the filing cabinet trash can joke doesn't go over well with Jan. Do you remember that scene where
She's like, "Did you get my fax?"
and I say he threw it in
He had me
a
file it.
special filing cabinet that's a trash can? Well, Michael covers it up by saying, quote, the joke was originally my brother's. Taylor says, Michael has a brother? I feel that in regards to his family, we only hear about his mom and stepfather, Jeff, but never any siblings. Angela, what can you tell us?
Well, you know what? That is such a good question because we really don't know a lot about Michael's family other than the fact that they don't really seem to be very close and they haven't really been there for him. He often talks about throughout the 9 seasons his disdain for Jeff, his stepfather, which I find very funny. But he does mention that he has a brother.
like this
He has a
Ken
line where he says,
Junior
"I love my
helmet
big
going on.
brother." And then he also has this line that this joke was his brother. So he does reference a brother. And then he also references what appears to be his nephew in the nepotism episode. He mentions his nephew, and where people are thinking maybe that's from a half sister, maybe from his mom and Jeff. So there's not a lot of like information about Michael's family other than the fact that he probably was alone a lot because it seems like his mom remarried Jeff.
Yeah.
And maybe his big brother was away.
Yeah.
I think Michael was kind of maybe a sad kid growing up. I think when his parents got divorced, whatever age he was at, it really affected him. And Jeff really affected him.
Yeah.
But the writers really don't go into it very much.
But I love that he does have that backstory, and this is why he's motivated to make The Office his family. It's why he longs for a family so deeply, and it's why you forgive him for all the mistakes he makes in wanting this.
Yes.
It's why he comes on so strongly. We give you this backstory about him.
These little nuggets that
Yes.
he was not happy growing up.
It takes him from just being a big over-the-top TV character to being a real human being.
And I think our writers did a great job of giving all the characters those little backstories that made them fully fleshed out people. And it's also why you root for Michael in the end to go have a life with Holly.
Yes.
Because he finally has his person and he's going to have a family.
Now let's move on to what we missed from Diversity Day. Megan G, among others, said, "Hi, in the Diversity Day podcast, Jenna mentioned that the huge shredder behind her desk was never used, but didn't she shred some things with Meredith's son on Bring Your Daughter to Work Day?" Yes, everyone. I missed this, and I'm so sorry. Yes, the way that Pam finally tries to get some kid to like her is that she shows Meredith's son the giant shredder. I will go on record saying I believe that is the only time we ever used the big shredder, and I think it was a joke when we finally used it, that it's been sitting there for all this time.
I'm sure when we turned it on, like cobwebs came out of it. It was like,
I don't think it worked. I think it had to be repaired.
they had to like rig it somehow.
Well, something else is the door behind accounting, between Meredith's desk and accounting. We never use it. We never go in it. We never go out of it. And that was a big mystery. And finally in season 9, we see what's behind the door. But you know what was really behind the door?
Was the bathrooms.
The bathrooms.
In Video Village.
Yeah, the green room.
The green room where producers could watch what we were filming and where we went to the bathroom.
And finally, from the Diversity Day episode, Shelby wrote, "Why didn't Jim have a diversity card on his forehead?" Shelby, I don't know. But great thing to point out. Why didn't Jim have a diversity card on his forehead? I looked all through there, and I could not figure out if he never had one. I kind of remember him never having one.
Well,
I texted BJ.
and what did BJ say?
He didn't get back to me. I went over to Dunderpedia.
Yeah.
Okay, Dunderpedia is like the Wikipedia just for The Office, and it lists every person and the card on their forehead, and Jim does not have one. There is no listing for Jim. This is a mystery, and it's just going to remain so. Phyllis has Haitian in a deleted scene, and Devin has West Nile in a deleted scene.
Yes.
But Jim does not ever appear with a sticker on his forehead.
Is it because John had bangs?
I don't think so.
Look at his hair and tell me how you'd put a note card on his forehead.
I don't know. I think somehow Jim just managed to get out of it. Doesn't he seem like the kind of guy that would get out of something like that?
Somehow. Like he was
Somehow.
just like sneaky because he's cool.
Clearly. All right, guys. Well, maybe we should take a break.
I like it.
All right, let's get into healthcare. Heather wrote in and said there is a brief discussion about Rain maybe having a lollipop in his mouth at 4 minutes 50 seconds. She says it's a toothpick. Angela, can you confirm?
Heather, here's the deal. I have now gotten glasses for far away. They're new. I now wear them when I watch the episodes, and I rewatch this part of healthcare just for you, Heather.
Yo, dog,
And I
this
think
is
you're
all
right.
cool and
I think
stuff,
it's a
but
toothpick and not a lollipop.
I don't
Without
wanna see
glasses,
it right now.
looks like lollipop. With glasses, I'm like, I bet it's a toothpick.
You're seeing the detail.
Mhm.
Brett at 5 minutes, 5 seconds says there's a photo on the wall behind Meredith. Is that Bob Barker?
Yes,
It is?
Brett, yes, it is Bob Barker. Okay, and it looks like it's torn out of a magazine. And Bob has like a striped shirt. He's sitting on a sofa. I swear this was in a magazine. And it's just right below. There's a green Scranton Wilkes Barre wall map index book that's been like thumbtacked, and right below it is Bob Barker sitting on a sofa.
Is this something that Meredith, the character Meredith, put on the wall, we think? Does she love Bob Barker?
You know what? It fits. He's really tan. He's got a lot of money.
Yes.
He probably knows the best buffet in Vegas.
All right.
This is Meredith's kind of guy.
Next question. This is for you, Angela, from John. Now that we know that Kevin applied for a job in the warehouse, but Michael gave him a job in accounting, does that change the way you look at the dynamic between the three characters in the accounting department? Angela, I want to say that you always had the most amazing backstory for the character of Kevin. Will you share it? This is, guys, now this, we always make fun of my actor prep and my Pam document, but Angela has this backstory for the character of Kevin that she invented, that she shared with me.
Here's my theory for how Kevin got his job. I think Kevin's dad, Mr. Malone Sr., I think he was like golf buddies and friends with Robert Dunder and Robert Mifflin. They were the co-founders of Dunder Mifflin.
It was a nepotism
Yeah,
hire.
I think Mr. Malone was like, you got to hire my kid. Look,
Is
we
somebody
know he's an
knocking?
idiot. Put him somewhere.
It looks like there's a road closure.
I'm looking at a map right now, and there's a big wide gap along the highway, either south of Santa Monica or north of Santa Monica, right within that area, because all the surrounding surfaces have been planned as well. But I'm still working on it.
Okay.
So,
All right.
and then,
Very good. Yeah, there's something going on in Beverly, and I think that's where the action was, where the person lost their life, Beverly and Highland. So we'll keep you posted on that.
oh yeah, I see it now. Okay.
All right, he's going to get information. While he does, let's talk about high-speed train. You got it.
I got it.
What do we got?
It's just east of Highland, and it's Beverly Boulevard that's off limits, right at what is that? McCadden Place, right there.
Okay. All right. When Tuesday open up, we'll tell you about that. But whenever there's somebody has lost their life, the cops come out and do a thorough investigation. So don't count on that being open for a rush hour. Beverly and Highland. I know a lot of people listen to KFI. They travel to you get back to the valley or back to the city, and you're gonna find yourself an alternate route.
There's a lot of
The high-speed chase that ended in a violent head-on collision shortly before 2 p.m. today. Shortly before 2. The fifth engine, a head-on crash, and now the pickup truck was being chased by officers when it hit the wrecked sedan. Happened just before 2 p.m. on Mission Boulevard and Brea Place. Officers blew out the suspect's window, forcing him to come out after a big standoff. The driver at the other car was able to walk away, and the suspect was wanted for vandalism. Wow. All right. Busy day. Busy day. Now, speaking of cars, first, the Reservoir Company. They're selling and getting rid of a lot of their electric cars. They're going back to conventional gas-powered combustion engine cars. It's just fascinating to me because I think back to when Hertz announced that they were going to buy a ton of Teslas, which was 2021. We were still in kind of, the meme stock, era. It was very clearly, it seems like a play on the part of, just bankrupt Hertz to really generate interest in the company and interest in their strategy going forward. And it made Tesla a $1 trillion company. And, it was soon thereafter that, it was about a year ago now that, we saw in the regulatory filings that Hertz was actually buying a whole lot fewer Teslas than they initially announced. And even falling well short of their plans for the number of Teslas that they were going to purchase. The problem with Tesla, according to Hertz, not my problem with it, but Hertz's problem with Tesla is that when they get into accidents, they have to take them off the that they've really sort of taken a bath on those purchases. They can't help that Elon Musk has prioritized so much, and that's got to be a big factor here. Of course, I'm curious, but let's try to go there. What's a new Tesla cost? What's a used Tesla cost now? And what's it going to cost in 90 days? You're going to be around in 90 days. Yeah. Cost now, and what's it going to cost in 90 days? Yeah, I think if you think about, the cheapest Tesla you can get your hands on, right, a Model 3. I mean, this is a car that, is supposed to, out of the gate, cost $35,000. The company is now fairly close to that in terms of, how much you can pay for a new one. And that moved down dramatically last year. This is a company that is just repeatedly was cutting prices, trying, to grow selling. And it's $35,000 for the Model 3. And I think you also get the $7,500 price credit, which is dollar for dollar. So that brings the price down into the high 20s. So probably a big deal. If you like electric cars, everybody that I know, without exception, owns a Tesla. They're only going to buy Teslas in the future. They love that car. They don't care what Elon Musk does with the pot, weed, and Joe Rogan, and the conservative policies that he has, all that crap. They don't care. They get in that car and they love it. I have a friend who owns a sandwich shop in Burbank. I think it's called Philly Stuff. Yeah, and his wife was test driving a Tesla, and he didn't want an electric car. He wanted, he's a sweet potato guy. He's a steak and chicken. And just, he's like, the car is like point A to point B. Doesn't need an electric car. But he said he went, and his wife asked to go test drive the Tesla. He said he couldn't get out of it. He said there's something about a Tesla. When you start driving it, you can't drive anything else. It is so many years above everything else he's ever driven. Then you had to buy it. And a lot of people say that. A lot of people say the exact same thing. Once you're in a Tesla, you're in a Tesla. Forever. Tom, we're live on KFI. We're now with Kroger. Kroger's reporting multiple cities in the South are going to be forced to switch their election process because of a voting rights lawsuit. This is called minority vote solution. Cypress Councilwoman Frances Marquez says switching to district voting will protect the voice of the city's 37% Asian population. Their voting power is being diluted. They weren't able to elect the candidate of choice. Mayor Scott Minigan was the lone no vote last night. He said lawsuit supporters are just pushing leftist politics. They don't care about Asians. All they care about money. At least 6 other cities in Orange County have been forced by legal threats into district voting. In Cypress, Corbin Carson, KFI News 6 report brought to you by Sunrise. The case is ended with a head-on crash and standoff in Pomona. They say a driver of a pickup truck rammed into another car early this afternoon after tearing into oncoming traffic. Officers blew out the guy's window when he refused to come out of the truck. A dog was seen either falling, jumping, or being thrown out of the window during the chase. It was beautiful. Iran's Navy has captured an oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman. The ABC Tom Rivers says it had previously been involved in a year-long dispute that ultimately saw the U.S. take 1 million barrels of Iranian crude oil from the ship. And both armed persons have now boarded the ship and is heading to Iranian waters. Crew, 18 Filipinos and 1 Greek national. New year comes after weeks of attacks by Yemen's Houthi rebels unchipping the Red Sea. Group attacked by Iran waged in its largest barrage ever of planes and missiles on Tuesday. Cinematographers for Oppenheimer, Maestro, Poor Things, Killers of the Flower Moon, and El Tunde have been nominated for the American Society of Cinematographers Award. AFC nominations for TV also went to Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, Meganews, The Bear, Lessons in Chemistry, and Star Trek: Strange New Worlds. Winners will be announced March 3rd at 7. We'll take a look at the 405 freeway when you come back. We'll talk about American Vision Windows. Best windows in the world. Best craftsmanship in the world, best employees by Oman. Bill and Kathleen put together an unbelievable company. If you take advantage of it, you get the greatest windows with the greatest installers.
That brand was a show for the West Side Gangster.
What a break for you. They wouldn't let technicians into their home that they wouldn't allow into your home. Yeah, they wouldn't allow into your home. How did that go? We wouldn't allow technicians into our home that we wouldn't allow into your home. That's right. Anyway, American Vision windows are the best. We have 8 of them. And 4 of those windows used to leak. Now it's beautiful. Our
Sorry, I was big.
When it rains, all that mildew with the water getting in, now it smells perfect. It is so beautiful. So here's the offer. You're gonna love it. Free upgrade, the closet term, this month only, plus 0% interest, zero payment for 12 months, and free expert installation. They're giving away the store. Take advantage of it. For all offers, phone them up. 888-226-9908, 888-226-9908, or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. This is right over at 131.4 Supposed to clear in tonight, 40 degrees, still burn. Tomorrow, once again, like the same. And then Saturday, a couple degrees warmer, a few more degrees warmer on Sunday, and into Monday from 62. So it's a slow slow. Right now it's 57 in Santa Monica, 55 in Corona. There's a solid Cool Beach.
405 southbound coming up on Cool Beach Boulevard. Big storms and blocking middle lanes with delays away from Studebaker. It's Michael Ryan, KFI in the sky.
Northbound side of the 55 in Orange County. You're starting to hit the brakes at 405. And now this place, the heart of rush hour, is pretty much into the scoop all the way up to the 91. Now the 5 north now getting very heavy as well out of Irvine. That's going to load up there because leaving Jeffrey on that northbound 5. It will be heavy well through the orange cars. This is Grand Harbor Boulevard. We're on Disney Way where there's stuff. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
And an update on the speed closures we were just talking about along Beverly near Highland. This is just on the west side of Hancock Park. Beverly Boulevard is off limits between Highland and Las Palmas Avenue, and even McCadden Place is now closed southbound between Oakwood and Beverly. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Different Jacob and Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24 Jacob.
From the creator of Up and Down comes a new true crime weekly podcast series. This week's episode of Talking to Death joins Queen Lindsay and Death as they discuss all things crime, life, mystery, and fun.
Are aliens real?
Based on everything I've learned, I think that the government knows something. I don't know if aliens are real, but I think there's
Something out there that they know.
Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die.
It's the secret on the online consultation with our care provider will determine the appropriate features and policy website for details and safety information. Description required per 36 on product and description claims.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper, and you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand new Viagra, up to 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointment, and no awkward face-to-face conversation. To start your free online visit, you go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Most borrow will home equity lines of credit for putting a couple $100,000 in the bank, but still preserving the ultra-low fixed rate of their first mortgage, which makes sense. But most
Look at this athleticism.
rate as high as 24% by varying what they call the lifetime cap in their loan documents. Now there's a loan exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com. You get a home equity line that protects you instead of the bank. We make the start rate of our equity line equal the lifetime cap, so your rate can only go down, never up. The loan exchange guarantees the security in our loan documents. The first 5 years of the loan is interest only, which makes payments cheaper while you wait for the first rates to come back down and consolidate back into one loan. Call the loan exchange at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com today. License by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539. KFI AM 640.
The iHeartRadio station.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. We have some, I would say, breaking news, and I'm not in the news business. So, would you describe a United Airlines flight making emergency landing in Florida because of a window indicator light that went off? Would you consider that breaking news?
if that's all the information is, not breaking news. How about interesting to some listeners? Good reader, especially considering the blessing. Yeah. So this is not a Mac band. This is an AirPod. So people thought they were, fine and dandy on the French AirPod. The German-made AirPod, yeah. The Spanish, French, German AirPod. Well, they got their problems too. Listen to this. You got problems. Oh, we got problems, eh? What's going on with these planes and these doors? I don't know. Find out from this young lady.
United Airlines flight from Sarasota International Airport making an emergency landing in Tampa due to a possible mechanical issue. We want to go straight out to Rob Wells, who joins us from the newsroom with more. Rob, what can you tell us about this?
Stephanie, I was on the phone with the Sarasota International Airport officials all afternoon. They confirmed that United Airlines flight 2434 en route from Sarasota to Chicago was forced to land at Montreal Airport shortly after leaving SRQ. Now, based on flight data, that jet had just left SRQ. It was headed north near 75, and it ended up circling the Gandhi and Howard Franklin bridges before landing in Tampa. SRQ Airport CEO Rick Piccolo saying that emergency procedures on board that jet went into action as soon as the warning indicator lights came on, indicating that a door might have not been fully secured on the cargo hatch of that aircraft. Now, a little background for you and some context tonight. The aircraft, an Airbus A319, Airbus, French, German, Spanish, Airbus. 123 customers and 5 crew members on board. Again, taking off from SRQ at 3:42. And by the way, this guy got to stop at the SRQ and tell us what city that is. We don't know. SRQ. Is that Tampa? Is that, what is SRQ? Is it Sarasota? I don't know what SRQ is. This guy, well, Chicago. Later diverted to Tampa, landing in a spot for Sarasota. All right, stop at the SRQ and just say Sarasota. Anybody's going to know where it's at? Sarasota. Baggage guys in Sarasota don't know what they call letters are. How do I know? 3:05 this afternoon. And Flightware is showing up flight 2434. This takeoff again for Chicago from Tampa at 6:11 tonight. We will continue to follow this. Oh, I don't know if I'd be on that plane. I don't know. I've been on a plane before that had I was in Denver, Colorado, flying back to Los Angeles. I think it was on Continental Airlines. If that's really good for that. I was on Continental Airlines, and the plane was a 707 or 727, where the engines are way in the back. And it goes to take off, front tires come up, and bang! Front tires come back down, and the engine reversed, heavy brakes, and it stopped right at the end of the runway, like with no room left. And we sit there, and the pilot doesn't say anything, the captain doesn't say anything, and then he comes down and says, we're the, I'll go back to the case, you had a fire indicator light coming off at the right rear engine. And I look out the window, that's next to me. That fire would have been about a foot from my face. So we pull back into the gate, and the flight attendant said, okay, everybody keep staying in your seats while we address the problem here. And I said, F it. I walked to the front of the plane and I said, look, I like to gamble, but I'm not going to gamble on this flight. I like to get off. And she said, well, we can't let you off this flight. I said, well, then I'm going to open that door and get off. And she said, you don't know how to operate that door. And I said, well, you taught me in the pre-flight announcement how to operate that door. Didn't there? She said, yeah. I said, I got to get out of here. So she opens the door, and 25 people pile in behind me. And they're all like, oh, thanks, man. You're the only guy who falls. You're the only guy who saved our lives. We got to get out of here. And everyone's panicking and jumped off the flight. Now, there was a problem at Denver International Airport earlier that day. So all the cameras, all the news crews were already there. And they videotaped us as we got off the flight. And my dad saw it in Los Angeles. He was, I just saw you on TV almost die on a plane. I said, okay. It's not real time for time. None of time has passed yet. I really almost died on a plane. Hey, son, I saw you on TV. Yeah, where you almost died in Denver. All right, okay, I get. But let's calm down for just a second. Let me just breathe for a second here. Then we'll do a door series on it. We'll do a whole series on it. A door fun fly. It'll be great.
All right, we're live on KFIS recording more now with Greg. A woman carrying grocery bags in a crosswalk to hit by a stolen car in Carson. Video shows police doing a pit maneuver on that car, causing it to stand out and knocking the woman to the ground. The woman got up, walked away without any serious injuries. Closing arguments have finished in New York with a civil trial of Donald Trump and his businesses. The former president and wannabe president was allowed to speak and told the judge today, I know this is boring you, before the judge cut him off and told some lawyers, please control your time. And New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick leaving the team after 24 years, involuntarily. The Patriots won 6 Super Bowls under Belichick, team quarterback Tom Brady built one of the longest run of career. Cool this evening. Tomorrow, much like today, and then a little warmer over the weekend. This report brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Crash in El Monte.
On the westbound side of the turn, coming up on Santa Anita Avenue, they're trying to clear this mess out of the left lane, and that's loading the cars up getting away from Peck Road. Anaheim Hills with Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
It's very tough on the 91 here. 91 eastbound is jammed up. Little past Imperial Highway, so it's a little extra tight. From that point over the Green River, down the county line, just loosen up a bit, a few miles, and you'll be back on the bridge in Corona, approaching the 15. And that stays pretty sticky in the riverside from there. South 15 on the bridge down, out of Corona there. Pretty much from Magnolia down through the Alco and Ware Canyon there. Y-Ridge, I should say. And if you're heading north, just look at the whole pass. Not too bad today. 15 northbound, we'll point, and one up to the 138. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Hope this is there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. The whole workout to start the New Year resolution brings with it some aches and pains.
It's time to make a new resolution to manage neck and back pain and spend some time making yourself feel better with Theragen.
The Theragen V6 is a therapeutic thermal massager for your home. It's not your grandparents' old vibrating recliner.
The Theragen V6 is an FDA-cleared medical device that provides a customized massage tailored to you. With 22 massage modes, the Theragen V6 tailors the massage to provide temporary relief of muscle and joint pain, helps with blood circulation, and simple relaxation of those muscles.
And all of it comes in the form of a sleek, adjustable piece of furniture that can be put in whatever room you choose.
You can check out the Theragen V6 and other models online at TheragenUS.com or try before you buy at the showroom in West Hollywood or the Theragen booth at the upcoming Fit Expo right here in LA in January.
Also, right now, there's promo code specially for KFI listeners. The next 30 people to use it will get $300 off their Theragen V6. Here it is. Get your V6. Promo code Get Your V6 at TheragenUS.com. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers to walk off effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell dial #250 and say keyword great results. That's #250 and say great results. Why choose the Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual permit and comfort, your sleep number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart, it actively cools and warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. The Clean Sleep Number C2 Smart Bed is now only $9.90. Plus, free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. The private store near you. Visit sleepnumber.com. If you're hired, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Kelly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Kelly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps you find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business up. by 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. We all make resolutions this time of year. And let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage. N-A-V-A-G. Clean nose, healthy life. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like 70s Rock Drive. The commercial-free station featuring Jackson 70s Rock. Just search 70s Rock Drive and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. Portions of the following program will be recorded. How the hell does the post office remain as inefficient overall? It has officially caught up to airports back in France. Sending letters is not a thing anymore, and it never will be. Hello, Kelly. I'm not writing a letter to anybody, and I'm not dropping it in the mail. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
China Grove will be huge. Shelby, San Antonio, San Antonio.
We got a little bit of I think a crazy couple alert here. I think it's a crazy couple alert. There's a couple whose wedding day has been ruined, but potentially ruined, because a flight getting canceled after the 737 MAX 9, after the grounding of the MAX 9, where the door plus, the plane plus flew off. That screwed up this woman's plane. She was going to get married. Couple's wedding day flight gets canceled. And she's getting a lot of flack for it online. Because she's literally flying out the day before her wedding in winter, when a lot of flights get canceled anyway, regardless of the, emergency that happened out of Portland, where they flight from Portland to Ontario had to turn around because the plane door flew off. And so let's find out what's going on with this woman and this guy. I'm presuming it's a man. Maybe it's two women, maybe it's two men, maybe it's I don't know. Let's find out what's going on. Right here. What's going on with United?
And United just told us that our flight canceled. And I was like, oh, and I went, here's 3 flights you can get instead. Great. Not ideal. We were going to be sitting next to each other on the flight only for 6 a.m.
Dude, who gives a shit about that? What up, baby?
What kind of woman is this? Where, oh yeah, our flight got canceled. We put on another flight. No, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. And I wouldn't be able to sit next to my husband to be, look, you're going to get married. You're going to be sitting together the rest of your life. Rest of your life. Yeah, one more flight without this cat next to you.
But, you gotta get there. But I would stand by. No guarantee. When people told me that things were going to go wrong with your wedding, this was not, I felt like the stores would forget and we wouldn't have flowers at our wedding. Things like this panic. Not that like we wouldn't get there for our wedding.
Yeah, but she's leaving the day before her wedding. Who flies into a city the day before you get married? People that are going to the wedding don't cut it that close. That's wild. Man, nobody taught this woman anything.
United? How Okay, found out my flight was canceled. Remember that Alaskan Airlines flight where the door flew off?
Alaska.
That was a plane. A Boeing Max 9. It was recalled. Because doors are flying off. And then I was like, okay, then picture husband, simple husband, didn't get. I was like, what? How many of these planes are in existence that got recalled? Like, do you have to call everyone come to my wedding and like warn them about this flight? Oh no. There's only 80 of them. There were 80, and we have to compete one of the 80 United Boeing Max 9 planes.
You know what you should do? Go, look, this is karma. We gotta call this thing off. This is a work. Yeah, this is a sign from above that we should get married. So, I love you, but
Is this a good omen? I have a rash. I have a stress. I'm stressed. Nothing else can happen now, right?
that's not a stress rash. That is well, I don't want to say what it is. It's pink eye, but it also looks like it could have been transmitted to somebody. I don't know. I've experienced with seeing those when I was an optometrist.
Is it done? That before or after you were like silent?
It was during. I was very busy. Very busy. But I can't believe that somebody planned to leave and to arrive the day before their wedding. That's really bad timing on her part. So it's not just, it's not United Airlines. It's bad timing. Well, how fortunate for you that whatever happened before you got on that plane. That's right, she lived. Can't get on the plane and get sucked out of it. So, I don't know. Anyway, Pauline, go ahead.
I was going to say, isn't that just life? You just kind of go with things because many planned events never go the way they're planned.
That's
You just
right.
kind of roll with it.
That's exactly right. Yeah. You should break up with her and marry you. Nice. You need to go with it.
I don't want to make them cry.
Yeah, my little angel.
Look at this.
What's been going on here? Travel certainly feeling the impact of these inspections today. At latest check, Alaska United Airlines has canceled over 200 flights nationwide. 66 of those at Seattle Airport. Sunday, these safety concerns have caused more than 300 cancellations just in our area. Now, Boeing under fire with issues right now. And during an address to Boeing employees, CEO Dave Calhoun took responsibility for what has gone wrong here. We're going to approach this, number one, acknowledging our mistakes. We are going to approach it with 100% and complete transparency every step of the way. I didn't know what happened to whoever was supposed to be in a seat next to that Boeing airplane. I got kids, I got grandkids, let's say to you, this stuff matters. Lots of questions about Friday night's incident remain unanswered, but investigators from the NTSB are sharing what went wrong, even if we don't know exactly why or how here. I wonder if that kid got his shirt back, or if the last day we gave him another shirt. Remember the 15-year-old kid who was sitting in one of the seats had the shirt blown off his back. Blown off his back, ripped right off his back. Hey, the mark was chest. Yeah. It was horrible. It was the worst thing to him. Well, to him, maybe years ago, 15 years of pretty good life. Like it was like we had our daughter, and the first night she was home, she was screaming in her sleep. She was crying and screaming in her sleep. And I said to my wife, what's going on? What's going on? What was she screaming about? And my wife said, oh, she's having nightmares. I said, about what? Her references are only like 9 hours old. What kind of nightmares did she have? She only has 9 hours worth of references. Did she see something on the way home from the hospital that freaked her out? That's her only ride so far. There's 9 hours on this plane. All right, Thursday, listen to this. Tomorrow, the Clippers take on the Memphis Grizzlies. Tomorrow night.
Maybe just the eyebrows are popping.
Tomorrow, the Clippers take on the Memphis Grizzlies with tip-off at 5 on your home of the Clippers, AM 570. Brought to you by Southern California Star Dealers. We make it easy. So tomorrow, the Clippers take on the Memphis Grizzlies. Tip-off at 5 p.m. on your home of the Clippers basketball, AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by the Southern Southern California. Toyota dealers, we make it easy. So check that out tomorrow at 5 p.m. Clippers basketball. But there's a great team this year. There used to be a few Clippers fans, looking good, and you just keep flying under the 3-year extension. Yeah, you got to get back into the Clippers, buddy. You know, you got the Clippers gear and all that. I do. We're live on KFI AM 640. We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
KFI.
And the KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Under the Better Late Than Never category, I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman in LA has been ordered to stand trial on murder and assault charges in her infant daughter's death in 2018.
Autopsy concluded that the baby died from probable asphyxia, blood trauma, and the effects of THC and 2 prescription drugs found in the baby's blood. Retired LAPD detective Moses Castillo says the baby also had healing fractures, indicating the abuse was ongoing.
The top part of her mouth and the bottom part of her mouth is pretty much fleshy, just pretty fully devastated.
An LAPD officer testified under questioning by Deputy DA John Atami that the baby's mother was remorseful and wanted to go to jail. The woman is due back to court January 24th. For that, KFI News.
This report brought by Cunning Dental. TSA stopped a record number of passengers in the Southland from getting guns on the plane. TSA's Lori Bainhurst says there's a fit process to ensure guns are securely placed in check bag.
It requires them to unload the firearm, remove the magazine, put all of the ammunition in its original packaging, to place it in a hard plastic case to lock it up with at least 2 TSA non-compliant locks.
Baker says a record 145 guns were discovered in an LA area airport last year. More than 6,700 guns were found in the U.S. LA airport police say those cars of unregistered guns will have been confiscated and taken into custody. The grand jury in Ohio has declined to return an indictment against a woman who had a miscarriage in a toilet at her home. Prosecutor's office says the woman is also charged for abuse of the corpse after she miscarried in a toilet, flushed, and then left the house. And even a 22-week-old fetus lost in the pipe. The attorney says she was being demonized for something that happens every day. The woman had visited a hospital twice in the days leading up to a miscarriage, but left both times without being treated. Autopsy determined the fetus died 10 years ago. Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty in downtown LA to 9 federal tax charges. Biden entered the courthouse through a garage, sidestepping the large media presence staged in front of the courthouse. Biden's release conditions under today's charges include that he does not possess a gun, drink, or take any drugs. He must admit to random drug testing. Biden was indicted on 6 felony and 3 misdemeanor charges last month. He's facing 17 years in prison. Prosecutors say he chose not to pay at least $1.4 million in federal taxes from 2016 to 2019. Most of the hearing has been set for March. In downtown LA, Blake Stroll is paid by the military facility was killed in northern Israel, southern Israel, today on October 7th by Hamas. There's a daily idea to investigate signs that some may have been killed by Israeli forces. The military said it will conduct a thorough investigation once the war is over. The families say that's not soon enough. They say valuable evidence could be lost as the war continues. New tech unveiled at Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas is helping hearing impaired play games get sound. One company making gaming more inclusive. Audio radar enables deaf and hard of hearing gamers to see the sound in video games, like directional audio within the video game. Immerse is the creator of Audio Radar. It's a LED lights installed around a television or monitor for an immersive experience. So when these lights are flashing, let's say on the top of your TV, for example, that means there's gunshots or footsteps or tanks rolling directly in front of you. Now, if those lights are flashing on the bottom of the screen, just like a radar, those sounds are now behind you. Not only behind you, but you can see if they're behind you to the right or behind you to the left. Working with a radar tech in the Navy and came up with the idea in 2016. So I mortgaged my house again and threw my 401k at it. Found an angel investor to help on the other side of things. And we're in production now. We just launched December 15th as hearing impaired focus groups raves about the product, where he estimates there are millions of deaf gamers around the world. At the CES Las Vegas, Steve Gray, KFI News. We're going to take a look at that 405 freeway next. Let's all go to Morongo. Oh man, what a great joint they got there in the desert. Funny guy Marlon Wayans will be there live January 20th. Also experience Mimosa Magic, Pancake Paradise, Benedict Blowout Brunch Weekend, all you can eat at the marketplace. And the best way to greet the new year is relaxing in one of the luxurious rooms to get a special special rate as low as $99 a night. Winter gift giveaway. You get 30 low spots when you're in 500 points on your rewards card on January 16th.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee?
All right, so those were some general hot girl comments, but let's get into the nitty gritty of the episode. Is it the factory?
Boy, we should. You would love that.
We should go, Ange.
Oh my gosh. My grandmother, God rest her soul, is somewhere being like, go to the sass factory. She loved her sass shoes.
I would love it. I went to that shoe factory in Key West, Florida.
What?
Yeah.
What?
There are these leather sandals that are only made in Key West, Florida. And I went on a family vacation when I was a teenager with my mom, and I got a pair of these sandals. They're like $8. And I loved them so much. And they eventually opened an online store, but the only way you could get them is if you sent them like a certified check from the bank. But it was like for $15. It was like $8 for the sandals and then shipping. And I did it for years. For years, I would go into a bank and I would get a certified check and I would send it off to this Key West because they were the most comfortable.
Were they the ones like your navy ones?
Yes, the blue ones. Yes.
Jenna, I have such a strong memory of you wearing those shoes every day in the summer.
Yes.
Every day.
Angela, I still wear them. You can order them now without a certified check. I'm disappointed I can't remember the name of them. I'm sorry, everyone. This is not an ad for them.
No.
This is just, I really love these sandals. I'm sure you could find them if you Google like Key West, Florida sandals.
Listen, that's what happens. My grandmother wore sash shoes her whole life. You find a shoe you love, you stick with it.
That's right.
I would go to this factory tour with you. That would be fun. All right. Steph Thomas writes in and says, there was a continuity error during the game. One shot showed Phyllis sitting on the bench with Pam and Angela. And when the camera switched to the game, Phyllis was playing. Then she was back on the bench.
Yeah,
I caught this too, actually. I caught a few times where she was like sitting next to us and then it would cut back and she wasn't there. So, Steph, great catch. That did happen. I think we shot a little bit out of order and that was a continuity error. So, great catch.
I remember Phyllis was sometimes on the bench with us and sometimes playing. And Kate was always on the bench with us, but she was kind of sitting up on the table, remember?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is our last catch. Tom_AV8R. I guess he's Tom_Aviator.
Well,
AVAR. Aviator.
That's the abbreviation.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, and I do want to say he was not the only person to point this out, but he says at 22 minutes, 25 seconds of our podcast, you said Michael's book is called How I Manage, and it is actually called Somehow I Manage by Michael G. Scott, over 1 million sold, more than the Bible, not surprised. Guys, yes, I apologize. Much better title, Somehow I Manage. I think Greg and Steve should get together and write Somehow I Manage.
Wait,
They need to write a management
as Michael Scott?
I think Greg and Steve could get together and they could write this business management textbook. I think it would be amazing.
That would be hilarious. That would sell like hotcakes.
Yes. Can we start an online campaign to make this happen? I now no longer care if we have an office reunion. I just want the book. Somehow I Manage.
Oh my gosh.
This is my new
We're
pursuit.
gonna get a phone call from Greg and he's gonna be like, guys, people are telling me that like you want me to write a book. What is this about?
I know.
Moving on to Hot Girl, we got a fan question. Well, Hal wrote in and he says, I noticed that Pam Stanley and Amy Adams all made appearances on that 70s show. I'm curious what, if any, are the connections there?
Angela, I looked this up because I was shocked by this. Here's what I found out. Leslie David Baker, who plays Stanley, myself, and Amy Adams
have all had guest appearances on that 70s show in different years and different seasons, even with different casting directors. I could not find a common link, except that 70s show was on for whatever, 9
It was a
seasons.
very popular show. It's
Yeah.
like saying, "Oh my gosh, these 3 actors were all on Friends."
Yeah.
You know, it was on for a long time, and they had a lot of guest stars.
And I think that we were just those working actors just pounding the pavement looking for work, and we all ended up on that 70s show. You know, Rainn Wilson and I both had recurring roles on 6 Feet Under.
Oh, I didn't know that. I
Yes.
knew Rain's, but I didn't know you.
Well, Raines was very famous. He had a very long running recurring role on that show. I did 2 episodes of that show, and that was a dream come true. You know, some of those guest spots, you know, where you get to suddenly, you're just this unknown struggling actor, and all of a sudden you're on a set with a bunch of famous people on a hit show, and you're like, God, I hope I don't screw this up.
I was the murderer on Monk.
Oh,
Tony Shalhoub was amazing, and I'm such a fan. And Alfred Molina was in the episode, and I killed somebody.
Oh my gosh, Angela. I once did a guest spot on a show where my character had to die. It was a medical drama.
Oh.
And my character got such a high fever that my brain melted. And it was a result of doing drugs. I was playing a teenager. And my mom said it was the only performance of mine that has ever deeply disturbed her. She did not enjoy watching my heart flatline.
Oh, no.
No. Very upsetting.
I wouldn't want to watch that either.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it, guys. I'm sorry. I wish that I had a better answer, but good observation.
Very good observation.
So William Warden 6547 wrote in, Amy Adams might be my very distant cousin if she's also related to John Quincy Adams. William Warden, I have some good news for you.
What?
According to the internet, Amy is the 13th cousin, 8 times removed from our 6th president, John Adams, and signer of the Declaration of Independence.
Does Amy know that?
I don't know if Amy knows.
Amy, I hope you know this. This is kind of amazing.
Yes, you are a very distant cousin, 8 times removed from one of our founding fathers.
Wow.
As is William Warden,
Wow.
6547. All right, so those were some general hot girl comments, but let's get into the nitty gritty of the episode. Here is something. A lot of fans had questions about the espresso machine. Angela?
Well, let me just tell you, I did a deep dive on this. Here we go. Coffee machine correction. A lot of fans said it was an espresso machine. Correction from Kelly McNeil. You ladies said you weren't sure what happened to the coffee maker at the end of Hot Girl. Doesn't it make a reappearance in the episode where Michael renovates the Michael Scott Paper Company into Cafe Disco? Well, let me tell you, Angela, here I go. I went way into the internet last night, guys, and here's the thing. In Hot Girl, at 11 minutes 41 seconds, Michael says it is a Starbucks digital barista, and it costs $1,000. And you know what? I looked it up, and it looks kind of boxy. Look, Jenna.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in Cafe Disco, this is not the same machine.
Oh.
In Cafe Disco, it's actually circular looking, and it is called a Espressione Cafe Nova Centro.
Oh.
It's $400.
Is it also from Starbucks?
No, you can get this. It looks like on Amazon or Costco.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, completely different machine,
Completely
guys.
different. One looks like a boxy square. The other is like round with levers.
Yeah, it has a sort of cylinder-esque.
Yes, I don't even want to tell you guys how long it took me to find this information out. I actually found the Cafe Disco Espresso Cafe Nova Centro on Reddit. Reddit is an interesting place. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
So anyway,
Sam is shaking his head.
Yeah,
Saying,
don't
go to Reddit.
Mom, don't go to Reddit. Well, I was looking for a coffee maker, dang it. But here's the thing, it is not the same coffee maker.
Well, I believe Phil Shea when he said we had to return it. It definitely isn't the exact same one because he returned it back to Starbucks to get his money back.
And the one that's,
I guess.
the one that's
Even though we used it.
The one that's in Cafe Disco, why did I read the reviews? But it's much cheaper.
Oh, I
And
see.
Doesn't always deliver.
Well, that makes sense because Michael Scott Paper Company did not have as much money as Dunder Mifflin.
They would not spend $1,000.
They would not. All right, so more about the coffee maker. A lot of people would like us to answer the question, who won the coffee maker? Remember I bring up that we don't know? Well, Julia Sniffen found out something very interesting. Julia, what? She said at 16 minutes, 43 seconds, Dwight is asking Katie on a date. And when she says no, he moves and you can see the leaderboard for the incentive prize. It says DM Calendar Blitz. Jim is in first place with $3,500 and Dwight is in second with $3,000. She says, I like to think that Pam wrote this. So I guess at that point, Jim is the leader. So technically, Jim would have won Coffee Maker.
Right.
If we
Michael
believe
was
it.
a little sour, though, about Katie going home with Jim. So that might not have worked out for Jim.
Yeah, I like to think that at the end of the episode, Michael is just sipping coffee. Like he kept it. Why do I feel like he kept it?
I feel like he kept it at his condo.
I do too.
That's what I think.
Well, Tyler Weir also says, I was rewatching Hot Girl after listening to the last recap, and I noticed the name Andy written on the conference room sales board at 14 minutes, 36 seconds. Is this a complete coincidence, or was this, pointing at Andy Bernard, the character of Andy Bernard, already in the plans? This must be a coincidence.
It's a coincidence.
100%.
There's no way they knew that early on that any of those extra characters were going to be storylines. There's no way.
But I feel like this is what we talked about before, Angela, about these accidents that sort of stay in the ether of the office magic.
Hey, I will go down a deep dive on how I think there's a group mind in comedy, and it's my improv background, and that when people are all in this group mind, these wonderful accidents that aren't accidents happen,
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I geeked out for a second, guys.
I love it. Laura Sloss wrote, I loved the Hot Girl episode of the podcast. Thank you. She loved hearing about my poker tournament in Scotland. She lives in a town outside of Edinburgh and was wondering, do I remember the pub that I won the poker tournament in? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It is called the Wally Doug, and it is at 32 Northumberland Street. Laura said she's going to go by and see if my name is still on the leaderboard. Will you let me know?
Oh, that would be great. If it is, you have to take a picture.
Yes, please do.
That is so cool.
I feel like as soon as I walked out, they just erased it, and they were like,
was it like
dang American.
Was it a dry erase board?
It was.
Oh, it is gone. Who are we kidding? That's gone.
I'm trying to remember what year that was. It was before my son was born. I think it was like 2009 or 2010. So we're going on a good 9 or 10 years ago.
Here's a question from Mally Brofsky and Shelby Garrick. They both asked, Jenna, when you sing at the end of the Hot Girl podcast, did you choose On the Wings of Love? Because that's what you sang at the funeral for the bird in grief counseling.
It is.
Really?
Yes, I chose it, and I wondered if anyone would notice.
You planted a little secret?
Yeah, well, when you said sing something, we didn't plan that I was going to sing in that podcast, but when you said, why don't you sing something, I was like, the first thing that popped into my head was a song that Pam sang. So finally, guys, I can't tell you how overwhelmingly positive the response was to our interview with Phil Shea, our props master. We got so many emails, so many comments about that, and we wanted to give you a little more.
Yes, Phil actually was able to talk to us for a little bit longer than was in the actual episode, and he's just a wealth of information about the show.
He answered more questions about the basketball episode and also the healthcare episode. So we're going to play that for you now. In the basketball episode, people had two big questions. One of the questions was the face mask that Rain wears on his face. I remember that was Greg's idea and it was scripted, but we never refer to it. Do you remember that? Is that something you had to find? Is that a prop or is that a wardrobe?
It was a prop because it was basically something that would have been in Rain's personal effects. Plus, as a sporting goods store, had a ophthalmologist,
Shout out
former
to
facial surgeon, so I guess Greg
Saigon Vietnamese sandwich. So they see this guy saw. They just made a little fucking sign, kids. Kids, here's what happened. Some Asian guy in Vietnam starts a fucking thing in New York City, and he's like, "Oh my God, this fucking business is not doing that well." It's known as Saigon
Crazy. Inspired by Alan
Vietnamese
Iverson.
Sandwich Deli in New York City. I don't know where. This motherfucker sees, like the guy's just got to be like to his kids, like, we're fucked. Like, we need more customers. And the kid, somebody gets on a computer, does a pretty good job with the sign. I've seen these things slaughtered. Does a pretty good job with the sign. I mean, really gets the point across perfectly. Please spread word in your social circle that we are open. Like, okay. It's not like, yeah, spread the word or spread word. Okay, fine.
Another thing
We
people
need
wanted to know
more
about in
customers
that
like you,
episode
Sam. It's really
is
sweet.
the cold pack
Thanks a
that
million.
bursts open. Did you have to
So
test
this guy
cold
just sees
packs?
it. He's
Like,
just
how
like, I'm
did
getting
you
the same. Boom.
make sure
Now
that
I
this
see
cold
it
pack
and
would
I
burst
spread it,
open
and we're
in
gonna
that
make the
like
fucking
way that
Saigon
Greg wanted?
Vietnamese Sandwich Deli in Little Italy. Oh, of course, in New York City, one of the most popular fucking destinations in the city. It's just gonna be like they're gonna be like the fucking soup nuts out the fucking door for this motherfucker. He's got an A, but we know that doesn't necessarily mean too much. It's still something. So let's help him. Looks like of course we'll figure it out. Yeah, let's help him.
Poked a hole in them.
So wouldn't that be something if like somebody just randomly made a sign and that person took a picture of it and I got it on video and then that video went somewhere? That'd be sick,
So,
Jay.
Phil, a lot of people wanted to
Dude,
know more
shit.
about the ice cream cake in the healthcare episode. Specifically, how many ice cream cakes did you have to buy?
I think we did 30, and that was from the Baskin Robbins store on Victory Boulevard in Burbank, and they delivered them in a refrigerated truck.
Oh my God.
Did we eat them all, or did you have any left over?
We might have had 4 or 5 left over, and I
That's
think we gave
it?
the craft service.
Oh man.
I'm sure. Who ate them at craft service?
Not the cast, I can tell you that much. We were all about to vomit.
I gave it to craft service, and I was just glad to be rid of them all. I don't want to know who eats them or what you do with them, but that's not my responsibility.
I know. I mean, they're perfectly fine cakes. It just like they turned on us after eating them for hours and hours.
You guys were troopers.
Right, right, checks to be made.
Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food?
Tex-Mex.
And
And the
barbecue.
barbecue,
There's live
motherfucker.
music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that
Just like
matters.
movie.
Yours.
That's
Just like this. Never going like this to
traveltexas.com/get-your-own.
move.
For 175 years, Gordon's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its
bear.
future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gordon's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gordon's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gordon's
This
is
is so
actually a
funny.
brand that's been around
just
for
sounds
175 years.
Oh,
Really
my
good.
gosh.
That's
Yes.
There
so
are Jews
rare.
living under my
We love
apartment.
Gordon's, and it can
I
help
hear
you make
them
your
like
mealtime
they're
easy.
digging or
Visit
something. For the record,
Gordons.com to
I
learn
live in
more,
Crown
find a
Level
store,
and we do not
and get
have
a
a basement.
recipe
Somebody else is
inspiration.
saying they're Yiddish.
Well, guys, we hope you enjoyed this second drink
There
of season one.
Jews living
Yes, and thank
under
you
my
so much for
house.
sending in your questions and your comments.
And I want to say one thing, Ange. We get a
There
lot
are
of people
Jews
asking us,
living under my
what is
house.
the best way to submit a question?
Oh, well, I know
There are
that you
Jews living
have
under
a
my
certain way that
apartment.
you say it really helps, so let them hear it.
Okay, my favorite,
Yeah.
because I like organization, is when people submit questions through officeladies.com. Because on our website, we have these little folders for each episode, and you just click on the folder, and then when it's time for us to prep that episode, I can go to that folder of questions.
And they're all right there.
They're all right there. We also have, by the way, a general Q&A folder if your question doesn't fit into a specific episode. And but Lady, you get a lot of questions and comments from Office Ladies Pod, our Instagram.
Yes, I will go through Instagram comments. Jenna goes through folders, so there are multiple ways you can find us.
And our
Thank
associate
you.
producer Ainsley grabs
That's
things from our
baller.
email, which is
What?
officeladies@earwolf.com. So there's lots of ways. But we also get another question a lot, Lady, which is how far in advance do you need to send a question?
Pretty far.
Like 4 weeks.
Yeah.
We're about 4 weeks ahead on our podcast. So hopefully that helps so you can get your question answered. We also check those folders and comments after an episode has aired for these revisiteds.
Yes, that's actually one of my favorite things is to see your comments. And like when Jenna got the synopsis of Look Who's Talking Wrong, the comments on Office Ladies Pod were making me laugh so hard. I like snort laughed.
Did you love that, Anne? You loved it when I got it wrong. Everybody.
Well, no, just because
you just thought that was so funny, guys. She snort laughed.
I
She just
did.
loved it.
I did.
It's her favorite thing.
Hey, settle down because every week I say some very simple phrase wrong. I can't
True. It's like my latest one, by the way, is your mashup of Betty Crocker and Susie Homemaker.
That was a private mashup. I left Jenna a voicemail, and I was just saying how I'm not great in the kitchen, you know. And I was talking to my husband. And I was like, "Look, I'm not Betty Homemaker."
Yeah, she's not Betty Homemaker, everybody.
Who is it? It's Susie Homemaker. Is it Betty?
Either Susie Homemaker or Betty Crocker.
Okay.
Susie Homemaker kind of cleans the house and organizes it. I think she's sort of overall homemaker, and Betty
she's the West
Crocker
Side.
is more kitchen based. But I actually think you're getting it right, Angela. You are not a Betty Homemaker. Okay.
Well, listen,
Either one of those things.
I
are
have
things you're super interested in.
My skill sets are this. If you want someone to organize your pantry, if you have like all of your sort of wrapping paper and it's all in a bin, all meshed up with your ribbon, I'm going to go through, I will fold every piece of tissue
You will
paper.
Marie Kondo that.
But guys, I can't like make a casserole out of just like extra stuff in the fridge. You're not going to want to eat that. I don't have that in me.
I hear you. You're not a Betty Homemaker.
I'm not a Betty Homemaker. All right, you guys. Well, happy holidays. We hope you're having a safe and good one. And we just want to say we love you.
Yeah, we love you, and we'll be back next week breaking down an episode as usual.
Bye. Bye. That's my turkey.
I liked it.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. Crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
It is season 4. Season 4. Holy guacamole.
It's Fun Run. It's Fun Run Part 1. That's right. Because Fun Run was an hour-long episode, so once again, we're going to break it down into 2 parts. Today is Fun Run Part 1, written by Greg Daniels, directed by Greg Daniels.
So much happens in Fun Run, it needs to be 2 episodes. It really does.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Here is a summary of just part 1.
Yeah,
Are you
let's
ready?
hear it. Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay. Michael accidentally hits Meredith with his car and breaks her pelvis.
Oh yeah, Ninja.
There's so
That's
much there
gangster.
already. He gets the
That's
whole gang
gangster.
to visit her in the hospital and later discovers she may also have rabies. Angela asks Dwight to give medicine to her cat Sprinkles while she visits Meredith in the hospital, but when Dwight returns, he announces that Sprinkles is dead
Yeah.
and he put Sprinkles in the freezer. In the freezer! Also, your television was on.
Yeah, my television was on, and Sprinkles is in the freezer.
Meanwhile, everyone wants to know if Jim and Pam are dating. They insist they're not. They say they're just friends. But Kevin is not convinced.
Kevin really has a bee in his bonnet about it.
Yeah. Why does Kevin care so much?
I don't know. He's obsessed.
Because this episode begins so dramatically, we felt like we needed to speak with the woman at the center of this episode.
Absolutely. We need to talk to Kate Flannery about getting hit by that car.
Yes. So, guys, Kate chatted with us. Sam, will you play the interview?
Kate Flannery is here today, you guys, with her tiny teacup.
Hi, Kate. How are you?
How are you guys doing? It's so nice to see you. Wait, we have to get a picture of you with that teacup. Cody, will you take a picture?
It's not tiny. It's a regular sized teacup. What's tiny about that?
I don't believe you. It looks tiny. It's regular. Oh my gosh. And you have a little cup and saucer. Here's the thing, guys. Kate Flannery is one of the classiest gals. Her home is spectacular. It is decorated like it's out of Architectural Digest. It is, every little thing is amazing. And I am not surprised at all that you look so put together and you're having your tea in a proper cup and saucer.
Oh my gosh,
Oh wait,
now
sorry.
I turn my phone off
Important
because
phone
someone's
call.
calling me.
Just getting
Sorry,
important
guys.
phone call. Sorry.
Take it on air. Take it on air.
Yeah,
Who is it? Let's talk to them.
I think it was a potential spam, so I hung up on them. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I can't get locked in a timeshare just for you for the bit. I'm sorry, you guys. We can't. It's so good to see you. You don't understand. We spent every day together for 9 years.
I know. Oh my God, I know.
It was so much like a real office job in that respect. Just
It
like
really
hours
was.
at our desks.
And the fluorescent light?
Yes.
I mean, that has a real effect on you.
And the snacks, come on.
That was the best spread.
Oh God, we had the best food ever.
It's all my dad ever talked about. All the years that he visited, and I would pepper him with questions about, so Steve Carell ate lunch with us today. Wasn't that great? And he was like, did you see the steak they had? It was always about the food.
Bill Kinsey.
Oh, Kate, it's so good to see you. And
Jenna, you guys.
Kate, we always like to start by asking people how they came to be on The Office.
I actually auditioned for the pilot for the part of Jan. Allison Jones said, I think you're really right for this show, but I don't know if this is your part. So clearly they went a different way with Laura Arden. And lo and behold, you guys shot the pilot. I remember that summer, I was doing a sketch show once a week that was timed. It was a 2-minute sketch show. So literally at 2 minutes, the lights would go out. It was this live show in Hollywood at this theater on Melrose with one of the Sklar brothers, Randy, was doing a sketch right before me. He's like, have you been watching that British show, The Office? I'm so obsessed with it. He was like the first person to really tell me about it. I was like, yeah, I've seen a little bit. He goes, you got to watch the whole thing. So I kind of got obsessed. And then come September, late August, early September, I had an audition. I couldn't make the first one because I was in Chicago with my aunt. And then I just I figured the part was going to get taken. And they had another session a few days later, and I went in and I read, and I remember Allison Jones said no makeup, and like usually in LA, that means like mascara, some foundation.
it means something. It never really means no makeup.
No,
right?
and they were like literally, she was literally had a box of tissue. She's like, no makeup,
wipe it off,
get off, right? Anyway, and then I just remember there were a few actresses that I knew from Chicago that were there, and I felt like they booked everything. I'm like, I'm never going to get this. But I just remember that room was Ken Kwapis and Greg and Allison Jones, and I'm sure Paul Lieberstein was, I'm sure there were, Mike Schur, I'm sure all the producers were there, the writer producers. It was like the most unique experience I think I'd ever had in an audition. And then when I came out, I got home, and then Allison told me to go to Gower and do it again, do it one more time, and do less. And then by the time I got home from there, I found out that I got the part.
What? You booked it on the drive home?
Isn't that
Girl,
weird?
way
I
to
didn't
go.
have a cell phone, so I didn't know till I got
That's
home.
every actor's dream.
You didn't have a cell phone, so you didn't know. Those were the days, man. Like, you know what? They couldn't get a hold of you. You found out at home.
I was playing hard to get on the drive home.
Wow. Well, Kate, I was so excited because when you walked on the set that day, Kate and I had been doing an improv show called Bitch Planet.
All chick improv.
And we'd been doing that for years. And then all of a sudden, my good friend was going to be sitting like right behind me for years. That was just amazing.
Who knew? When 4 people were in our audience on a Sunday night for our show.
At 10 o'clock.
Kate, do you remember what your audition scene was?
Yeah, it was from the Alliance. It was the whole reaction to the surprise party and Michael reading the birthday card and insulting Meredith like crazy.
Yes, amazing.
That was so awesome. So awesome. So awkward. So awful.
So awful. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Well, Kate, we've talked a lot on this show about how once we were filming in that bullpen, we were all in the scene. And so we were all each other's background. And that's very unique. It's not like that on a lot of shows, right?
Yeah.
So we sort of talked about the things we did in the background. We talked about how Phyllis looked at gates. Remember, she looked at gates for her house for years.
I remember they told me when I booked the job that I was supposed to bring paperwork because they really wanted us to be looking like we were working. And I loved that suggestion. I thought it was so, it's so method because then no one is suddenly acting like they're working. They're actually working and the camera catches them, which makes so much more sense. So I actually brought my taxes the first season.
I was going to say, Kate, I have a memory of you opening your mail and
I did. I brought a bag of stuff. And I think I also snuck reading a book, which is kind of like a thing that people do in an office anyway sometimes.
Well, especially Meredith. Well, I don't know. Does Meredith read a lot?
Maybe not.
I got into solitaire clearly. That was my main background choice for so much. But that was so much because the back of my head was in so much of it that my screen was caught all the time on my computer. So I would just, rather than go to cut some file at the last minute, I would just dump into solitaire because I knew I could just get right back into it. And I thought it was a funny thing for Meredith to be multitasking all the time with a game. It was so stupid.
Well, you became really, really good at it.
Actually, Creed and I would have many a competition, and I whooped his ass.
I am still sort of hung up on the fact that they told you to come to set and bring paperwork. Did I tell you that? Did I tell you that? No.
I don't remember that specifically, but I did bring some. I used to write down my grocery list a lot. I was constantly, or just general to-do lists I would journal, but with a paper and pen.
So funny. Now, Jenna, you and I had a little system that we created. Do you remember? You remember this one? You have to.
It's one of my fondest memories.
What? Okay, we had specific people's real paperwork.
Yes.
Phil Shea bought medical records. It was bizarre, and these receipts, and I had this whole system where I was stapling, and I had a whole certain things that would match, and then I would bring them to you, and then you would approve or disapprove sign. I remember this whole
lady, shut your
it was
fucking
fantastic.
It was amazing, and it was very specific. My favorite thing about it, Kate, was that we would do this in the deep, deep, deep background when no one would appreciate it. It was really just for us, and we would never break character, and we would argue not with each other, but sort of with the system.
Yes,
we were all
yes,
mad at how they had added these alphanumeric characters that don't match any of the forms and are impossible to input into the computer. We had this whole thing we were mad at corporate that we would do.
We did. Oh my gosh. This was the greatest job in the world.
This is the cutest thing that how is it that I was on set with you guys all these years? I didn't know. I didn't know you guys were doing this. Do you know what Oscar Nunez would do? With these health records, Oscar
would find one that had something really peculiar, and he'd circle it and highlight it and make it very important. And he would hand it to me in the middle of a scene with great authority, and it would say something like, bulbous mass on eyelid, probably sty, recommended to drain of the pus. And I'd be like, oh my God, I'm reading this in the background of a scene.
We were so respectful, though. Obviously, we never gave away anybody's name or medical condition on the show.
I want to say I have a memory that those forms were redacted, like that the real personal info was blacked out. Did I do that to the forms? Or
I think we
real?
did it to the forms. I literally think we did because I remember sometimes there were a little bit, but not everything. Not every. Yeah.
I do remember addresses being blacked out. But anyway, guys, it was sort of creepy to know that you could buy old medical records in those days. I'm sure now they're all computerized. And also the dates were from like 3 decades ago. It was like,
There's a lot of stuff from
1960s.
Yeah, the 80s was a big, yeah. It's so
I love how we're trying to reassure people when the truth is we clearly had things we shouldn't have had.
Oh my God.
But you know what? Let's keep trying to justify why it was okay.
Well,
it's fine. It's fine.
What happened at Dunder Mifflin stayed at Dunder Mifflin. We did not share any.
That's right.
Sensitive material. But I will say, what I loved about that and the realness of the paperwork, it just kept everything. It was like a little focus for the lens.
Yeah. One of my favorite things was they had stacks and stacks of some type of time code documentation from these offices, and they were on really thin, like almost like the pages of a Bible thin,
Yes.
And then they had all the little carbon slides in them, and I would sometimes smell the carbon slides because I like the smell. It's like the smell of like a Sharpie. I like the smell.
This is the True Hollywood story right now. Angela's
I know. What is
getting
happening
high
right now?
Angela was sniffing the carbon in the background sometimes.
This is how you got into character. I don't know.
Well, it's funny because Ken Kwapis would do that thing, like the general tone at the beginning, like when he would come, and this was all part of it, just like actually, filming us working, just working and being like, who are you working? It's funny, people had asked me, like, how did you stay in character, whatever. I feel like those were our desks. So the crew really wasn't allowed to sit at our desks. So it really did feel like an office job in that respect. Like you would literally walk in to set and just go right to your desk. It was kind of like focusing and specific and really wonderful, and it kept all of us in the game.
And likewise, you know what? I wouldn't sit at anybody else's desk. Like I would never just go sit down in Phyllis's chair.
No.
Right? That was like her space.
Sometimes Rain would sit at my desk to talk fantasy football with Brian.
Right.
And I would have to come kick him out of my seat.
But I just had such respect for the process. Like I just feel like the focus was always in the right place for our show.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like I didn't always have a lot of lines, obviously, but I feel like there was something that I felt like I was kind of holding the space for the reality that we were in. And that was very important to me. I was always very conscious of that.
Well, we are super excited to talk to you about this amazing stunt that you did in this episode. I mean, holy cow, Kate.
You get hit by a car.
You get hit by a car.
What was your first thought when you read this episode?
Okay, I literally said, does she live? I literally said, does Meredith live? I said it right away. And then, I've been reading later that, there's been articles saying that one of the writers decided that, they wanted to pitch that Meredith didn't live. And then they thought that was too dark. Greg thought it was too dark for Michael to have killed one of the employees.
Oh my God, yeah. How do you come back from that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I was like, I remember, I was so conscious of it because I was like, I know this isn't a soap opera. This could be it. But the first time we shot it, literally they played it almost like Meredith was a speed bump that he just went over because
you were laying on the ground and he rolled over you.
I was underneath the wheel, literally. We finished shooting the episode, and then I think 2 weeks later, Dave Rogers, our Emmy-winning editor, had an idea for an insert shot that he thought was so much more interesting than what we had shot, which was Meredith hitting the glass. and he asked our UPM Kent Zbornak to try it out and show it to me. And like, Kent did it. Do you think he'd do it? I mean, he obviously did not know me because I would have said yes. I totally would have said yes.
I was going to say, you would say yes.
I would have, but season 1, I remember Greg, there was a shot of Dwight and Michael dressed like Crockett and Tubbs from Miami Vice from the Halloween party. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And they had me dress up like Madonna. And I remember it was like maybe my second week there, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll be Madonna, whatever. And like they really went for it. I mean, I was like 1987 Madonna. I was wearing like a bustier. It was nuts. I was just in the background. And I thought there was something about that. It was like my responsibility to do whatever as full out as possible. I don't know. I was like kind of up for anything. Because I remember Greg saying, is it okay if you do this? And I was like, sure. Like, of course.
So that started the whole Meredith saga. Being full Madonna started it all.
Right. But I actually felt like it was so much fun to do the physical comedy because I have such a good time doing. I mean, I've always had a good time doing that my whole career. But like this was so up another level for sure. So literally, when we went to shoot it, we had to shoot it again, and Steve wasn't available. So Dan Beals, who was our PA, who was so young at the time, he had Steve's jacket on and shirt, so it was his hand that they would cut from, and it's such a quick swipe, like it.
So wait, Dan was driving?
Well, he was just in the car.
The car
was stationary. I started in the center of the hood. I had to roll up to the glass and then roll off the car onto a giant mat. And
so you sort of had to, like, with force, roll into that windshield on your own. You sort of slammed your body into the windshield and then slowly rolled off of it onto a mat in the parking lot?
Yes. And I remember after like the 4th take or 5th take, Greg took me aside and we went to the back where the warehouse entrance is in that alley where we shot, like where the bird, where they had the bird funeral, the alley.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, come with me and do some jumping jacks. He was like doing jumping jacks with me just to get me really loose. I love Greg so much. I mean,
that's so Greg, by the way.
He's the greatest. It's funny. I just recently saw Dave Rogers sent me an outtake, another take that they didn't use, and I actually did an extra spin in there, which I actually thought was a little funnier. But I'm just so used to watching the one thing. I think it just caught me by surprise.
So wait, there is a take of you out in the universe where you flip forward twice into the windshield?
No, once in the windshield, but then I flip twice off the car. Oh, so it's like it's insane. It's insane.
Well, guys, at 53 seconds, you can see Kate's face up against the windshield.
And I'm telling you, after we shot that, I remember they were using it in the promos for the episode because it was the first episode of season 4, Fun Run. I remember Joaquin Phoenix canceled at the last minute for the Tonight Show, so they asked me basically because of the promo. It was so much fun. Like they actually wanted me on the Tonight Show, so that was the first time I did that. That was so awesome.
Well, Kate, you're just like a rock star. I mean, I have to ask you though, if you're rolling with force into a windshield over and over and rolling off, were you sore? Did you
we had to match what we shot before because they weren't sure about the before if they were going to see us before, so I had to match the clothes. I was wearing short sleeves and like a denim jumper. Yeah, like a kindergarten teacher. And I remember the Emmys were like the next week, and I was so bruised. I had to use like body makeup.
Yeah, because I think if they knew they were going to do the stunt that way, they probably would have padded you up and dressed you accordingly, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Well, Kate, you did so many stunts on the show. Was this your favorite?
I think so. This was my favorite. I also loved being. This is so weird. I was on top of the men's room stall when Dwight comes. I was planking. Meredith is planking.
Yes.
Dwight comes in with a fire extinguisher and just blows her off into the stall. We used the real men's room where Video Village, where the guests were. Those 2 bathrooms.
Yes. Yeah.
And they put like this weird flim-flam mattress on top. And I was like, fingers crossed I don't go the other way because there was nothing on the other side because I had to balance. It was so crazy. But, yeah, and it was really the men's room. I'm like, okay, this hopefully I don't land too hard because then I'm going to hit the toilet and it's so bizarre. But it was really fun.
I want to give some props to your athleticism. I know that Angela has often chided me for my athleticism.
Here we go.
No, it's okay. I'm not going back to that any more than I just did. But Kate,
you are amazingly athletic. I mean, in doing all these stunts, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, we know that you were on Dancing with the Stars and you were amazing, but you also did your lounge show, The Lampshades, for years and years and years. And I remember coming to see you in that, and you do this deep squat repeatedly, and you kick your leg up, and I was like, oh my gosh, I feel like they got so lucky with you as Meredith because you were qualified for these stunts.
That's so sweet. I feel like for me too, it was empowering. Like I did not do the stunt with my hair on fire. I did do all the stuff in the parking lot of Moroccan Christmas. I just didn't do
And the
hair on
bat,
fire.
you did the bat. That was crazy, and you really sold it.
So crazy. And then I didn't actually shave my head. I had a bald cap for that. So I feel like those are the two. Like I'm like, okay, but
I think it's okay that you let your hair be. You know what I'm saying?
no, I think Greg was disappointed though. It was like the first time I was like, nope, not doing that. Like,
Well, can we talk a little bit about the moment in this episode where we're all in the hospital? We've all come to see you. My memory of this was it was so hard to get through those scenes without laughing. In fact, you see us break. I fully break in the episode.
that was a very fun run. Yeah.
What are your memories of shooting in the hospital?
I remember there was one scene where Dwight talks about the fact that if they pulled the plug, basically the energy, like
Wasting money, keeping you going. I loved it when you were like, do not pull the plug. Don't pull any plug.
Oh my God, it's so good. And I remember the take when Steve just, as an apology, he's trying to get an apology out of me, and I won't apologize. And so he just decides to climb into the bed with me. And I feel like I had a slight delayed reaction, but I'm like, "Wah!" I just started screaming because I'm like.
Well, we were also surprised because he improvised that, and you even see all of us, we sort of like freeze, and then we're like, Michael, stop!
Yes. It really took us by surprise. Totally.
Well, Kate, another question we like to ask our guests is if they took anything with them when the show wrapped.
How dare you?
What do you have it? What do you have it for?
I have Meredith's purse. I always wore it like a like a
side
cross
saddle. Yeah. You satcheled it.
And I left everything in it that was still in there. So this is why I still had the marriage union of Pamela Morgan Beasley and James Duncan Halpert.
Is that our wedding?
Yes, it's the program. So this is what I did.
Our wedding
party.
program.
On the wedding party, yes. This is what I showed on Some Good News with John Krasinski when we did our wedding dance.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that crazy?
That is so that you had just tucked it in your purse and you still have it.
I did.
We would do that though. We would get prop purses, and like if we had props, we would just put them in our purse.
Totally. And
Yeah.
I have. Oh my gosh, what else do I have in here? I think I have.
Do you have some old sides? I would always
do
put
have
my
sides.
sides
Yes,
in
I
my
do have
purse.
sides. But I also have Sweeney Todd from when Andy was performing in that theater.
Wow.
And I have Church of Angels, Cecilia Marie Halpert, when she got christened, Cece's christening.
Oh my gosh,
Kate, these are amazing.
I know.
Well, Kate, fans love Meredith, and you know we're going to be hitting you up. We've got a few more episodes to cover before we're done here. Before we say goodbye, is there anything we can share with everyone, like where to find you, what you're up to?
Yes, well, on Instagram at The Real Kate Flannery, on Twitter at Kate Flannery. I go to a little ramen place once a week in K-Town. But I'm actually doing some charity work for Phil Abundance, which is the biggest food bank in Philadelphia. That's my hometown. I'm working with WMMR, which is their the big radio station. They always have the big morning show with Preston and Steve, and I've been doing their show for years. And it's literally like 5 minutes from my dad's house. Like I will roll out of bed, and if I'm in town, I occasionally sometimes let a 4-letter word slip. So they literally have a button on their panel that says the Flannery button, because there's a 4-second, 5-second rule, like they had whatever. Those FCCs, gosh, it's crazy. But anyway, I love these guys so much, and they're making such a difference. Phil Abundance is, they're doing a huge push. They always do it right before Thanksgiving, but this year is even bigger because of the pandemic and because so many families are in need, and there's so many businesses that are not happening, and that we have to wait until we can all be be together again, and we will be together again. But in the meantime, you guys can go to philabundance.org, and I'm going to be doing a little bit of press for them, and I'll be.
Kate, that is so great. And we should have mentioned that you are from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And that your dad had a bar in Philly. What was the name of the bar?
Flannery's Tavern. He was up all night trying to figure out a name. No, I'm just kidding. My grandfather came up with it too.
Well, Kate, we love that you are giving back to Philly like that, and we'll definitely, we'll put in our socials where people can find
that. Would be awesome. Thank you so much. You guys,
yes.
I love you. So great to see you.
Too. Thank you so much, Kate.
This was amazing. You have to come back.
I would love to.
Jenna, you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com movie.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit amazon.com/prime to get more out of whatever you're into.
Well, folks, I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food?
Tex-Mex.
And barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. We are back. Angela, that was so great talking with Kate. She looks beautiful, stunning. We have been talking to a lot of people through Zoom for our podcast, and most people show up like a hot mess.
Not Kate Flannery.
No.
She looked amazing. And Kate, that was so fun, and we can't thank you enough. And we have a lot to cover. We better get into it.
Yes, let's break down this episode, lady.
First of all, Jenna, I would like to share with you what you were doing this week that we filmed this. Are you ready?
Okay.
Someone went digging into old emails.
Oh, I'm kind of scared.
Don't be scared. Although I could burn it to the ground, but so could you.
Oh, dear.
Okay. On July 31st, 2007,
The whole cast got an email from Kent Zabornak that said, "Hey all, for this Friday, August 3rd, here's our schedule for the day. 8:45 a.m. Check in with the NBC Universal Studios Harassment Seminar. This will be located on stage 3. 9 a.m. Harassment Seminar. Mandatory attendance. 10 a.m. Costume fittings, wardrobe trailer. 11 a.m. Table read episode Fun Run in the writer's trailer. Noon, cast physicals." Is that the end of the email? Please call if you have any questions, Kent. Oh, that's it? That's it. I thought it was, first of all, I thought this was an interesting perspective that you saw what a day would be like as we prep an episode.
It is. Your build up to like, would you like to know what you were doing? I guess I just wasn't expecting the answer to be you attended a harassment seminar and got a physical. I mean, I just thought like, what was I doing? I can't wait to find out. I mean, I have to say, I wouldn't pick this day to redo if a genie in a bottle ever gave me a wish.
Okay. Well, I just thought this was a very interesting perspective. A, it shows what we had to do to start a new season. And also, B, we filmed Fun Run Part 1 and Part 2 in August. Okay, this part of the episode, we're inside. But folks, we're gonna be running outside. It's August. I just think it's interesting perspective, Jenna.
I love it. It's great. I just thought you were going to let me in on something more exciting. That's all. Than my cast physical. I don't know. And my wardrobe fitting.
Well, I was very excited. Clearly, I was very excited to find this email from Ken.
Well, I'm glad you saved it because that's a keeper.
Oh, shut
You're going to want to...
You shut it.
Scrapbook that.
You shut it. What would Dwight say? Zip your lid.
I probably deleted that email because I like to keep a tidy inbox. I love that you saved it, I think. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to segue to the episode.
How about we get into this episode? All right, we start off with Michael eating some cereal.
Yeah.
And at 9 seconds, my background folks, you can see that red pot basket thing that fell out of Jan's box as she was leaving corporate.
No, you're kidding me.
It's sitting right there.
Oh my gosh, I love that so much.
Yeah, she's put her things around the condo.
Well, we had a big fan catch at this moment from Hannah A., Robert F., Christine J., Adrian Gibbs, Chelsea Warren, and many others who wrote in to say that Michael is eating cereal from Wegmans. And Wegmans is a local East Coast grocery store. They wanted to know whose idea was it to feature these Wegmans products. That would be Phil Shea.
Yeah, I was going to say, it had to be Phil Shea. He was so great about doing that kind of research.
But how in the world did Phil Shea get Wegmans Raisin Bran and Wegmans Soy Milk? I have no idea. I'm impressed.
Listen, Phil Shea is the guy that knows a guy. He's got a guy. Phil Shea's got a guy.
He's got a guy on the ground
In Scranton.
going to the Wegmans in Scranton, which, by the way, I looked it up, is open 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to midnight and is located at 1315 Cold Spring Road.
There you go, folks.
If you want to eat the Raisin Bran that Michael is eating, that's where you can get it.
Add it to your Dunder Mifflin Scranton tour.
Exactly. Well, then Michael enters the bedroom to reveal that Jan is still sleeping. She's probably going to sleep for another few hours, he says.
You can really see what she's doing to the condo in this. I mean, she has set up a vanity. There's a giant mirror. There's a clothes rack. I see 2 tall, enormous, like, candle things. And there's a pink chair. But guess what? There's not.
Well, Michael's little bed that he sleeps on during dinner party at the end of the bed,
The bench at the foot of the bed that he says he sleeps on is not there yet.
I noticed that as well.
Well, maybe I'll email you about it someday.
Maybe Kent sent us an
You can
email about
delete it because you like a tidy box.
Oh my gosh, you're so mad at me about this email thing. But when you listen back,
when you listen back, Angela, I want you to hear like the anticipation that you built. I'm gonna do it for you. I have an email that I found that is gonna tell you what you were doing this week. I have it. I'm gonna tell you. And then you were like, I could burn you to the ground with some of my emails. And I'm like, what is she gonna say? You said 8:45 a.m. check in for sexual harassment seminar. And I was like, wait, what? Hold up. That's where this is going?
Hold up. You said, ooh, should I be scared? And I said, no. I mean, I have the ones that can burn it down. So do you, but not this one.
Clearly not this one. Clearly not this one. This week, you complied with your job and its requirements.
Well, your new nickname is Tidy Box. So enjoy.
You know, box is another word for vagina.
I know. Hence the double entendre. Is that how you say that? Oh, good Lord. Tidy Box. Okay.
What's happened to us?
Oh, we've been friends a long time. That's what's happened.
All right.
I love it. Well, Michael's in his car now. He's excited, you guys. He has a talking head. He thinks it's going to be a good year. Jan is home. Jim is back. Ryan is at corporate. Andy and Dwight are rocking the sales team. He feels blessed.
He does. He also is not paying attention.
And then, bam!
When he hits Meredith with his car. And we talked about this with Kate. What an amazing and exciting way to start the season, I have to say.
I was surprised. Even when I rewatched it, I was like, oh, God.
Well, remember in her interview when Kate said that her first thought was, oh my gosh, does Meredith live? And she heard that maybe there were some writers who had pitched that they kill Meredith.
Do you know who they were?
I got to the bottom of it.
Oh, no, this is probably a better email.
I was emailing with Greg Daniels and Justin Spitzer, and they told me that, yes, they spent one evening pitching on this idea that maybe Meredith died, but it's more than that. It's not just that Meredith died.
What?
Greg told me that, first of all, the idea was that they would shoot this as a spy shot. So they would not have a camera inside the car with Michael. It would just be a spy shot of him arriving at work for the day with the talking head as a voiceover.
Okay.
He said that the pitch was that Michael would accidentally hit Meredith with his car, and then thinking that no one could see him, he didn't want to leave any witnesses, and so in one pitch, he backed over her to make sure she was dead.
Oh, good Lord.
Justin told me that there was a pitch that Michael would go into his trunk and get one of those anti-theft devices called the club, and then club her to death, and then hide her body.
Were they on drugs? Were they on drugs? I mean, seriously, that is the end of the show. There's no coming back. What were they thinking?
That's what Greg said. Greg said, of course, we could never do this, but it was a pitch that was discussed for some time. And he said there were a few writers who were fighting for it. They were fighting for Michael to accidentally and then purposely do Meredith in.
I need names.
He wouldn't give me the names.
I need names because I need to do a mental check on them. Holy cow!
So yeah, that's what I found out. There was a moment where they were pitching that maybe Meredith doesn't make it.
How?
Craziness.
Also, I definitely don't want to know any of their late night pitches on Angela. Okay, thanks. Okay. All right. Well, let's get into this episode. There's a lot to discuss. We start out with Jim and Pam talking to the IT guy because Pam crashed the computers looking for some celebrity sex tape.
Yeah, we got a lot of mail about this.
I did a little bit of a mini deep dive.
Well, let's see. Lydia Lind, Megan Harrison, Mary Newberry, and Chris Roa all wrote in to say,
It seems out of character for Pam to purchase a celebrity sex tape. Did your script say whose celebrity sex tape Pam clicked on, or did you ever come up with your own idea of who it might be?
Okay, Jenna, I think I know what the writers were hinting at here because I Googled, by the way, be careful Googling this. I Googled celebrity sex tape 2007.
Yes.
And the first thing that comes up is Kim Kardashian and her boyfriend were vacationing and made a video. And that got leaked and it was released March of 2007. And there was a ton of like chatter, you know, just everyone was talking about it, right? And I think when the writers thought of this story idea, that's what they were thinking of. I don't have proof of that, but this was written in around June of 2007 and that had happened in March.
Yeah, so it was in the zeitgeist. But I don't think Pam would click on that. Like, is she?
I don't think Pam would click on
kidding
it.
here? Maybe she's just trying to be coy or
I don't know.
flirty or something. It definitely shocked me when she said it. And
also, she's at work. She's at front reception. She's going to watch this and shut down the whole computer grid. I don't know. It was a little bit of a stretch for me when I watched it too.
I agree.
Okay, well, now Jim has a talking head. He talks about how he broke up with Karen, and it was really awkward because she came back and she said she wasn't going anywhere. And you can see Karen is letting him have it. They're in the kitchen, and as they're going at it, Phyllis and Angela shoot Pam a very judgy look. Yeah, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Judgy, Phyllis and Angela. Oh my gosh. Phyllis Angela combo sass. Combo sass!
That's a lot of sass.
And, but he said, you know, Karen said she wasn't going anywhere, but then the next day her desk was cleared off and he's single and looking. Yeah. He wrapped that up quickly.
You know, this was a highly
Zero.
anticipated